Alok Mishra ji, Joint Secretary and Directorate General DGFASLI. Thank you, sirs. Now, Sri Samrat Rahi ji, Deputy Chairman SMPK, is requested to kindly come up here on stage. Followed by Professor B.C. Makeup, Head of Chemical Engineering Department, IIT Kharagpur. Thank you, sirs. I also request Mr. Shumit Roy, Deputy Director General of DGFASLI, to kindly come up here on stage. Thank you, sirs. May I now request our honored guests to please officially start the ceremony by lighting the lamp. Rathendra Ramanji with a flower bouquet. Thank you, Mishra ji. Now our secretary, Mr. Chandan Chatterjee, is requested to please come up here on stage to welcome Sri Alok Mishra ji, Joint Secretary and Director General, DGFASLI. Thank you, Secretary Sir. May I now request Sri G.G. Rao, Deputy Director, DGFASLI, to please come up here on stage to welcome Sri Samrat Rahi ji, Deputy Chairman, SMPK. Thank you, Rao Sahab. May I now request our Director, Marine Department, Sri Abhijit Ghosh, to please come up here on stage to welcome Professor B.C. Makeup, Head of Chemical Engineering Department, IIT Kharagpur. Thank you, Ghosh Sahab. I now request Sri Prashant Kumar, Senior DTM, SMPK, to please come up here on stage to welcome Sri Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General, DGFASLI, with flower bouquet and memento. Thank you, Kumar Sahab. So now we proceed to our main function. May I request Sri Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General DGFASLI, to kindly offer his introductory address to the audience.
Respected Shri Alok Mishra sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment and Director General DGFASLI. Shri Rathendra Raman sir, Chairman, Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority. Shri Samrat Rathi sahab, Deputy Chairman, Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority. Professor B.C. Maikap, Head of the Chemical Engineering Department, IIT Kharagpur. Dignitaries of the dais, expert speakers, distinguished guests, industry experts, representatives from the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. It's really a proud privilege for me to be here before you today for this very crucial and important workshop, which is on safety in dock works and handling of hazardous chemicals, being organized by the Directorate General of Factory Advice Service and Labour Institute under the Ministry of Labour and Employment, in collaboration with Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority and with the technical support from the IIT Kharagpur and from NIT Surathkal. With the growing industrial landscape of our country, which is involving more technological advancements, innovations, the safety and health concerns have also been growing, especially when we talk of the handling of hazardous chemicals. As we all know that the gateway for the trade routes of our country, for trade of our country, are the seaports. Handling of hazardous chemicals in the docks is fraught with risks. The substances, which may include flammable liquids to explosive gases, from the corrosive agents, and even the biohazardous materials also. All these, they are essential for sustaining the production of our modern industry on the one side, but again, they are of serious dangers to the human safety and health, and also the environment, if we fail to handle them correctly. So, as this handling of this hazardous chemicals is an absolute priority, becomes an absolute priority on the one hand for sustaining our industrial growth, their safe handling becomes the absolute priority. And we, as a part of DGFASLI under the Ministry of Labour and Employment, we have embarked on a journey of conducting these workshops in all the major ports of the country. And starting from September 2024, we have conducted already 5 major workshops in the port authorities, and before coming here to Kolkata today for this 6th workshop. This series of workshops basically is serving as a platform for exchanging knowledge, for enhancing our safety protocols, and for addressing the complexities of handling of the hazardous chemicals in the dock environments. While being in the regulatory capacity, I would say, yes, the regulatory compliance under the dock workers statutes is an absolute necessity, but going beyond the regulatory compliance, we must try to leverage the technological advancements, the innovative technologies that is available today to make real progress and to sustain this dock safety, our port operations. So through this workshop, we basically aim to identify how technology can be integrated into our dock operations, wherein we can make our dock operations sustainable. So today, during the day-long deliberations, we will dwell upon certain technical aspects, which will include the national and international regulations that is governing the handling of hazardous chemicals. A session will also address the various risk mitigation strategies, toxic exposure and health risk, fire and explosion hazards at the ports, which will be delivered by the expert resource person from IIT Kharagpur. We are having 2 sessions on occupational safety and competence building in handling hazardous cargo, which will be delivered, one by an expert speaker from DGFASLI and another on the cargo handling and storage reactivity and chemical reaction that will be handled by our expert resource person from NIT Suratkal. Also, our speaker from DGFASLI will deliver certain case studies before you to just make a visualization in our minds that how the real things goes wrong at times, and how we can work together to make, to basically avoid such situations. We also have an expert session from the Port Authority, Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority, which will be covering the occupational health services in the dock environments and the management of the chemical emergencies. So as we look beyond today's workshop, we will try to focus how the insights we gather from this workshop can be applied in practice. Moving forward, as a result of this workshop, we hope that we can be able to outline a path wherein we can move towards developing certain solutions to help us frame the policy interventions at the national level. So I request all this August gathering who have come here today to actively participate in the today's deliberations, and this outcome of this, basically this workshop, will play a great role in shaping our national dock safety policies and making our ports more safer and more efficient and more sustainable in the years to come. So in conclusion, I would like to thank each one of you, and especially the Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority for accepting our invitation, our proposal, and all of you for sparing your valuable time for this workshop, as this reflects our shared commitment toward improving the dock safety. Being the custodian of the dock statutes, DGFASLI, under the Ministry of Labour and Employment, we are fully committed to carrying these efforts forward, and we will continue to work towards making every dock a safer place for the workers and the community at large. Thank you. I wish this workshop a grand success.
Thank you, sir, for this introductory session, giving an overview of the workshop that is going to be held today. May I now request our Deputy Chairman, Sri Samrat Rahi, IRS, to kindly offer a few words to the august audience.
Respected Chairman Shri Rathendra Raman sir, Joint Secretary Shri Alok Mishra sir, dignitaries on the dais, dear colleagues and stakeholders, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I congratulate DGFASLI for conducting 5 successful workshops in different ports, and we welcome them over here in Calcutta Port, Kolkata and Haldia, both the dock complexes, for organizing this event. At Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port, we always concentrate on inclusive and sustainable growth, a growth that is centric to dock laborers, their safety, their security, as well as the environmental concerns that are always in the consideration. To the dignitaries, I would like to inform that we are going to become the first port who is going to implement the oil spill contingency plan among all the major ports. We are at advanced stage, and hopefully once this plan will be approved by the ministry, then we may apply for the Sagar Samman trophy next year also. So that is a good news for all of us. Secondly, I would like to also inform that we have a disaster management plan, crisis management plan, where all the GMs, all the HODs have taken the proactive approach. We also regularly conduct the safety committee meetings, where I'm very much thankful to the DGFASLI, CISF, and the union members also, for their creative inputs, for their intervention, so that in last 2 years, we have improved a lot, and both the dock complex have become more safer, and the productivity is also improved. However, there were some untoward incidents, and we are very much apologetic about that, and definitely we are trying to include in our system the system improvement so that those can be improved. In Haldia, we have a very advanced firefighting system at our oil jetties, And we are also trying to have a integrated firefighting system for the entire dock that will be automated, and very soon we are going to realize that. That's again a major thing that we are going to do. However, for the oil spill and for the other issues, we are constantly trying to have best practices across the ports, across the international global best practices also, and very soon we are going to adopt that. For the dock safety workers, for the safety of the dock workers, we are constantly giving them the equipments, the PPP kits, and the other gadgets and other material so that their safety can be ensured. However, I feel that there is a multi-agency coordination is needed at all levels. I mean, regularly need to contact the DG Shipping, IMO, and the MARPOL convention, whatever are there, we need to implement that in our docks. And what I feel, personally I feel, the small nudges are very, very productive and fruitful, because as we have seen that a smoking ad which is normally featured before the telefilms, in the cinemas before the films, that has become very instrumental in combating the ill effect of smoking. So that the small posters, such kind of intervention where we can make aware our dock workers about the hazardous, about the deadly effect of any lapse. If we introduce more and more, then definitely we can overcome the fatal incidents which happen sometime due to negligence of the different workers as well as the problems in the ecosystem. So the bottom line is that all of us need to integrate, all of us need to coordinate together so that we can make our dock a much better, safer place. And we are constantly trying to implement more and more system improvements to make it safer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the safety systems that is already in place in both our dock systems, that is KDS and HDC, and highlighting the requirement or the scope of further improvement. May I now request Professor B.C. Makeup, Head of Chemical Engineering Department, IIT Kharagpur, to kindly offer a few words.
Respected Sri Alok Mishra, Director General DGFASLI, and Joint Secretary Ministry of Labour, as well as the industrial safety. Sri Sumit Rai, Deputy Director General DGFASLI, Mr. Rothindra Raman, IRTS Chairman, Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Trust. Then Sri Samrat Rahi, IRS, Deputy Chairman, Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port. Mr. Bipul Mishra from Ministry, Dr. Kunal Sharma from Ministry, official from Labour Institutes, Professor B. Rajmohan from NIT Suratkal, officials as well as higher dignitaries sitting on the audience, media, press persons, and ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you and namaskar to all of you. So I am very happy to inform you that DGFASLI, in collaboration with IIT Kharagpur, they conducted this particular workshop on the dock safety. It is very important that how safety aspect in the dock operations, particularly for handling different type of hazardous chemicals, hazardous materials which are involved. The importance of Kolkata port as well as the Haldia dock, both are very old, and it is very, very, very important, where materials just like flammable materials, crude oil, different type of toxic chemicals, inorganic acids, fertilizers, even coal, either imported or something is exported, and during such operations there are release of different type of toxic gases, even huge quantity of flames, or sometimes it may be the dust particulate matter, which may lead to the fire explosion, or it may hamper the different type of scenario where injury to the dock workers, it will happen. So it is, utmost important that although we follow the different type of safety protocols, but sometimes due to negligence of something, it may happen, and sometimes due to the inadequate knowledge and beyond something, any fire or explosion, those things also it is unavoidable. Therefore, through this workshop, it is not that in one day we will meet here at Kolkata and our job is done, but through the different type of deliberations, what the experts will deliberate today, a part of the things is going to implement in the dock operations, how the safety aspects can be taken into care so that those accidents, those injuries, incidents, etc. will be minimized. That will be great achievement. If cannot be, we want that we need to completely avoid it, but sometimes due to whatever the reason, new reasons will come. As a result, it may not be possible to completely eliminate, but prevention, that thing we can do if we can apply the different type of engineering knowledge to this, and it is possible to achieve it. So I am sure that from the today's workshop, all the participants as well as the delegates, those who are present here, they will get an exposure, and they may think of in future how they can take away and implement in the dock operations, particularly Kolkata Port as well as the Haldia Port. So with these few words, I am sure that this workshop, which is arranged by Kolkata Port Trust as well as the DGFASLI, is very, very crucial, and I wish a grand success of this particular technical workshop. So with these few words, I welcome all of you to this particular workshop again, and have a grand success for this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Makeup, for addressing the issue of prevention in safety. May I now request Sri Alok Mishra, Joint Secretary, Director General, DGFASLI, to kindly offer the keynote address. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I'm coming to Calcutta after a long time, I must say. And I have always been I have heard a lot about this city, but I haven't been here very often. Let me see if I can get more time to experience this city. And why did I talk about experiencing the city? When we read something, we understand something, right? But जब हम लोग read करते हैं और उसके बाद discuss भी करते हैं, then we understand something more. But if we experience something through, किसी भी तरह से, then we understand something much more. और experience can be imparted through, देखिए, reading बहुत किया, हर चीज़ नहीं सुधरी. Discuss किया, तो कुछ चीज़ें सुधरी. लेकिन जब एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं, और एक्सपीरियंस जब इस तरह की वर्कशॉप्स होती हैं, सो हाउ इज इट दैट वी कैन इम्पार्ट एक्सपीरियंस? Experience can be through case studies, through some kind of practical demonstrations. So that's what I am expecting, that all the lectures are not going to, that somebody is going to deliver from here and we are going to listen, but a lot of case studies, lot of examples, a lot of experiences are going to be shared. तो जिससे सभी का काफ़ी benefit होगा. And discuss, what I mean. I mean by discussing that all of you would be sharing your experiences so that we can benefit, everybody can benefit. As much as you benefit from these workshops, we also benefit, from your understanding of issues. And that's how we make better policies. So thank you so much. Let me start with the Honorable Chairperson who is there, Ratan Ramanji. The Deputy Chairman is there, Professor Makeup is there, Professor Rajmohan is there, my own colleague Sumit is there. So it's a wonderful feeling to be coming here and talking to all of you. I do know that ports operation do remain very critical to sort of India's success, external trade. 95% of our external trade is conducted through ports. And Kolkata is, Syama Prasad Mookerjee is an old, port. Many stories, movies have been built around it. And that's how I sort of, remain quite glued to this idea of, ports. But all that is fine, that, the ports are sort of very important. We also realize that in India, when we started liberalizing after 1991, our external trade has increased. Now our external trade would be close to $500 billion of goods and merchandise. A lot of it is, exported and imported through ports only, which is, and total exports would be close to $850 billion. हमारा इकोनॉमी क्लोज टू $4 ट्रिलियन है, तो लगभग 20% एक्सपोर्ट होता है, और यदि इसको देखें तो 15% इज गुड्स एंड मर्चेंडाइज. सो पोर्ट्स डू प्ले अ बिग रोल, एंड वी हैव बीन, द गवर्नमेंट हैज बीन emphasizing a lot on not only expanding ports, but also creating that capability where we can receive bigger and better, bigger ships. I was talking to chairperson and talking about Singapore. Singapore is a very small country. वो पूरा, यदि आप वहाँ जाएं तो पूरी सिटी 28 बाय 28 किलोमीटर की, 725 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर का एरिया है उसका. एंड बट इन टर्म्स ऑफ पोर्ट्स ऑपरेशंस they are one of the best, and they are still keep on improving. हर दिन वो improve करते हैं. That country has a strange mentality of improving every day. तो फिर वर्ल्ड क्लास जो पोर्ट्स बनाए हुए हैं, यदि वर्ल्ड क्लास उनका एयरपोर्ट भी देखें तो फिर तो भी उनके वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट हैं. सेफ्टी कंसिडरेशंस, यूज़ ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, दे आर ऑफ द हाईएस्ट स्टैंडर्ड. तो जब एक इतनी छोटी कंट्री कर सकते हैं, तो हम लोग तो भारत हैं, और भारत तो बहुत बड़ा देश है, और सदियों से बहुत ही अति प्रतिष्ठा रही है हम लोगों की. So, this is something that should sort of, receive much more attention. I also know that we have been expanding port capacity. Vadhavan Port, Honorable Prime Minister had 4 or 5 months back, he had inaugurated, he had laid foundation for Vadhavan Port, which is going to take some time, but it is another sort of, port, which is going to sort of, come up. I do realize that ports are going to play a big role, but safety is equally important. And safety, because in 2025, probably in 20th century, we could still think of accidents. 2025, we have to have that zero tolerance. And it's not zero tolerance. Accidents do happen, and there are multiple reasons. They have behavioral reasons. Human factors are involved. But if accidents happen, how do we respond to it? How fast do we respond to it? That is also very critical. तो ये चीज़ों पर बहुत, I'm hoping that this workshop will, give a lot of focus, importance to emergency response systems also. I'm also happy that we are collaborating with, IIT and NIT. Collaborating with academia and industry is very important for us as a government to perform better. And wherever we go, इसके पहले भी जो 5 वर्कशॉप्स किए हैं, so our focus have been that we collaborate with academic institution, and we are able to bring them together, so we build a ecosystem or culture of safety. देखिए सेफ्टी, वो रूल्स और रेगुलेशन से यदि सेफ्टी हो जाती तो फिर हम लोग सभी भी बहुत आगे आ गए होते. लेकिन सेफ्टी इज़ अ कल्चर. Safety is a culture. The way we wash our hands daily, okay, some of those things, that is a culture that has to be built in the organization. And who better than some of the academic institutions which can play a good role in enlightening us that how to go through that behavioral change process. Our job is to, like Sumit was talking about, that we are both regulator and capacity building. But we are not a kind of person, we would not like to be a kind of person that who's enforcing or trying to be sort of, regulator. Regulation is a job that I would term it more at that we work with you people, we work, we negotiate, we work with you people so as to build capacities and build that culture. That is the ultimate aim. It's not sort of pushing things, do this thing, do this. But we take you sort of along, we both sort of work together to improve those safety standards. I'm hoping the last 5 sort of workshop, which Deputy Chairman was also sort of highlighting it, we have sort of been able to generate quite a few insights in terms of improved risk assessment and safety audits, that why they are, safety audits and inspections, why they are very important. We have also been able to talk about a lot about emergency preparedness and also, stakeholder collaboration that has benefited all of us. We going in the future, we sort of, DGFASLI can be a great place if you want us to contribute want all kind of inputs. We are an intellectual hub. We are the one who interact with industry across different domains. So this is one technical organization that you can seek. Not only the inspectorate part of it, but the larger institutions. So we have RLIs, we have CLIs, Regional Labor Institute, we have Central Labor Institutions, and these are the institutions which you can use for capacity building and will be quite sort of so workshop is not a one-off thing कि हम एक बार आए साल में और काम खत्म हो गया. रेगुलरली भी हम कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए इंस्पेक्टर ऑफ डॉक सेफ्टी के साथ, हमारे RLAs के साथ, एंड वी कैन ब्रिंग इन मोर पीपल. हम लोग IIT, NITs, एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन सभी को साथ लाके, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट चेयरपर्सन सर को यही होगा कि जब भी हमारी किसी भी चीज़ के लिए आवश्यकता पड़े तो विल ऑलवेज बी देयर, बिकॉज वी ऑल आर वर्किंग फॉर द कंट्री. So that is what I'm expecting a lot from this workshop, or I'm hoping that all of you will contribute enthusiastically so that we learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the invigorating keynote address. May I now request our chairman, sir, Sri Rathendra Ramanji, IRTS, to offer the presidential address on behalf of SMPK.
Mr. Alok Mishra, Joint Secretary and Director General, DGFASLI. Mr. Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General, DGFASLI. Mr. Samrat Rahi, Deputy Chairman, SMPK. And Professor B.C. Makeup from IIT Kharagpur. I take this opportunity to welcome you all. As we know that we have all gathered here for the one-day workshop in the safety in the dock work and handling of hazardous chemical that is being conducted at this venue today. It is a first of its kind workshop that is being organized by SMPK in association with DGFASLI at Kolkata. And as you are aware, that main objective of this workshop is to impart insight on performing operations with utmost safety while handling hazardous chemicals inside the dock area. Being the only marine port in the country, as we know that we are catering to the large exempt cargo for a large hinterland. And SMPK, which handles about 12 different types of hazardous chemicals. And at Kolkata, that is at KDS, these hazardous chemicals are being handled at 12 NSD, and other chemicals are also being handled at Petroleum Wharf at Bajbaj. While at Haldia, these hazardous chemicals are also handled at 4 oil jetties, 2 barge jetties, and 1 outer terminal. Hence, safety of operation at these designated places is of utmost importance to all of us in order to prevent any sort of accident occurring during the course of operations. To prevent occurrence of such incidents, positive initiatives such as organizing this kind of workshop is an important aspect. And we assure you, whenever we get an opportunity in future also, we would like to get associated with you. Safety first should be the voice and need of the hour to ensure seamless operational performance with constant monitoring of the safety norms to avoid any sort of accident. SMPK is always striving to ensure that safety standards are met properly. In this direction, SMPK has conducted a number of safety training programs. Medical camps are also being organized regularly. SMPK has always been on the forefront to ensure the highest level of safety standards, and those are done by means of multiple safety training programs on the fire mock drill, on job safety training on a monthly basis, along with the conduction of a joint inspection in various operations of SMPK. SMPK has always believed in the practices of safe working conditions for employees and users also. Safety first has to be made a habit. What Mr. Alok Mishra said, it has to be a culture. But it cannot be inculcated in a day. It has to be constantly monitored, and training should be imparted regularly. And it has to be ensured on a regular basis. जो ये एटीट्यूड हमारे लोग के सबके बीच में है कि ये चलता है, we have to overcome those attitudes in order to ensure safety. This happens, what सभी ने बोला कि incident, such incidents rarely occurs. But when it happens, it brings a bad name to the organization. So it's better to ensure safety and not to get a bad name. जैसे आपने कहा कि it's a culture. Let me share with you experience. जैसे I have visited number of cement plants. Earlier एक Lafarge company हुआ करती, which has been taken over by the Indian company now. उसमें सबसे पहले when you enter the gate of the company, you are taken to a safety room where you given an induction or safety drill. जो बाहर के जो भी इंस्पेक्शन आते हैं, जैसे कि सबके यहाँ VIP कल्चर होता है, सबसे पहले आपको सुबह बैठाएंगे, अंदर ले जाएंगे. लेकिन वहाँ पे क्या है कि आपको पहले गेट से सेफ्टी इंडक्शन रूम के होते हुए ले जाते हैं, जो वहाँ पे बेस्ट सेफ्टी प्रैक्टिसेस है उसके बारे में बताते हैं. और एम्प्लॉइंग को भी रेगुलर बेसिस पे जब भी वो फैक्ट्री के अंदर जाते हैं, दे गो थ्रू दिस गेट्स ओनली. एंड द कंपनी विच वॉज इंटरनेशनल कंपनी, उनके किसी भी एक इंसिडेंट को भी यूज्ड टू बी हाईलाइटेड, एक भी बैड केस को. सो द पीपल वर्किंग देयर, दे बिकम अवेयर ऑफ इट, दे ट्राई टू अवॉइड, एंड दे this what culture, the safety culture gets inbuilt. So let us try to make best use of this opportunity today. And I wish this workshop a great success. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. SMPK now would like to take the chance to offer some mementos to the honored guests here. So may I now request our chairman, sir, to please offer a memento to Sri Alok Mishra ji, Joint Secretary and Director General, DGFASLI. Thank you, sir. May I now request our Deputy Chairman, Sri Samrat Rahiji, to please offer the memento to Sri Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General, DGFASLI. Deputy Chairman, sir, is also requested to please offer another memento to Sri Professor B.C. Makeup, Head of Chemical Engineering Department, IIT Kharagpur. Thank you, sirs. We shall now be breaking for high tea, And I request all the delegates present here who are yet to register themselves with us to please get themselves registered. Thank you. And I forgot to mention, after the high tea session, we again assemble here at 11:15. Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. We also want to take a group photograph of all the dignitaries. So now we break up for high tea and again assemble here at 11:15. And in the meantime, the delegates who are yet to register themselves may please get themselves registered. Thank you.
who basically formed the core team for carrying out our mandate. Basically, the two economic activities that we are given to regulate, in fact administer. The first one is the Factories Act 1948. I hope all of us we are aware. Regulates the occupational sector and the manufacturing sector. And the second mandate given to us is the Job Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Statutes. That is the Act of 1986 and the regulations. So these are the two broad enforcement statute that is available with the department. And our role is dual. For the Factories Act, we are in the advisory role. The Act being the central, we are basically at the policy making level, and the enforcement of the Act has been given to the state government. So basically we coordinate the administration of the Factories Act 1948. Our organization structure, it includes, we are having our headquarters in Mumbai. For the advisory services, we are having 6 labor institutes throughout the country, located at Central Labor Institute at Mumbai and the regional labor institutes. We are having at Faridabad, Kanpur, Kolkata, Shillong and Chennai. And apart from that, the second function, that is the enforcement of the dock workers statutes, we are having the headquarters of the dock workers division at Mumbai and 11 inspectorates of dock safety that are located across the 11 major ports of the country. And the responsibility that lies with us for the dock safety statutes, through the IDS, we are enforcing in the major ports. As this law says, the statute says that the central government is the appropriate government for the major ports. Now, what are the major ports? They are again notified by the Ministry of Port Shippings and Waterways. So, that is basically our mandate. And apart from the major ports, the enforcement authority lies with the respective state government. The perspective of our organization started in 1945 with the establishment of the Chief Advisor of Factories in Delhi, and basically it was the function was to advise the administration of the Factories Act and coordinate the inspection services. Headquartered was later moved from Delhi to Mumbai in 1966, and the role of DGFASLI, that is the erstwhile Chief Advisor of Factories, it expanded, leading to an operating redesignation of the name as Chief Advisor of Factories, was basically renamed as the Directorate General of Factory Advice Service and Labor Institute. So we have given the evolution journey of the department, right from the establishment of the department named the Chief Advisor of Factories, and journey continued. We have set up one regional labor institute at Shillong. Earlier, this northeast region was being serviced by our RLI at Kolkata, but in 2023, this institute has started commenced activities. And this is the setup of our enforcement function through the 11 inspectorates. We have basically divided the entire peninsular region of the country where these ports are, major ports are situated in 3 regions. So under the Mumbai region, we have the Mumbai port, the Kandla port, we have the Nava Shiva or the Jawaharlal Port Trust and the Marmunga Port Authority. Then in the Chennai region, we are having the Chennai Port Authority, the New Mangalore Port is there, Kozhikode Port is there, and the Cochin Port. And from the Kolkata region, again is a regional office. We are having basically under this region the Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority, the Visakhapatnam Port Authority, and the Paradip Port Authority. So coming to the national regulatory framework that is available in our country, how the law or the statutes, how everything is governed in our country. So all of us, we are aware about the Constitution of India, जो भारत का संविधान है. Whatever we do, whatever we regulate, we have to regulate that should be as per in line with the provisions of the Constitution. So, if we go to the directive principles of the state policy under this Constitution, we find that there is a direction, there are certain directions that is given to the appropriate government, the central government as well as the state government or the local bodies, that their policies should be guided towards which direction. So, if we quickly go through some of the articles of the Constitution, you find that under Article 21, of the Constitution, it provides that the life and liberty of the citizens of the country should be protected. Article 39E should be, our effort should be to prevent the abuse of the health of our workers. Similarly, Article 42 is to ensure the just and humane conditions of work that should be prevailing in all our workplaces. Article 43A, it provides to secure the workers' participation in safety management of industries. And this basically forms the guiding principles on which we work, and under the Government of India allocation of business rules, various ministries have been allotted various subjects. So the subject of regulating the occupational safety and health of the workers, that is with the Ministry of Labour and Employment. And obviously there are other ministries also which are regulating certain aspects of safety, but that is again not related to a workplace. They may relate to certain equipments, like you say, you have the boilers or the explosive bag. That is related to an article or a substance. So as far as the worker safety and health is concerned, the Ministry of Labour and Employment is the appropriate ministry that has been mandated to ensure the occupational safety and health of the workers. This is the legislative framework of occupational safety and health in the docks. How does a journey evolve? How it came up, from where it started, and where we are today. So if you can just see the first step that was taken towards drafting of the Indian Dock Labourers Regulations that happened in 1934, followed by when the Office of the Chief Advisor of Factories, I was just discussing with you, when that was set up in 1948, the Office of the Chief Advisor of Factories, we started regulating or implementing this regulation in all the major ports since 1948. Followed by the enforcement of dock workers scheme that came up in 1961. So that was also being enforced by our department, and subsequently, actually this in 1961 there were only 5 major ports. And subsequently the number of major ports they have expanded, and following a recommendation of the Gajendra Nagar Commission, basically a comprehensive safety and health law was enacted, which we today know as the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act of 1986. And under this act, we have got the regulation making powers. The central government, for enforcement in the major ports, the central government have framed the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Regulations of 1990. So this is the journey of evolution of the statutes for dock safety that has come across. So coming to the framework, what is available for dock safety, for regulating the dock safety and for regulating the handling of dangerous substances. The Dock Workers Act of 1986, it basically provides for the safety, health and welfare measures for all the dock workers. And we are having the basic enabling provisions, that is the key provision of this, and this is supported by the regulation of 1990 that is framed under this. So you find a host of provisions under this. We will be going in detail in the subsequent slides. Here we just want to make it clear that as per the Act, what is a dock work? So any process of handling cargo, which may involve loading, unloading, movement, storage of cargoes into or from a ship or other vessel, port, dock, storage place, or any landing place, and also include some intermediate repairs or when you prepare your ships for loading or unloading operation, maybe the painting or chipping or cleaning of any whole tank. So this also is getting included into the definition of dock work. Apart from this, we are aware the manufacture, storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules, which is framed under the Environment Protection Act. So again, this rule for the purpose of the major ports, the enforcement is with the DGFASLI, and there are certain other enactments also, not specific to dock works or dock works, but again in their domain, they are regulating the handling of hazardous substances. Like if you go through the certain motor vehicle rules that has been amended for transport of hazardous goods, you will find that it has got certain regulatory provisions, like your mandatory driver training. Whosoever is handling, in fact in the ports also you are receiving the vehicles. Inside the port premises you are allowing the vehicles. So when the vehicles are coming in, the two basic requirements that you should be knowing that first is the driver of that vehicle. He should be a trained driver as per the requirement of this enactment, as well as the transport vehicle. Based on the nature of the hazardous cargo that vehicle will be carrying, so your vehicle should, that vehicle which is coming inside the port, that should be certified. So this is provision under the Central Motor Vehicle Rules. Then other acts which is basically related, not specific to dock work, but again they are interconnected to our dock operations. That is, if we go to the Merchant Shipping Act, it also has got dangerous goods regulations under it, which governs, basically this act is governs transport of the dangerous goods by sea and ensures the safe and safe handling, packaging and stowing of these hazardous chemicals. In fact, in specific, if we talk of, you can just see, if you go to part 9 of this act, it is basically regulating the safety in the carriage of dangerous goods. So this is the basic one, some highlights what safety provisions has been given. Incompatible cargo. Incompatible cargo, I hope we understand, is those type of cargoes or those type of material which cannot be kept together. That means if they are kept together, they behave in a different manner and may lead to certain hazardous or dangerous situations. So those type of cargoes are known as incompatible cargoes. So we need to be aware what is the from the compatibility chart, what is a compatible cargo, whether we can store together or not. So the Act provides that you store and segregate the incompatible cargo. Similarly, there are emergency procedures for dealing with dangerous goods on the ships. That is also provided under this Act. If something goes wrong, what is the chain of command you need to follow to mitigate the emergency. The Indian Port Act also, it regulates, it mentions that the provisions for handling of dangerous goods in port, including the storage and movement of the hazardous cargo. Regulating of some hazardous substances like the petroleum or the explosive, we are aware, we have the Petroleum Act, we have the Explosive Act. So again, these two acts are regulating the handling of the hazardous system, the hazardous cargo, when we are concerned into the dock. Apart from this, we have the, I think all of us, we are aware of this IMDG code, International Maritime Handling of Dangerous Goods IMDG code, that has been adopted by India with effect from 1st of January 2010. And Ministry of Shipping, in fact, notice number has been mentioned, wherein it has been provided for safe carriage of dangerous goods by sea, that should be in accordance with the provision of this code as amended. So it basically provides for the maritime transport of dangerous goods in package form. See, ultimately what package or what loading you are doing here, somewhere that load or that cargo is going to be discharged or unloaded. So there should be a specific rigging plan, or the cargo should be stored and stored safely, so that while handling or while discharging that cargo, and even while transport also, we should say that cargo, that storage of that cargo should not create any hazardous situation. So this code also prescribes the list of dangerous goods that can always be referred, which contains the classification of dangerous goods also. Coming to the international standards, we all are aware about the International Labour Organization, the specialized agency of the United Nations. And ILO has got basically two conventions, which is specifically they are providing for the dock works, that is ILO Convention number 32, which is on protection against accidents, Dockers Convention. So under this also, if we go through Article 12 of this convention, it says that national laws and regulations, means what all statutes, जो भी कानून हम बना रहे हैं, उसको बनाते वक्त हम ध्यान रखें कि the measures how to deal with or how to work with the goods which are in themselves dangerous, that should be taken care of. So law should take care of all these aspects. Similarly, the 152 Convention 152, which is on occupational safety and health in dock work. Article 32 that provides for the dangerous cargo, which shall be packed, marked, labeled, handled, stored in such a condition in accordance with the relevant requirements of the international regulations which is applying to the transport of dangerous goods by water. The SOLAS Convention, again, it's a maritime dangerous thing that is, this convention has been prescribed by the IMO, the International Maritime Organization. Safety of life at sea. So the Government of India is a party to the convention as amended, and the provisions relating to the carriage of the dangerous goods that has been enacted into the Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 and the rules. So it prescribes the carriage of goods in compliance with the provisions of the what we just saw as the IMDG code. Apart from this, we have the Maritime Labour Convention of 2006 and the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships. This is MARPOL Convention, which provides for guidelines for reporting of incidents involving dangerous goods. So coming to the statutes, the Dock Workers Act and the regulations framed thereunder, you know, the entire set of guidelines has been provided, and basically being the law, it is enforceable. It has to be complied, and here I want to just clarify you one thing, as I was discussing in the morning also. There are two parts to the aspect. When we say about safety and health, one is the regulatory part, another one is the how better we can do, how far we can go. So what the regulations are providing, what the statutes are providing, they are always bare minimum. Not only for this act, that is for everything. This is the bare minimum standard which you should be following, otherwise any deviation from it can lead to a dangerous situation, maybe an accident or a dangerous. So this act and the regulation, what all prescriptions you find under the statutes, they are your bare minimum, and our effort should be to go beyond that regulatory compliance. So the act basically, if we see area specific, within the dock work, within the dock area, where all you are required to carry out the dock works, how you can carry out that particular dock work in that particular special given situation, that has been prescribed under this. So if we go to, from regulation 9 to 18, it basically provides for the safety of the working places. So when we go through the working places, you will find certain prescriptions. The general provisions are there that they should be clean, there should be no falling or tumbling or slipping hazard. Your surface should be smooth, and there should not be any pit holes or any type of irregularities wherein, you know, any accident can take place while workers are moving. But there are specific this thing that wherever you have certain openings or dangerous any work is being carried out, you need to cordon off that place. You need to provide railings and fencing. At least, see, the words that is being chosen, they are very, very specific. At least please, it means, when I say at least 1 meter, means that if I put a railing of or fencing of a height less than 1 meter, then it is of no use. The idea is that we need to prevent the person from entering into that or falling into the pit area or something. If you keep it below this level, the purpose is lost. So at least 1 meter height. So wherever you find such prescriptions, there are bare minimum values which are need to be. Staging, if you are creating the staging for carrying out the cargo handling operations, so staging which is more than 2 meters high, you should be using a worker, a dock worker, when he is working on a staging which is more than 2.5 meter high, 2.5 meter or more than that. In that case, you should be using your safety belts with life belts. I think all of us here are aware of safety belt along with the life belts, so that if there is a fall of the person, then what is the prevention? That the person, through the lifeline, he hangs himself. There is a different amount of time within which that person is to be rescued. You can't leave him hanging. ऊपर लटकता रहे, ओके ठीक है, चलो बच गया है, उनको हम नीचे लेके आएंगे, फिर ऐसा नहीं. You have got a response time, and within that time you need to rescue it, right? So if you are working on a staging, then you have to take this precaution. Then you have to need appliances for the life saving, rescue from drowning. These appliances should be available. The illumination, the lighting part, it is said that wherever it is a general, maybe a passage or a corridor where people move around, generally they don't need to stay at that place. That is a common area, general area. General illumination is given as 10 lux. Now again, how do you ascertain it is a 10 lux or not? So you need to carry out an assessment. a study of all your workplaces where dock works are there. If it is general corridor, this thing where people are moving around, minimum 10 lakhs of inundation, and where the dock work is actually being carried out 25 lakhs. Okay. So similarly, you should be having adequate fire protection, and there is a schedule on noise, schedule number 7. If you go to the regulation, schedule number 7, it provides for harmful effects of noise. Basically, it has got the threshold limit of noise, maximum how much noise is allowed for what duration of exposure. Like schedule 7 says, for 8 hours of continuous exposure, no noise level should be exceeding 90 dB. That doesn't mean that every operation you carry out, a noisy operation, you feel that, okay, I go up to 90 dB, that is allowed by the law. Yes, law will allow, but again, if you try to maintain 90, it may happen at any point of time, it may exceed 90. So you should be attempting somewhere around maybe 75 or 80. Keep the noise levels within this range so that at any point of time, it doesn't violate or reaches the regulatory one. For the warehouses, the storage areas which you are having inside the dock area. So regulation number 90 to 23, it says that you should be having substantial handrails in case you are using the staircase. There should be sufficient means of escape in case of fire and means of access. Dock workers, कैसे करते हैं dock work? You need to access, go to the ship, come out of the ship, or centimeters. That means you can, if allowed, you can have a greater space, greater width also. Access between ship and another vessel, that should be adequate. The level of depth between deck to the bottom. I hope all of us we are aware of the hold, the ship holds. So the level of depth from the deck of the ship to the bottom of the hold, that should not, if it is exceeding 1.5 meter, you should be providing safe means of access. Safe means of access means, if in case of any emergency, the worker should be able to come out of the hold. So this 1.5 meter, just guess why this 1.5 meter has been kept. If it is less than 1.5 meter, it is expected that one can simply jump off and he can escape that area. But 1.5 meter may not be possible for a normal person to climb up and to escape from that hold. So for that, they have said you have to provide man hatches that should be at least. Man hatches that should be at least 60 centimeters by 60 centimeters. This is again the minimum value, minimum 60 centimeters by 60 centimeters of dimension. In case of dangerous and harmful environment, regulation number 39 of the regulation, it provides that any hold which is carrying an explosive, poisonous, noxious, or any fulminated cargo, or any condition of asphyxiation. Asphyxiation means dam ghotna. Basically, it's a condition wherein the oxygen level goes below 19%. Any working environment, if the oxygen level is below 19%, that is basically termed as an IDLH condition, immediate danger to life and health. Okay, so if such a condition is likely to occur, then what are the measures that is to be taken, that is provided under this regulation? You should be having suitable personal protective equipments like scuba suits or maybe things. I think the coming sessions will have a more technical depth into this aspect. Going to the regulation number 40 to 56, which is on lifting appliances and loose gears. Generally in dog language we abbreviate it as LANG. Okay, so all LAs should be of good construction, maintained in good repair, should be having effective brakes. Now where this braking is required, you know, this lifting appliances, if in case I talk of the EOT crane, just I am sharing my experience with you. When we interact with some of the workers, what they do, the crane has a brake system. What people do, what the worker at times they try, they are taking the EOT in one direction. They have got a braking this thing, but they realize that they have to take back. instead of getting the brakes under activated, they start reverse करते हैं. वो उल्टी तरफ चलाने के लिए क्रेन को जो उसका कंट्रोल होगा वो दबाते हैं. उससे होता क्या? That's called reverse feathering, which is again not allowed. या always the LAs, the lifting appliances, vertical loading. वो क्या करते हैं? किसी चीज को उनको खींचना है, they will tie it with something and they will pull it. Now mind you, all your loose gears, जो sling वगैरह होते हैं, that is only the SWL रहता है, उसमें safe working load. That is prescribed only when you are loading in the vertical condition, in the vertical direction. Vertical direction में ही loading allowed होता है. अगर आप उसको एंगल पे लोड कर रहे हैं, तो जितना आप एंगल बढ़ाएंगे, उसका SWL कम होता है. So these are very basic things which we may be aware, but we should be interacting with the workers to communicate this down the line. And again, the statutory requirement that this LALG should be tested as per the procedure given under Schedule 1 of the regulation. And we should be providing automatic, see this SWL. What is this SWL? We are saying the provide automatic indicator of SWL. Again, if the string or the beam of the crane that is at a certain angle, when you increase the angle, the SWL will decrease. So the operator sitting inside the cabin, he should be at any time be aware what amount of load he is lifting and what is the SWL that is being getting displayed inside his cabin. In case at any time he is aware that जो load हम मेरे को उठाना है और इस angle पे जो SWL है, the load is more, we should immediately abort that lifting. Okay? And yes, very importantly, every ship shall be carrying certified rigging plans. So that is again you have to ensure that they have we understand what are the rigging plans, how the cargoes, maybe the unitized cargo, how they are stacked, कैसे उनको रखा गया है, और उसमें rigging का उल्टा भी प्रोसीजर बताया जाता है कि जब उसको अनलोड किया जाए तो what plan they should follow, कौन सा बॉक्स पहले उठाना है, किसको उठाना है, कैसे उठाना है. That is a basic rigging. Okay, so you should be having certified rigging plan. Change the slide from here. Then your regulation 40 to 56. All your loose gear shall be of good construction. Chains. If you are using the LG, that is your chains, you should be monitoring its length. Any point of time, the length of the chain is increasing by 5% of the standard length. That means it has lost its integrity. You need to discard it. So if you are using a magnetic lifting device, the voltage fluctuation that should not exceed 10%. On the other side, okay? And again, the schedule is the same. The first schedule of the regulation that will be providing the manner in which you are going to test your LALGs. Any wire rope, if the total number of broken visible wires, if it is exceed 10%, if you find that the total number of this wire strands there that is exceeding 10%, visible broken wires exceeding 10% of the total number of wires, that means again that wire rope has lost its integrity. You need to simply take it out of service. And this periodical examination, what you are carried out to a competent person, you have to maintain a record. And that is a statutory register or a form that is provided under Form 2. Right? And every LA and every LG should be clearly marked with the SWL. Also, the done date of testing and the due date of testing. So when the operator is working, we should be knowing that what is the maximum amount of load that can be lifted and what is the he is safe or not. Testing का date अभी December 2025 है, मतलब आज अगर मैं use कर रहा हूँ, ये is safe. So that needs to be very prominently and clearly displayed. No chain or wire rope having knot. Once there is a knotting in the chain, you should be immediately removing it. Otherwise, in the case of knots, the load distribution that goes through the chain line, it varies. In fact, उसकी load lifting की capacity कम तो होती है. Apart from that also, you know, the load can swing in any direction. So this knotting is not allowed at any point of time. And Dangerous goods. Coming to the dangerous goods. We have been talking since morning the dangerous goods and all that. What is a dangerous good? So regulation 2H of the dock worker regulation has defined what is a dangerous good. Any type sort of a cargo which is either explosive, flammable, radioactive, toxic, corrosive, or any similar characteristic which is otherwise hazardous, that should be classified and as a dangerous cargo. And all these type of characteristics, if the cargo is having, it is presumed that they are having the capability to either cause injury or adversely affect the human system, maybe involving loss of life of property. So while handling or transporting or shipping, we should be very much aware about the labeling of the cargo. So how do we label? The schedule is there under Regulation 76 of the dangerous goods. We have got total 9 classes of dangerous goods that has been classified. Class 1 is the explosives. So if it is written class 1, you should be immediately recollect that it is an explosive cargo. Similarly, for the class 2, that are the gases, dangerous gases, which may be either being carried through the compressed form, liquefied form, or it is dissolved under pressure. Class 3 is the inflammable solids, and class 4 is class 3 is inflammable liquids, 4 is the inflammable solids, and we are having the various subclasses also, inflammable solids or substances which are liable to spontaneous combustion. What is spontaneous combustion? जिसमें ये क्षमता होती है कि किसी मतलब उनका जो इग्निशन नेचर है दैट इज नॉट उसको पकड़ में नहीं आया साइंटिफिक उससे, तो कभी भी अचानक जो है उसमें कंबशन स्टार्ट हो सकता है, तो स्पॉन्टेनियस इग्निशन हो सकता है. सिमिलरली इनफ्लेमेबल सॉलिड्स और सब्सटेंसेस व्हिच इन कांटेक्ट विद वाटर विल emit flammable gases. Then next category is the oxidizing oxidizing substances. Next category is the oxidizing substances, which includes the organic peroxides also. Category 6 is on poisonous or the toxic substances and infectious substances. Category 7 are your radioactive substances. 8 are the corrosive agents. And 9, it is a miscellaneous category where you cannot categorize your cargo under any of the above 8 heads. But it is a cargo history or experience has shown that it is otherwise a dangerous cargo, that should be classified under this category, that is class 9. So what are the regulations? Again, regulation number 76 to 82 of the regulation of 1990, it provides what are the measures for how the cargo should be, such type of dangerous goods should be handled and stored. So it should be always, activity should be always be carried out under supervision. You know, many incidences, many cases which are coming to us, we go through it. Time and again we find that there is lack of supervision at some point of time or the other. Similarly, for broken and leaking containers, if the cargo produces dangerous gas or vapors, you should be using the respiratory techniques. Area should be well ventilated. If the cargo is corrosive, you should be having with you suitable absorbent or neutralizing materials for cleaning. Now again, you need to know what is the particular suitable neutralizing agent or material that should be carrying with that cargo. Then we have for spillage or leaking containers, or if there is a damage to the container, that should be immediately reported. Because, can you say what is the provision for reporting? We are aware of the dangerous occurrences. So broken or leaking containers is one of the DOs. Then reporting of accidents, regulation 91(4), accidents which cause loss of life or disability from work for the rest of the ship, that is basically you need to treat as accident. Accident means ये नहीं कि अगर rest of the day के लिए ship के लिए आदमी डिसेबल नहीं हो रहा है तो accident नहीं हुआ. As a safety professional, any injury, any adverse effect to the health of the person or the safety of the person is an accident. ये वो है जो regulation कहता है कि cut and bruises is also an accident. But in situation में, this particular situation में, when the worker is getting disabled to work for the rest of the day, under this situation, you have to report it to the statutory authorities. That is the provision. Similarly, you have a responsibility for reporting of the dangerous occurrences. So the total 7 classes of dangerous occurrences has been prescribed under the regulation, like collapse or failure of electric appliance or conveyors or breakage of failure of rope, chain. कुछ भी इनमें से टूटता है, गिरता है, फेल हो जाता है. Even एक क्रेन का ब्लूम है, मास्ट है, अगर वो बेंड हो जाता है, need not it will fall down. If it bends, okay, then also you need to classify that yes, it has failed. So you need to report all such incidents. Collapse or subsidence of any wall, any portion of a building, gallery, roof, platform. Explosion of a pressure vessel. Or explosion or fire causing damage to any place. Or collapse, capsizing, toppling, collision of the transport equipment. Spillage or leakage, we were just discussing, of dangerous goods and damage to the containers. Breakage, buckling or damage of freight containers. Right? So these are the 7 classes. I don't know how much we are aware and how much we are observant, but all these 7 classes are to be statutorily reported, whether followed by any injury or not. जो ऊपर में दिया है कि वर्कर कोई जो है डिसेबल हो जाता है काम करने के लिए, that is there, but apart from that, वर्कर की कोई इंजरी नहीं होती है. उसके बाद भी अगर इनमें से कोई एक घटना हो जाती है, if there is a occurrence of any of the 7 categories, it is a dangerous occurrence. Clear? So, in summary, we would like to say that you have got a whole lot of various international laws which provide a guidance to regulating the safety and prevention of accidents for the dock. देखिए, लॉ तो वो है, कानून तो वो है कि हमारे ऊपर वो बाइंडिंग है. अगर नहीं है तो इट इज अ वायलेशन, कानून का उल्लंघन हो जाता है. ठीक है ना? लेकिन कुछ ऐसे भी लॉज हैं जो हमारे ऊपर एप्लीकेबल नहीं है, बट अगेन हमको उनसे क्या मिलता है, उनको अगर हम पढ़ते हैं तो वी कैन यूज दोज लॉज और दोज इंटरनेशनल रूल बुक्स एज अ गाइडलाइन, एज अ गाइडेंस डॉक्यूमेंट फॉर अस. एनी लॉ which is otherwise concerning us but is not applicable, it is not the law of the land, but otherwise हमको guide कर सकता, कुछ सीखने को मिल सकती है. We should be definitely using those documents as the guidance document. And hazard management should be at the local and national level. So there are laws for management of hazardous materials. The forthcoming sessions will be deliberating all that. And the applicable national laws, that is जो कानून है जो हमारे ऊपर लागू होता है, the Dock Worker Safety Health and Welfare Act and Regulation 1990. Other national laws are also regulating the incidental aspects of safety and health of dock workers. International instrument में हमने देखा ILO का convention है 152, which is specifying the minimum air safety standards है. The IMO conventions are there, International Maritime 16 है, उसके अंदर में IMDG code है उसके पास. सेफ्टी और हेल्थ का अगर आप कोई भी रेगुलेशन वायलेशन होता है तो इन मेनी केसेस वी सी दैट डॉक वर्कर सेफ्टी इज ओवरलुक्ड, व्हिच लीड्स टू एक्सीडेंट्स. सी एनी इट इज सेड दैट every accident opens a window through which one should be to look at the symptoms of failure. मतलब हर एक पहले तो हम कोशिश करें प्रिवेंशन बराबर कि एक्सीडेंट हो ही ना. अगर एक्सीडेंट होता है तो हम क्या करते हैं? इन्वेस्टिगेट. क्यों करते हैं? ताकि वो दोबारा रिपीट ना. तो ओपन अ विंडो मतलब मेरी दीवार में आई एम वेरी फाइन, वो दीवार सेफ्टी की है, माय सिस्टम्स आर वेरी मच सेफ, माय पीपल आर सेफ, राइट. बट अगर एक्सीडेंट हो गया मतलब मेरा जो मानना था, व्हाट आई बिलीव, देयर इज समवेयर आई वाज रॉन्ग. नाउ आई यूज दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी, आई हैव बीन शोन दैट या दिस इज अ वॉल बट देयर इज अ विंडो. This is a wall, but there is a window. Now you take the opportunity, peep through the window, look at the symptoms of failure, work upon it, fill the gaps, and come back to with a better system. And even though your national and international laws that exist, non-compliance that remains major. Non-compliance remains a major concern for all of us, but particularly in the developing countries. So we have to ensure the dock worker safety. It requires the appropriate awareness and compliance system. So we need to be aware of the various laws, various you might say guiding points. I will not say the entire guidance. It is not possible in a 40-minute session to deliver the entire thing. But Yes, it is guiding thing has been given. I have shown you mostly. I have tried to bundle up in this single presentation. You can always refer to these laws, these regulations, these guidelines to find out what is the best way of working in a given dockyard situation. Okay, so with that, thank you very much for listening patiently. And any questions if you are having, then I am free to answer. Yes, please.
Can you give one example?
Okay, sure. Yeah, nice question. See, these are some things which is very basic, but ये बात सही है, आपने पूछा बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न है। मुझे लगता है ये क्वेश्चन लेकिन बड़ा कॉमन आता है जब भी हम लोग कोई प्रोग्राम करते हैं, वर्कशॉप, सेमिनार में, व्हाट इज डिफरेंस बिटवीन एक्ट एंड अ रूल एंड अ रेगुलेशन। तो कोई बोलता है एक्ट जो है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बनाती है, रूल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट बनाती है। फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट के केस में सही है, लेकिन हर एक केस में सही नहीं है। एक्ट स्टेट भी बनाती है, रूल सेंटर भी बनाती है। तो डिफरेंस इज दैट एक्ट इज अ अम्ब्रेला लेजिस्लेशन। किसी एक एक्टिविटी को कवर करने के लिए पहले एक्ट बनता है। एक्ट विल से व्हाट इज टू बी डन। मैंने आपको बोल दिया वर्कर को इतना लीटर पानी चाहिए, इससे ज़्यादा नॉइज एक्सपोजर नहीं होना चाहिए, इससे ज़्यादा मिनिमम इतना लाइटिंग उसको मिलना चाहिए। तो उसका गाइडेंस जो है उसको फर्दर इलेबोरेट व्हाट टू डू एंड हाउ टू डू। व्हाट टू डू द एक्ट विल से। Rules and the regulations we call them as the subordinate legislation. Act is the umbrella legislation, और उसके अंदर जो enabling power दी जाती है उस enabling power को use करके उस एक्ट के अंदर में रूल और रेगुलेशन बनाया जाता है। और रूल और रेगुलेशन जब बनाया जाए इट शुड बी इन लाइन विद द एक्ट, उसको काउंटर नहीं हो सकता, ठीक है ना। तो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन आर द सबऑर्डिनेट लेजिस्लेशन विच गिव यू ग्रेटर गाइडेंस, आपको डिटेल में बताता है क्या करना है। एक्ट इज द अम्ब्रेला लेजिस्लेशन। Am I clear? Thank you. Any other question?
Sir, one question is that, sir, that is there any provision for that when that any premises handling that hazardous container or hazardous goods, is there any provision that we have to mandatory set up the hazardous bond for this, any leakage, anything?
Hazardous bond?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. The law is providing that you have to handle it safely. Now, what measures are required? What measures are required to handle the cargoes safely or to store the goods, dangerous goods, including dangerous goods safely? The guidance is given. But again, let me make it clear that each and everything need not be written in the law. So once I say it is the responsibility of the employer to ensure the safety and health of the workers so long they are at work at their workplace, that is a general statement. आप पीपीज की बात करें, आप हैजर्डस गुड्स को स्टोर करने की बात करें, कैसे करना है वो आपको डिवाइस करना है, कानून ने बोला आपको करना है। तो ऑन सब एस्पेक्ट्स यू गेट अ क्लियर कट दिस थिंग, यू गेट अ क्लियर कट गाइडेंस, but otherwise also the law will provide you a guide only, further you have to elaborate upon it. So for this I think the hazardous material के लिए बंड या जो डाइक वॉल्स की शायद आप बात कर रहे हैं कि उसका स्टोरेज कंटेनमेंट कैसे होना चाहिए, तो एक्ट में या रेगुलेशन में एक्सप्लिसिटली डाइक वॉल्स के बारे में उन्होंने नहीं बोला कि ऐसा डाइक वॉल होना चाहिए, बिकॉज दैट इज अगेन अ मैटर ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड्स। बट येस, आई थिंक इन द forthcoming sessions you should be having this, and how to have this or you can deliberate upon in the forthcoming sessions. We are having the speakers who can definitely guide you on this. Okay, as far as the law is concerned, you need to have sufficient measures to contain any spillage or like that. Yeah, any other question? So if there are no other questions, then thank you very much again, once again, for patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General, for his valuable insights on international regulations on handling of dangerous substances in dock operations. Now, I'm pleased to invite Professor B.C. Maikap, Head of Chemical Engineering Department, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, to grace the stage for the second session, Risk Mitigation Strategies, topic of discussion, toxic exposure and health risks, fire and explosion hazards at ports. Sir, may please.
Thank you very much. হ্যাঁ না পিপিটিটা আগে দিয়ে দিন আমার প্রেজেন্টেশন যেটা হ্যাঁ এইটাই ঠিক আছে ফার্স্ট পেজটা হ্যাঁ এটাই দেওয়া থাক ফার্স্ট পেজ হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে good afternoon to sorry it is the still noon time right so good day to all of you I will try to present today that managing and handling of the hazardous chemicals during the cargo operations. As you know that when the different cargoes are handled in the dock particularly, then different type of dangerous chemicals, dangerous goods, sometimes it is non-dangerous but still it may lead to the different type of accident or the incident if it is not handled properly. That means it may be different type of dusts. So when the ships or the maybe the cargoes related to the different type of toxic acids, maybe the inorganic acids, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, phosphoric acid, ammonia, which are very common for the fertilizer cargoes, right? Those may lead to the several problems. চলছে না কেন? So docks handle variety of solid, liquid, gases, and those are maybe in the form of the different chemicals, and during loading and unloading of the cargoes, those may generate sometimes hazardous or different type of accident or hazardous situations. So those accidents in the dock are due to these three categories: insufficient information about the chemical hazards, poor design of the equipment, and inadequate trained manpower. Now, what is insufficient information about the chemical hazards? When the cargoes are coming, then all the routine information, just like the documents, will be there. But sometimes, due to the lack of maybe the lack of concentration, sometimes, and if the new workers or the new staffs, those who are unloading the cargoes, if that is happening, then they may not be aware what is the impact of those hazardous materials or the good, and that may lead to the insufficient information about the chemical hazards. I will give some of the example little later. Then poor design equipments. As you know, when the different type of equipments are used at the beginning, they will be very efficient. Even when the dust or the fumes they are generated, you will be able to capture them efficiently. But after a long time, what will happen? That efficiency of the equipment may not be as good as at the beginning. That means, say suppose, for example, if you consider an equipment which is maybe very new, 1 year old, it will perform very good. But when it will be 5 years, 6 years, 3 years, then its performance will come down. So the equipment may not work properly, and it may lead to the cause the accidents. Inadequate trained manpower. Sometimes, although whatever the different type of operations is required to be done for handling the different type of flammable, oxidizing or toxic materials, sometimes the manpower which is used to do the operations, although the training etc. is being given, sometimes they may not be the trained as what is actually required. And experience has some different meaning, because it will not come through reading the books or through listening the lectures, but it will come when you do the work in the field. Then only truly you will learn, and that too, if you face some that type of scenario, then learning will be the most appropriate. Otherwise it is not. Say for example, when there is any toxic environment, we are saying many toxic, many things environment. I will give you the one of the example. Ammonia, it is very toxic, right? So in the laboratory, I have seen in front of me one laboratory chemical bottle, which is only 500 ml liquid ammonia, ammonium hydroxide. So when that liquid ammonia bottle need to be opened in the laboratory, just like one senior staff, he instructed a junior staff that you open the bottle. Because senior means they will take the advantage not to touch it. So the junior 2 years, 3 years, technical superintendent or the assistant, they have been given the duty, and the senior person is just sitting on the chair. So what happens, when that junior person has given the chance, definitely he has to perform it. So what he did, you know, he took one screwdriver, and just like the thumbs up bottle, he opened it. So when we are opening something, then they will try to save themselves. So similar thing has happened. So that person was opening, the bottle is just like this manner, and this cap was open. So you can imagine what accident has happened. So that flash of ammonia liquid, although it is a liquid, but it has a huge vapor pressure. So that vapors used to flash it, and it was going to the person who is the senior man. And it was on the complete mouth, right? Face, eye, everything is flashed with the ammonia. What will happen then? Now the occupational health will concern, isn't it? It is not that very mild one. So that although we took him to shower completely, what are the protocol is there? It is a complete bucket of waters we are pouring, but still, you know, that entire eye containing the face, it was almost molted. So finally, after around 3 months of hospitalization, he could survive, but he lost his eye. We are happy that he survived. The condition is such that. So very small thing, isn't it? Very small, 500 ml bottle, and if you consider the cargoes, where tons of materials you have to handle, so you can imagine what is the importance and how the safety protocol need to be done. So the person, what is the wrongness? Wrongness is at normal temperature, ammonium hydroxide or the ammonia, liquid ammonia, it generates the ammonia which is in the gas phase, so it develops some pressure. So due to this pressure, when bottle just open, that complete flash of the liquid, it went few feet, maybe 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet, 10 feet, it went out. So it required what is done in the cargo. When any ammonia cargoes are coming, what we do, it refrigeration system is there, isn't it? 2-layer, 3-layer refrigeration system. So that is required. It could have been put in the refrigerator where the temperature may be, very close to maybe 3, 4, 5, 10 degrees centigrade, then this thing could be avoided, number one. Number two, instead of taking a tool just like that screwdriver, if you are taking a thumbs up opener type of thing, bottle opener type of thing, and open in such a manner that just like when the people open the thumbs up, what they do, they open little bit, isn't it? So similar manner, you open little bit, whatever the accumulated vapor inside the bottle, it will go, then you open completely, right? So this is regarding the, inadequate trained personnel is coming to the picture. It is not only the in a cargo, in any places, it may happen such type of thing. Next slide. Where is the main, sensor? কোথায় মেন সেন্সর আছে? পয়েন্টে দিলে যাবে না, এটা তো আমি দেখছি, কিন্তু কোন দিকে, কোথায়? অন আছে না খারাপ হয়ে গেছে? আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, আমি বলবো যে কখন চেঞ্জ করতে হবে। So these are the EPA criteria for defining the hazardous materials. In developing the criteria, EPA means Environmental Protection Agency. Defining the hazardous materials, EPA had taken into account toxicity, persistence, and degradability in nature. That means what is its toxic effect, how dangerous it is, how much time it will stay in the environment or in a confined space, and how quickly it will be degraded. Potential for accumulation in tissue. Sometimes what happens, different type of toxic materials or dangerous goods, they may be preferentially adhere on your skin or some of the sensible organs, right? Very preferentially. So that is the potential for accumulation on tissues. Other factors such as flammability, corrosiveness, and other hazardous characteristics, which I will discuss later. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are the typical, materials or the hazardous materials which are handled in cargo. Those are crude oil, petroleum oil, and lubricants, fertilizer raw materials, that means phosphoric acid, ammonia, sulfuric acid, sulfur, P2O5, thermal coal, next your chrome ore, coking coal, hard coke, fertilizer, gypsum, iron ore, this list is very big. So even though you can think that something is not really why it is listed in the hazardous or the dangerous goods, say for example it is the coking coal or the hard coke, whatever we are using. So during the loading and unloading practically, because we generally import coal, so when the coal is imported and when the cargo is emptied, you have seen that how much quantity of the dust particulates are emitting, and if this coal is kept in the coal yards for the long time, then there is a chances of spontaneous oxidation or the spontaneous combustion of coal. So slowly you will find some smoke will be coming, and then finally it will give the fire. Those type of situations will come, and generally in the yards where the trains unloading the coal or coke, that situation is very common. So you will get the chances of smoke, then the fire, it will come, and moreover the quality of the coal or the coke, it will be degraded. So it is practically for which purpose? When in the coal yards you are dumping the coal, it is in a bulk quantity, very large quantity. So what we usually do, different type of maybe the JCB or similar type of mechanical machines, they are dumping the truck or maybe bale conveyor where it is being taken to the plant, maybe power plant. During these operations, what you will find, some of the coal which will be remaining very close to the bottom, a new rack has come, so that rack will be unloaded. During that operations, what happens? Always you are getting a stock of the old coal which will be lying for sometimes 3 months, 6 months. If it is lying, then what happens? Coal surface contains some of the adsorbed gases. It may be the methane, it may be the hydrocarbons. Even normal coal, in presence of atmospheric oxygen, what it will do? It will form carbon dioxide. C plus O2 forming carbon dioxide, or any hydrocarbon, also it will react with oxygen, forming maybe the water vapor something, and this is exothermic reaction. So if the reaction is the exothermic, then what will happen? That room temperature today is say suppose it is 30 degrees centigrade, tomorrow the temperature will be 30.1, which you cannot imagine whether there is increase in temperature, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, you cannot feel that temperature of the bed is increasing. And once this temperature is going to rise by 10 degree, then combustion reaction kinetics will be just double. That means rate of reactions will be just double. So rate will be enhanced and exponentially rate will be more. As a result, more quantity heat will be liberated and temperature will be shooting 100, 200, 300. Initially we will get some smoke. Then someday will come, from that smoke, flames will come. Quality of the coal will be degraded, as well as that chances of that, fire, health issues, all those things will come to the picture. So these are the different type of materials, particularly which the, cargoes they usually handle, and different type of, properties which are very, very important for handling such type of cargoes. Next slide, please. Next one. Yes. So hazardous materials are categorized based on these basic 4 categories. Number 1 is the ignitable materials. So ignitable materials are those which are, in short, it is the combustible or burning material, right? It may be crude oil, it may be the any type of lubricant, it may be the fuel, it may be coal, it may be hydrocarbon, it may be wood, anything which contains carbon, hydrogen, sulfur are combustible materials. So if any combustible materials is handled, it is falling under the category as the ignitable materials. That means it may ignite it. And depending upon the nature of ignitable materials, it may be the gases, it may be the liquids, it may be the solid. So chances of fire will reduce from gas to liquid to the solid. That is the way how the fire will, reduce. Next is the corrosive materials. Any acids, alkalis, when it is handled in the cargoes, maybe sulfuric acid, phosphoric acid, which is mostly used in the heavy chemicals, chloroalkali industries also, even fertilizer plant, sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, all are the corrosive materials, right? So their handling need to be also done very carefully. Next, reactive materials. Some of the materials may react very quickly, and it may lead to formation of the fire or the explosion. Let me to give one example here. We know one metal, say for example, is the sodium. How it is stored? What happens in the laboratory when we are untrained, maybe undergraduate, first year, second year students. So what we used to do, somebody took the sodium metal in the test tube, right? And it was there. Then by chance he is going to wash by the tap water. You can now imagine it will be nothing but the fire and explosion, isn't it? Because hydrogen with the water, it will react forming water and the very highly exothermic reaction. So as a result, when hydrogen gas is evolved, it will burn due to the huge pressure, right? It will be the complete explosion. Since the metal which is used is very small, nothing happen. But if it is very large metal, you cannot use it. So that way, it is the very, very dangerous reactive metal. So for such reactive metals, as you know, suppose for the sodium, it is stored, that's why, under kerosene. In the kerosene, it is dipped, so that it is not in contact with the water, and those type of reactions is not happening. But we should be careful. Sometimes what happens, some materials, it may react with also kerosene or some hydrocarbon and lead to another accident. So sodium metal is stored in kerosene, which does not mean that any things we can store it, but those are the some reactive elements, reactive metals, reactive materials, which may react very fast and it lead to the dangerous situations and accidents may happen. Next is coming to the toxic chemicals. So toxic chemicals are those which, if you take at very low concentration, that means what is the concentration you need here when the toxic material will come into the picture? It will be not in milligram per meter cube, what you have come across, or the ppm. No, it will be in milligram per kg of the body mass. That means for poisonous materials, insecticides, pesticides, those type of materials, you have heard the name potassium cyanide, how dangerous it is. So for those type of materials, you need to use milligram per kg of the body mass, right? That will come as the lethal dose to know the toxicity of any chemicals. And toxicity symbol will be placed in the different type of bottles which handles the toxic materials. So generally for these toxic materials, you have two terms. One is the lethal dose and another is the lethal dose 50. So lethal dose means it is the minimum concentration of materials, hazardous materials or the toxic materials, above which the material will be toxic in nature and it will impact on the human health. So whenever in the different operation such toxic metals are handled, we should be very careful, because through different routes it may come. I will come to those steps. It may come maybe through the ingestion or inhalation, those type of routes it may come. Next slide. So in the lethal dose, I will come to that little later. So these are the properties of the hazardous materials based on the previous classification: ignitability, corrosivity, reactivity, toxicity, and example also given for ignitable materials are different type of petrochemicals and refinery products. It may be the crude oil, petroleum products, coal dust, different type of solvents, etc., which lead to the fire and explosion. And corrosive liquids are, it may be the liquid or the gases also. It is phosphoric acid, sulfuric acid, ammonia, different type of acids, chloroalkali industry, inorganic, basic chemicals, etc. And corrosive waste, it may be the different type of battery waste. And I have given already the example of the different type of reactive metals as well. Next. Next slide. So for the toxic materials, there are, in the toxic group, there are selected 8 heavy metals, 10 pesticides, and 22 organic chemicals are classified as the hazardous due to their toxic characteristics. So this list is very small, and those are the parent chemicals. So from there, derived chemicals, maybe 1,000 compounds will come into the picture. So we should not think that only these are the list of the chemicals which are the toxic materials, not at all. Lethal dose 50 will give you the idea. It is nothing but the milligram of any toxic materials when injected to some species. It may be, some of the very poor species. It may be rabbit, it may be rat, it may be goat, where the experiment generally conducted for the toxicity test, right? Not on the human. So lethal dose 50 is nothing but milligram of that particular toxic materials per kg of the body mass of that particular species, where when injected 50% of the species will die, right? 50% of the species will die. So when it is the rat or the rabbit where the test is done, if certain dose, because when the children we took to the doctor, what they do? They take the first weight of the baby. For adult, do they took the weight, doctor? No, because for our weight, they can guess that either it will be 50 kg or 60 kg or 70 or 80 kg. That impact is not that much. But for the children or the baby, where the weight may be 3 kg, 4 kg, 5 kg, even few grams, maybe 100 grams, 200 grams also matter. So for the particular dose of a particular medicine, that body weight is very, very important. So similarly, for this LD50, depending upon the weight of the particular species, that particular toxic materials, how it is getting impacted, that study is conducted. And if the 50% of the species is die, then that value is given as the LD50 is marked for that particular chemicals or the toxic materials. Next slide. Hazardous chemicals materials that handles at the cargoes. That handles at the cargoes. Full slide mode দিয়ে দিন না এখানে দেখা যাচ্ছে না anyway let me to go ahead. Cargoes containing the powder and dust during loading and unloading of the solid bulk cargoes, which is very which you will find always when bulk cargoes it handles the materials, you will find there will be the generation of the different type of dusts. So dust, what you will do, those dust will come to the human health through the upper respiratory organs, and it causes the different type of occupational health or different type of diseases. Next is the flammable, toxic, poisonous and corrosive cargoes. So when these cargoes are coming, then also there is a chances of different type of occupational diseases. In addition to that, it may also lead to the fire as well as the explosions. ওই চেঞ্জ করবেন না, এত বারবার চেঞ্জ করার দরকার নেই, একদম চুপচাপ বসুন। নেক্সট ইজ দ্য fumigated cargoes for treatment that uses a poisonous gas to rid of stores, grain, foods from the insect. Many cargoes which comes with the different type of food grains and it need to be fumigated. So that time some poisonous gas is used to kill the different type of germs, bacteria, etc. That need to be also very carefully handled, because all fumes, if it is inhaled by chance by the human health, then it is going to be a very, very dangerous situations. And gases formed due to the decomposition or bacterial action of some of the solid bulk cargoes in hold. Sometimes what happens when the cargo is coming to the docks, they may not get the green signal, and if it contains some of the materials, maybe it may be the fish or decomposable materials, it may be spoiled and those type of gases may be generated. So it is for that type of that cargoes. And when the gases are formed in different type of operations, it is very, very dangerous, because what type of gas is forming you do not know. Say as a Bengali we used to take the fish, but out of decomposition what will come nobody knows. Let me to give a very simple example before I go to the next slide. Nowadays in the modern housing, different buildings show all sanitary tanks where it is kept under the building. It is not outside the building. Whatever the manhole, that concept has gone. Just to save the land and compact nature, underground of the floor, that septic tank that is there. So in a very poor house, they got very close to that Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. So they constructed the house, and that those maybe the constructing the house, they suggested that if you create this type of sanitary tank just below the floor of the building, then your problem, you will save the space and the cost will be minimum. So they did it. What happens when this tank is filled up? They are using a tulu pump just to take out the maybe slurry containing water by borrowing the tulu pump from the nearby house. So that house has one suction pipeline. From that bottom of that suction, by chance that PVC pipeline, it was detached, and that slurry, it was not coming, right? So that tulu pump, what is that main base, it is now inside the tank. Pump is at the top, but no slurry, no water is coming. So two brothers they have, age maybe around 27 and 30. So one what happens, by using the steps he went there. After he went there to take out that that suction, what is that known, metal part of that pump holder. So he foot valve, right, foot valve. So when they are taking out the foot valve, he reached there, he identified the foot valve, he hold the foot valve, but he was unable to bring it because he is not feeling well. So his brother, he used to help him to bring him from there, because he is not feeling well, that foot valve it has fall down, but he is just falling down, that is the situation. When that thing has happened, that brother, that first brother, he is inside the that chamber, and brother also fell down on the near the floor, because this is the inadequate experience what is happening there. That main gas which present there is nothing but the hydrogen sulfide, from the different type of septic tank, it is the hydrogen sulfide. Very, very dangerous. In refinery you have heard the names, hydrogen sulfide gas. So due to that gas, and there is very limited oxygen or no oxygen condition, as a result, both of their brother, they lost their life. Both of them. None of them was survived. By the time they were taken to the hospital, which may be around 15 16 kilometers, they are dead. So, it is very simple thing. What will be the poisonous gas? It may come out. But if you scenario, what resulted in? It is the havoc. The way that two brothers, they lost their life in a particular village. Another example, let me to give, since I am giving the example. We are all engineers, and I am a chemical engineer. I read the chemistry also as well. So one of the chemistry professor of a college, very senior, professor level. So assistant professor, associate professor, then professor. So what happened in the night, he wants to go to the washroom. So he feels something is, some unusual smell is coming. What he did, that he realized some gases, something may come. So just to inspect that, he switched off the light. Once he switched off, that professor, he lost his life. Can you imagine? It is nothing but the LPG gas, which is leaking, which is very flammable in nature. And that gas, when your electric switch in the night it is given, in the daytime when you will switch on the light, you will not see any spark. But in the night time, you will be, that spark is visible. So, by mistake, he put switch on the switch, and that very small spark, that entire room, that flame was there due to the leakage of the LPG gas, and that professor also lost his life. He is very known to me, unfortunately. Right? Or hospital and other things, you leave it. So, in a very small time interval, small mistake, it may lead to the life of the people. So during the cargo operations, whatever the gases and whatever the other things are emitting, very seriously those things has to be taken care, so that any type of incident, injury is prevented. And next is the different exhaust emissions from the engine. In the cargoes, different type of engines are used, different type of moving machineries are used. They use mostly the diesel engines. So from the diesel engine, whatever the the smoke is coming, those contains the particulate matters, which is the diesel particles, PM2.5, PM10. In addition to that, it is the NOx gas, SOx, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, you leave it. So those concentrations also in the dock area, it is enhances. As a result, that is not safe for the human health. Next slide, please. Commonly system used in the cargoes are storage, handling and loading, as well as the unloading. So when the storage, handling, loading and unloading is done, it may be liquid, it may be the solid, it may be the gases. So special precautions need to be taken, and transportations, they use generally different type of conveyor or mechanized methods. Better is the pipelines, because different type of crude oil or even different type of large cargoes, where maybe we are exporting the iron ore, so that iron ore, it can be sent in the form of the slurry, because different type of dust emissions, it can be prevented if the belt conveyor or other mechanized machineries are used. Next slide. So when any hazardous materials are handled, they may come to the human health or the body by these three ways. One is the ingestion, another is the inhalation, and another is the skin contact. What is ingestion? Sometimes the dock worker who used to work in the dock, even we are the engineers, when we do the work in the very industrial climate and dirty environment, sometimes we are so busy with the activity, because you have to complete the task in the time. At the same time, you have to eat also. So what we will do, even after the conference, what we are doing, when we want to take any food, instead of washing our hand, what we used to do, a coat hai or pant hai, like this way do, as such, God has cleaned our hand. So if there is any dirty or the toxic materials or the hazardous materials is there in the hand, where they will go? With the food, it will come to our human health. So the dock workers or the peoples who are working in the dock, sometimes their schedule is so tight to take the food. They may not get the time to wash the hand by the soap or the hot water or tries to rinse, and that lead to sometimes inhalation, ingestion through the food, maybe the water or the food, some things may come inside the human health. So if some of the cargoes contains the toxic materials, they may lead to the different type of occupational diseases for the workers or the peoples. Even I also used to do, if the no water is there, simply we will do something to like this way we have done. That means it is removed. But how much quantity has removed? Because you will find there will be many things it may contain which will be good enough. Anyway, inhalation is the route by which when we inhale something, due to the we are taking the oxygen from the air. So in the atmosphere, what is present in the cargoes? It contains the different type of toxic gases. It may be different type of hydrocarbon vapors. It may be dust particulate matters, PM10, PM2.5, which may go through our lungs through upper respiratory organs. So those peoples who are working in the loading, unloading operations, they are inhaled. If the personal protective devices, that means the nose mask, etc. is not used, you will feel nothing is going, because particle dimension is in micron level. You cannot imagine how these fine particles are coming to our lungs through the upper respiratory organ, nose. Finally, there will be those will deposit over our lungs, and the tidal volume, etc. will be reduced. As a result, your length of the life will be reduced. So those who are working in that area, it may be coming through this inhalation. Next is the skin contact. Some of the toxic hazardous chemicals, due to its toxicness or the maybe the its corrosiveness, if it is coming in contact with the skin, it may be sometimes burn. Some of the gases, one gas I gave the example of the ammonia. Similarly, the sulfur dioxide, very, very dangerous. It may transform your this hand to the reddish in color. There are many solid, powder type of toxic materials, which may also cause different type of dermal diseases due to the presence of those things, which may come through the skin contact. So we should take special care for the handling such type of materials, because these are the three routes. If we can stop the roots, it will not come to the human body. So that is the path, that is the way how you can stop or prevent. Next one. So these are the different examples I have given, different type of pathways by these 4 methods, and health hazards which are associators that chemicals cause different type of diseases, maybe acute or long-term diseases which may lead to the dangerous conditions, and toxic fumes, gases, vapors from the chemicals may cause the respiratory injuries even in a confined space, confined cargoes, when the workers sometimes go due to the for the repairing work or the maintenance work or the inspection work. It has to be handled very carefully. Next one. Other causes for the accident and injuries in dock area is nothing but drowning, inadequate access to safety equipment, unsecured different type of loads, noise, then your slips, trips and fall. So these are the different other normal type of, these are not chemical hazards, but other type of issues which may lead to the different type of injuries or the accidents in the dock area or the handling. Next. When different type of hazardous materials are stored or it is being handled, then it may be migrated in this 4 ways. First is the groundwater, next is the surface water, air emission, direct contact and ingestion. So when some materials will be stored, what will happen? That although there is shade or something, sometimes there will be heavy rainfall, it will be washed out So the groundwater, I mean, it will percolate and it will go to the groundwater. It may contaminate the surface water. When there is some type of vapors, each hazardous materials, it has some vapor pressure, right? At a particular temperature, you will find whatever the crude oil, cargoes are coming in the crude oil. So if you are entering that this oil handling docks, you will find some smell is coming. Those smells are what? Nothing but the different type of hydrocarbons, and those are coming due to the air emissions. So at a room temperature, you will find those type of emissions will come, and it will actually migrate, come to the human health by this air emission. That is your most common for liquid as well as the gases, and least for different type of solid hazardous chemicals. And next is the direct contact or the ingestion, those who are handling it. Next one. These are the different type of diameter of the particle, that means classes of the particles. So here we have given the cases how they are categorized. You see this x-axis, it is nothing but the particle size in micron. So you can see that spray are the largest particle whose diameter is 10 and above. Dust particulate matters are maybe 1 to 100 micrometer, and in the cargoes, whatever the coal dust, iron dust, different type of elemental sulfur is handled, all are mostly in the form of this dust. Next is coming to the smoke. Due to the spontaneous combustion of the different materials, I gave the example, that diameter is coming from 0.01 to 1 micron, very fine particles. That is also particle, although we are smoke of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, that is smoke. And fumes are also the another class of particulate matter whose diameter may be 0.05 to 1 micron. So those are coming from burning something. You have come across that maybe the steel plant. So blast furnace, that fume will come which contains the different iron oxides. That is the example of the fume. And others which are less than 0.001 micrometer are the different type of gases. That means sulfur dioxide, different type of hydrocarbon, ammonia, sulfur trioxide, hydrochloric acid, hydrogen chloride gas. All are the dangerous chemicals which are in the gaseous stage. Next one. So hazardous chemicals used for the transportation is shipping are flammable liquids, toxic metals like lead, arsenic, chromium and cadmium, vinyl chloride, benzene, carcinogens, hazardous waste, spray finishing chemicals, welding chemicals, different type of asbestos, all are falling under the hazardous type of the chemicals. Next. There are total number of listed hazardous chemicals 684 as per the manufacture, storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules 1989. 684 is the total listed hazardous chemicals. You can imagine how big this list is, and everywhere we need to take the those type of preventive measurements so this can be prevented. Next one. So this is the some, just I have given one slide to indicate what chemical is not hazardous. You will find majority of the chemicals are hazardous, and these are the different type of class number as well as their name has been given. And out of that, maybe benzene, toluene, xylene, whatever we are handling, which are carcinogens, it is in the listed. Next. Next one. Yeah, these are the different other type of things. How to maritime workers exposed to the toxic chemicals. So maritime workers are exposed to the toxic chemicals through their different day-to-day activities. Those are handling, transporting the hazardous materials, loading, unloading, and transferring chemicals can lead to the sometimes spill or direct contact. When different type of pipelines even it is used for the startup, for maintenance, you will find there will be different type of oil spill, leakage, many things will come. Sorry, even drop by drop, some of the liquids will fall on the floor, correct? So those are the different chances from which the different type of leakage, etc. will come. Maintenance and cleaning operation, workers often deal with the chemicals like solvent and detergents during the routine maintenance work, accidental leaks and the spills, equipment failure or accidents can result the release of the toxic materials. Whatever the different type of toxic valves is there, gasket may be leaked, different flange, it may be leaked, it may be sometimes, explosion of the pipeline, it may be failure of the joints, different type of pipeline joints. So those are the different type of leakage. And all of us, we are aware that how methyl isocyanate gas, that 982, where Bhopal gas tragedy, right? It reminds all of us how it happened. Very, very dangerous. Next is the inadequate ventilation in confined spaces, particularly in the different type of cargoes or the vessels, where you will find the that maybe confined spaces. So their poor air circulation can increase the risk of inhalation of harmful chemicals or the different type of fumes. Use of outdated equipment and the vessel, older ships may contain hazardous materials like asbestos, lead-based paints, etc. also come to the picture. Next one. Next time dealing with the handling with different type of explosive materials where the fire and explosion will take place. Haldia docks, which handles variety of the crude oil, which is we are importing. So those type of cargoes will come with the crude oil. So they are prone to different type of the fire and explosion. So those are different consequences of these hazardous chemicals, maybe fire and explosion, vapor cloud explosion, formation of the toxic atmosphere. Next. So these are the different classes or the situation of the hazardous flammable materials may come. It is the pool fire, jet fire, flash or cloud fire, vapor cloud explosion, high pressure rupture, brief boiling liquid, expanding vapor explosion, release of toxic gases and the liquid. Out of that, many cases in the refinery operations or even sometimes some of the cargoes or the docks, you will find some of the things may happen and it gives the, the explosion. Next one. So this is the fire triangle, everybody So, previous one, yeah. Here you see, it has the triangle, has the 3 corners. So, to prevent the fire, these 3 corners to be connected. If one of the corner you can break, then we can prevent the fire. So, what are those? Those are nothing but the oxygen, fuel, and the ignition source, right? So, here one point, that when we have to break the triangle, right, this fire triangle, then you have to break any one of this triangle. You would just detach. If we can remove one triangle, then your fire and explosion will not be there. So either you minimize the fuel, how it can be done, I will come to that, because fuel is already there, so nothing is on your hand. What you can do, you can disconnect with the airline, that means supply of oxygen, or the ignition source. Ignition source, it may be sometimes the spark, sometimes it will be the open flame, sometimes it will be the only temperature, isn't it? If you heat any oil, you will get the what? Sometimes it will, apna se apna jal jayega wo, right? That is known as the fire point, isn't it? So if that temperature is so high, it will ignite itself. There is no flame is required. Next one. These are the different type of vapor mixtures. So 2 limit is there for the flammable or the explosive limit. One is the upper flammable limit and another is the lower flammable limit. Now let me to discuss it. Suppose we know how petrol is flammable. Petrol or the gasoline we used in 2-wheeler, 4-wheeler, very flammable. Suppose we are dropping 1 drop or 1 ml. 1 ml means few drop, 10 drop of petrol in this stage itself. Somebody is smoking and the extreme corner. Will this room will fire? No, it will not fire. So concentration is very less, correct? But you will get the smell of this petrol from the other corner. Some smell is coming. That means what? Concentration of the fuel is very low and it is below the lower flammable limit. Another example I am taking you, same dias, right? Here you spread one bucket, maybe 15-20 liter of the petrol on the stage. Now the same person is smoking in the another corner. What will happen? Immediately, entire room will burn and the explosion will be there, because this air fuel ratio is very low. It is very low now, because fuel air ratio is very high. Fuel is more. So entire room will be full of the diesel or the maybe gasoline or the petrol vapor, and you will get a condition where it reach the lower flammability limit and it will burn. So there is two limit, upper flammability limit and lower flammability limit. For each and every dangerous chemicals, you need to know this. When you are handling in dock operations or the industry, we must know what is this lower and upper limit, and according to this, try to operate it below the lower flammability limit so that nothing will happen. Correct? We can avoid the fire and we can avoid the accident. Next. So these are the, some of the example I have given. Next slide. Next. Yeah. So this is the actually, that relationship between the temperature as well as the vapor pressure, and that yellow color region, whatever I have given, it is the flammable region. Top is the upper limit, bottom is the lower limit. So do not try to operate it at all in the flammable limit if combustion, ignition is not the aim. But when you are using this fuel in maybe boiler of thermal power plant or maybe other places, then this is the space. We have to know what is our goal. Next slide. These are the stoichiometric also given. We can skip it. Time is going up. Yeah. Next slide. Next is the auto ignition. I have also mentioned that what is auto ignition. Go ahead. Go ahead. Still further. So these are the typical, ignition sources as well as the major fires. Some statistics I have presented. So out of that, you see, major is given the electrical spark, right? Where it is 23%. Then is the smoking. Next is the friction. And rest all are the, minimum. And all others is given as the 20%. So you can see what is the importance of the electrical spark. Whenever the electric line is there, simple, in the naked eye, you cannot see what spark is coming. But it is very, very dangerous if it is in contact with the different type of flammable or, combustible gas mixtures. Next one. Now I am coming to the dust explosion, which is another, dangerous event. So dust explosion may occur when the dusts are handled and there is a, huge dust inside a container, and there may be sometimes the rupture, and it may cover the entire area and it will be the full of dust. That situation may come giving the, dust explosions. Problem dust explosion may come. I will give some of the example if possible. Time is going, but at the same time, right? Nature has stopped us. So I have to stop at 15, right? Another 20 minutes or 10? 10, okay. 1:10 I will stop. Taratari korun dada. Okay, let them to, start it. Let me to go ahead. So regarding the different type of dust, right, I will give one of the example of the fugitive dust, which may come into, you may come across while handling the cargoes containing the maybe the different type of coal or the iron ore, even other materials, those type of dust may come. And in dock, what generally the people used to do in the dock operations, you put the net just to prevent the wind, which is used for the dust emission control. Because when in the cargoes, you are unloading it, that coal etc. will fall down from a particular height, and entire area or the road, it may be full of dust particulate matter. So those are the two particulate matter, 2.5 micron, sometimes 10 micron, and near the port or near the factories, you will find that small houses or the offices, whatever it is there, that thin layer of the coal dust is very common. So particularly for the highly traffic docks or the port, just like maybe the Paradip, it may be the Haldia, it may be some other industries, where those type of dust materials will be huge. As a result, they will be depositing over, maybe the table, over the roof, although we will say that we are controlling it. So that is due to the failure of whatever the different type of methods or the suction methods has given. Go ahead, because we go ahead. Go ahead, let us to go ahead. Yes, next. এই ভিডিওটা একটু চালান উইদাউট সাউন্ড, ভিডিও উইদাউট সাউন্ড একদম প্রথম থেকে। So I will show you one of the video where you will find that although we have all the equipment to control the dust particulate matters, but this is how the people who are working in the plant area, they are exposed. Although you have the dust control devices, just means the different type of bag filters etc. is there. So what are those technical issues? When the ducts are there, pipeline, it should give the negative suction, negative pressure, so that all dust particulate matter should be sucked. And when any particle is emitted, it has some free falling velocity, that means which is known as the terminal settling velocity of the particle, which is dp square into rho p minus rho g by 18 mu. Now, if the terminal velocity of the particle is very small, then particle will move and you will find the scenario like this. Another is the capturing velocity. So at what velocity you should suck the air? If the particle which should be sucked at least 2.5 times than that of the capture velocity, 2.5 times than that of the terminal settling velocity, then it is possible that we will be able to capture those dust and it will not go out. So the failure are due to the maybe dust particles, it clogged some of the ducting line. Maybe the ID fan which is provided is not adequate, it is not able to suck it, or the capture velocity is not maintained inside the plant. So that may be the different regions for which this scenario will come. Go to next. Eta bondo kore main slide e jan. Main slide. So this thing I have already discussed, that what are the factors which affecting, and it is mainly the capture velocity. Next one. Next. So these are the prevention measures and strategy. It is required that how you should be able to prevent. So those are by using different type of the personal protective equipments. Then is the emergency response procedure. Here time is very short. That Mr. Sumitra, he has mentioned that there is a time restrictions, very, very important. Within how much time that emergency team, they may take the particular, injured persons or that thing, that is very, very important. And routine safety drills, it is required. Although we have always, fire machines in our IITs, even labs, but sometimes we will find it is not valid for the industries. Those are expired dates, but people do not, know how to use it. That means no drill, lack of drill or many things is there. That thing should be, routine work. Next one. Acha, eikhane slide ete asche na screen e? Next slide. Next one. Next one. For the toxic chemicals, these are the different type of, limits. So toxic, oral toxic, that is the LD 50 milligram per kg, I have already mentioned. Another is the dermal toxicity, which is also in milligram per kg. And another is the inhalation toxicity. So these are the different situations of three categories when extremely toxic conditions will come, the top one, then highly toxic, and then the toxic. For three categories of different type of toxic chemical handling part it will come. Next one, next slide. So these are the for different toxic and flammable liquids, so we can skip it. Next. These are the explosive materials also. Next, please go ahead. Next. Hazardous chemicals minimization technique. Please go ahead. Next one. This thing. So here you see, these are the different type of minimization techniques I have given. How to minimize the release of the different type of toxic chemicals or the hazardous chemicals. Those are through source reduction. It is under coming different type of product change, source control. Next is the input material change or the technology change or maybe the good practices. And other part, it is the recycling both on-site, off-site, or use and reuse as well as the reclamation. So this is the waste minimization technique which need to be done, and majority of the cases for your purpose you need to do the first one, that means source reductions, which will eliminate minimum emissions of the various dangerous or hazardous chemicals. Next slide. These are the different storage, handling and transportation of the hazardous chemicals, protocol is being followed. So first of all, the container. The containers which is coming, it should be, certain characteristics, and as per the regulations, it should be leak proof or there should not be any crack. Those type of, condition of the container should be there. Next one. And there should be two type of containers. One is the primary container and another is the secondary containment. Instead of container, we should say containment. Primary container, containment, it will hold the main materials, and secondary one, it will, if there is something leakage is there, that will hold. That means if you are keeping in the barrel flammable materials, then barrel will be the primary containment. Whereas maybe, a little inclined slope of the, concrete structure, it may be the secondary containment, or sometimes in bigger, some other container which is inclined. So if there is leakage of something for unloading purpose, that can be done, which is known as the secondary containment. Next one. Skip those things. And compatibility of the different type of waste materials, it should be, it should not be incompatible. That means some of the hazardous materials or the waste or the chemicals, it should not react with the material of construction, leading to generation of the different type of gases or the vapor, which may lead to, and it may give to different type of incident or accidents. Next. Next one. Please go ahead. Next. These are the different type of waste storage requirement. That means how many distance you should be there, how much quantity of materials to be handled for the hazardous type of the materials. That thing is given. I will skip it. Skip karo. Next. Next. Time will not permit. Go back. So these are the different type of treatment methods. These are the different type of treatment methods: physical, chemical, biological, or it will be, a combination of the many things. Next. These are the other treatment methods which is given. Next. Next. Chalo, skip it. Just let it be here. Let me to discuss it. For controlling the dust particulate matters, we are generating the different type of equipments. First one is the settling chamber, whereby gravity the particulates may settle. Next. Other one is the here efficiency of removal is given as 18 mu q by rho p minus rho g into WL. So depending upon the minimum particulate diameter is the, DP minimum is the minimum particle diameter which can be completely removed by this particular gravity sealing chamber. So below that, it cannot be removed 100%, but above that, everything can be removed. Next. Similarly, in the cyclone separator, we have two types of the cyclone, where cyclone at the very high velocity, the gas will be coming, swirling motion will be formed. From the top, clean gas will go, and from the bottom, the dust particles will come. And we have the two types of the cyclone. Go to the next slide. That means high efficiency as well as the high throughput cyclone. For the next one, for the high efficiency cyclone, for 5 micrometer particle, that efficiency is roughly 74%. Whereas for high throughput cyclone, next one, yes, you see efficiency curve is different. For 5 micrometer, it will be roughly maybe around 30% is the efficiency. So depending upon the need, whether you want to deal with the huge quantity of the gases or high efficiency you want. And for that, you need to design accordingly, otherwise your purpose will not be solved. Suppose you are using a high efficiency cyclone, but you are giving huge throughput, huge flow rate, it will not work. So you need to do the scale up. Next one, for doing the scale up, these are the different standard cyclone configuration. Due to the shortage of time, I am skipping it. Next. Yes, this is the scale up factor. When that real cyclone we are going to do it, then you need to do the scale up factor. Scale up factor is, is given by d2 by d1, is nothing but d2 is the diameter of the particle, which will be captured by the actual proposed cyclone which is designed. d1 is for the standard cyclone. dc2 is the proposed cyclone diameter. dc1 is the standard cyclone diameter, which is nothing but 203 mm. q1 is the standard cyclone flow rate. It is nothing but 223 meter cube per minute for high efficiency, or 669 for the high throughput cyclone. For the Q2, it may be 1 lakh meter cube per hour. Similarly, row 1, it is 2000, and for row 2, it is actual what you are handling. Mu 2, mu 1, similarly, these are the values is given. This is the scale up factor you can do, and then you can do the cyclone design to actually operate. Next page. I will give you the some of the maybe R&D which we carried out, maybe different type of plated, inclined tray type of the towers for controlling the dust particulate matters. So these are the different type of internals what I have given, where instead of screen, if you are giving the inclined type of plate, when the gas will go up, it will give the impact on the plate, it will change its direction, as a result velocity will be reduced. You can increase its residence time, capturing of the gases as well the particle will be more. Next one. So this is the some of the one of the setup I have shown how that spray from the top, that water is sprayed, and from the bottom the gases will go, and you will be able to control this. Next. These are the results, we can leave it. Next one. Chalo next. Next I am coming to the flue gas emission control by 5 minutes can I take? Yeah. Flue gas emission control. So what happens in the flue gas, particularly in the power plant, you will find fine fly ash dust particulates may be there. And ESP generally used, and you will be having more than 99.9% efficiency. But when the large quantity of the fly ash is dealt in the power plant, you will find that 0.1% is also few million tons, and it will spread over the nearby surface. So that's why, to overcome that, to increase the efficiency of the electrostatic precipitator, we injected the ammonia. Go to the next slide, please. We injected the next one. We injected the ammonia. Next one. Next. Yeah, no, previous one. Yeah, we injected here the ammonia. Ammonia will react with sulfur dioxide, forming ammonium sulfate and ammonium bisulfate. Ammonium sulfate, ammonium bisulfate will give the coating over the dust particulate matter. Its dielectric constant will change. As a result, its particle may agglomerate, and due to the increase in dielectric constant, it will be easier to collect in all the collecting electrode, right? That both bottom as well as the top, those are the collecting electrode, and ammonia is given. And in one of the national NTPC power plant, this technology, they give the work to us to carry out this. Next one. These are the chemical reactions. I should skip it, go to the end almost. This is the setup we have. Next. I should take the questions. Chalo, next. These are the different type of bag filters. Time will not permit. Go to next. This is not allowed. Then I kept some of the risk assessment matter, but due to the paucity of the time, I am unable to, cover those things. So, as you know, the risk is nothing but the probability. What is the probability is happening? And to measure it from the different type of statistical data is taken so that we can really measure how much a particular, any incident, what is risk, and that require some of the data and different type of tools, fault tree, event tree. Those type of tools are used to directly measure and tell the management what is the impact of that. Go to the last slide. Ekdom last mein chalo. Waste of time nahi hai bilkul. We should eliminate. Yes, acknowledgement kam se kam rakho. That is, So, I am very much thankful to the DGFASLI, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority, all the dignitaries who have come to attend this workshop, officials of the labor institutes, as well as the government officials, everyone for listening my lecture and inviting me to be here. Thank you very much. I will be very happy to take few questions, but full day I will be here. You can stop me at any time and you can ask me any question, because as you know, I cannot cover many things. Thank you. So any questions now?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Makeup, for your most valuable insights on toxic exposure and its risk mitigation strategies. The third session will commence from 2 o'clock. I request you all to move to the refreshment area for your lunch break. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, hello.
May I have your kind attention, please? I request you all to be kindly seated, and if you all have finished your lunch, to please kindly enter for the third session that is soon to be commencing. Good afternoon. I welcome you all once again. Right now, we'll be starting with the third session, that is Occupational Safety and Competence Building. I request Dr. Kunal Sharma, Assistant Director Safety, DGFASLI, to commence with his topic, Competence and Supervision in Handling Hazardous Cargoes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Post-lunch session is very tough to handle, and they have given me the opportunity to don't let you sleep. They have given, the organizers have told me nobody should sleep, at least for first 15 minutes. Then they have in the next session they can sleep. They are allowed to do so. But again, the next session is again taken by my good friend Professor Raj Mohan. So it is very tough for us to sleep. So it is working. Yeah, this one. Okay, thank you. So we have learned something about hazardous chemicals, properties, and number of things. But again, when we talk about the response mechanism or to enhance the competence, it is somewhat different. I would start with an example. Generally, we start with that example. Before joining this body, I was with NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, where my job was to train all the ministries along with NDRF, CISF, ITBP, and all the professionals. So the biggest issues we get during any chemical emergency is to respond effectively. Very tough to handle. Why? Because, for example, we are sitting in this particular room. So, not as a chemical engineer or an engineer, if somebody, I just give you an example, if somebody is using perfume at one side of the room, we will smell it in a 5 second or say 10 second or say after 1 minute. So the properties again is concentration is changing with respect to time. The chemical has the same property, it will change. Okay, the concentration does matter, the dose does matter, but again it will impact and everybody will smell that particular chemical sitting anywhere in the room. So again, with that mode of say injection, inhalation, or absorption, whatever is the mode, again it will enter our body. So generally we start with a case study which I personally handled in Delhi. 2017, we got a news in morning that it was a Saturday, and Saturday Delhi generally have off day in Delhi. So we got a news that around 650 odd kids, girl kids, got fainted in some school. This is a news at 7:30 we got that there is a leakage of chemical. Whatever it is, we are not knowing, but 650 odd kids got fainted. So when that news comes to us, just imagine that if you are sitting in Kolkata and just morning you are taking a tea and you got a news, 600, 700 kids got fainted. What will come in your mind? Parallelly, as safety professionals or organizers or operation professionals, again it will say there is something serious, because it is not very easy that 700 or 500 kids or any people got fainted at the same time. So anyway, again, for the response time, we have to go. I was in NDMA, and whenever this type of situation comes, directly the CAPSEC and HomeSec gets activated. So again, we have to respond to that place without knowing what type of chemical it is and what actually would have happened. So I would like to tell you about the case study. There was a chemical being imported from China, from any port, any major port. It has been imported and it has to be transferred to Haryana. During the transportation, you know, in the major cities, there is a zone where they don't allow trucks to pass on. That is no entry time, so they will not be allowed, and generally they stops at any depot or a safe place, whatever you say, they generally stops. Same happen. The driver took a material from China, some docks, and that he was in transit phase, and during the transfer phase, he has to stop in a depot called Tughlakabad in Delhi. Tughlakabad is a very big depot, and if somebody has gone to Delhi NCR, they have heard this Tughlakabad depot and the parallel railway station over there. So Tughlakabad depot was there. The truck driver came at around 10 p.m. in that particular depot area. So generally we all know that truck drivers are quite trained. They know how to handle the emergency. They have been trained not as a professional, but they know something about the chemicals and their particular properties. So same thing happened. 10 a.m. he parked the tanker or the vehicle in that area, and he witnessed that there is certain type of leakage in the containers which he is bringing back. So he informed the occupier that, sir, there is some issue, or the transporter where he is taking the material. So nobody responded at first time. So everybody asked, is there any issue? So he told, no sir, nothing, there is no issue. What are you able to see? So he told that if you think that this is a truck area, so around say 10-20 meters odd, there is this 1-inch layer of some white powder material. Only this thing was there. You can say just like tuna powder and white powder material was spreaded due to the leakage of tank, because it was standing over there. So he thought only the powder is there, and the property says that it is hazardous, but nothing has happened till now. So the occupier said, no issues, wait sometimes, I will send some response, or I will see what I can do. Then the time passed, 12, 1, 2, 3. So 3 also he informed the depot authorities, sir, now it is going to be 4 a.m. in the morning. I have to leave this area, and again no entry will be the issue with the driver, so I have to leave this area by 4 or 5 p.m. Then also nobody responded at that time. Again everybody said, is there any issue? Nothing was there. At that time nothing was there, so they told, just wait, we will see. And at 4 or 5 p.m. he left that particular area. He took the tanker to a place, Nathuram food industry in Sonipat, Haryana. So he took the tanker, and everything was quite normal. At around 5:30, everything was normal. 6:30, as you know, the morning time of school is generally 7 o'clock in the morning. 6:30, a mob of kids passed through that particular area where that tanker was standing. It was basically a road, so he stopped for, it is very vehicle or our vehicle, but it is stopped due to any issues. So that is the thing, same issue happened. So in the morning, 6:30, every kids traveled to the particular zone or say road where the truck was parked. So we know very well how the kids go. They generally go in this way. They pull the things, they push the things, they will run over there. So this way they just reached the assembly area, and at 7 o'clock when they all assembled, say in a span of 10 to 20 minutes, 600 to 650 kids got fainted. The name of the school was Sarvodaya Rani Lakshmi Bai school, and it is basically a primary school. And why I am telling you everything, what is very much important, it is a primary school, and the kids were generally up to class 5th. So you can just imagine the height of the kids also. The height would be around 3 to 4 feet maximum. This was the height. So the same thing happened during the assembly. Around 600 to 650 kids got fainted, but none of the adult who was above the height of 5 feet got fainted. So this was the issue. Okay, at the time of response, emergency, we have to go for the response part. We are lucky enough that we have AIMS over there, Safdarjung, Apollo. So we have transferred around 400. We have tried to go for this thing. On the basis of symptomatic treatment, they have treated them. Fortunately, after 2 days, everybody was safe. 2 more kids were there. For 14 days where they were under our observation. After 14 days, we allowed these kids also to go. This was the issue. Now the problem comes, what could be the probable chemical? Because again, everybody fainted, every kid got fainted. It could be us also. Anybody in the port area also. There is a truck standing in our premises and we know very well it's parking time. So it could be doing something like that. So the particular chemical was a organophosphate category chemical. The issue was that it was an incompatible chemical, and generally what happened at around, nobody asked me at around the time 5:30 to 6:30 what happened. In India, what happened in 5:30 to 6:30? The cleaners will come, they will clean the area. The same thing happened, the cleaners came, 4 or 5 odd cleaners came, they thought it's a white powder or basically tuna powder. That is the thought process. They have poured 4 or 5 odd buckets of water, they cleaned with the broom and they left. But when the kids passed to that area, the toxic fumes due to their walking type or the process how they travel, the toxic fumes generated, and 3 to 4 hit was the area where they have consumed that particular fumes. And then they all got fainted. This was the first issue which we felt, that we are not able to ascertain the nature of the chemical. You will not imagine at the same time, because in Delhi we have NDRF battalion also in Ghaziabad. So when we called the response forces also, they struck to a place 30 kilometers ahead from that particular zone. So again, we are not able to get the response also. Traffic is very heavy in Delhi in the morning time. So they got struck. There was no mechanism for us to rescue or rehabilitate these students at the same time. The first issue was that we were not able to find the particular enemy which we have to fight, because again the properties was unknown. Who had poured the water, they are also clear. Sweepers have been told the SOP, they are doing the same way. They never thought that white powder could be some chemical which is not good for health. Another one thing which we faced in the response mechanism, that with one kid, there were around 5 more family peoples with each and every kid. So you can think about, if just count about the figure 500 to 500 into 5, 2500 odd people we have to fight at the same time. How will you say that your kid is fainted? They were just asking what is the issue, which chemical they have confused, are they good or not? Because at the time only symptomatic treatments there. Everybody was fainted, nobody was responding. Doctors know very well, they are checking the pulse and they are taking the BP. That is the only mechanism they are handling, and we have to fight with that mob. So these things comes into picture, and this thing we have felt in the ground, that what happened in my area, and you can correlate with the cargo you all handled, and number of trucks pass on. Organophosphate was the one material only, and this type of chemicals are n number of chemicals, you can see. So that is why it is much important. Presentation please. Okay, sorry. So, Makeup Sahab have very clearly defined certain properties about the chemicals. So, broadly if we say, as a layman also, because I know very well everybody would not be an engineer or a MSc chemistry, but everybody's response rate is very clear. During emergency, during a leakage, during an intentional or malicious event, we all would be there and we have to face the consequence. If anybody is thinking, okay, just a small question with you people, how many number of chemicals are there in the world? Any guess? How many number of chemicals we know, expect in the world? Any guess? Anybody? 600? Okay. Any other? It is a hazardous chemical. I am just asking number of chemicals. Any rough figure? See, we all are population. We are also in number. In world we know the population. Similarly, the population of chemicals should be there. Might be hazardous, might be non-hazardous. So I'm just asking for a rough figure. How many do you think could be there in the world? Any rough estimate? 684. Any other bid? 180. We are going for IPL Ocean. 180. Any other figure? More than 160 million. This is a good answer. So IPL auction from 180 rupees to 160 million increases in 1 minute. Pardon? It is in lakhs. Very good. It is in lakhs only. More than 6,50,000 chemicals are there in the world. And it is growing day by day, day by day, day by day. So we have to fight with n number of chemicals. Again, the properties goes on changing depending on the toxicity, flammability, reactivity, corrosiveness, oxidizing, volatility, carcinogenicity. So these are terms which we can easily understand. This could be the properties which change. But our focus is basically on the issues. For example, talking about toxicity. The first thing I have written that certain chemicals can cause harm to living organisms, especially through inhalation or contact, as Sir has already quoted as route of exposure or entry. So this could be the issue. But again, the competence which we required whenever we handle such type of chemicals having toxic properties would be gas detectors, proper ventilation, respiratory protection, example SCABA. Parallelly, for flammability, again we want some fire suppression techniques, handling with fire resistance gear, use of firefighting foams. So this is very clearly, whenever we fight or respond to chemicals or talk about the competence of chemicals, we cannot go with, say, this type of thought which is not very clear. We want to go with particular SOP. It is very clear that after 1, 2 will only come. We will not go like we have done something and we start doing our own mechanism. It is not like that. And when we talk about chemicals, Sir has already told, list of hazardous chemicals is there. So it is very easy for us also to suppress the impact of chemicals. Because in this particular properties, only 684, say 2000 or say 2000 chemicals would be there that falls in that category, occupying all the incompatible chemicals. So that is not a very tough issue for us to handle the situation. Parallel talking about explosiveness. So here, what can happen? Explosive chemicals can detonate under heat or pressure, causing widespread damage. So again, what we can do, we can have blast plan zoning, safe storage and detonation handling. So in terms of chemical, it is very clear because we all are somehow related to chemical hazards. MSDS we all have heard about, I suppose, material safety data sheet. So MSDS is there, and if we don't have anything, we have right now mobile with us. So there we can easily assert that the property of chemicals could be this and what basic SOP we have to follow while handling this particular chemicals. Parallelly, talking about port areas, what could be the probable issues due to chemical accidents? First, chemical manufacturing and storage facilities. This should be very clearly understand what type of storage is there. Why I am quoting all these things? When you go and check every particular industry, MH units or storage have their limitations. For example, if I ask you people, when we have started operations in this particular port, any guess? In which year we have started the operations? In Kolkata, here? 1870, okay. That means some equipments would be there. We have, I think we have placed some chemical equipments, some instruments, some industries also. The life of that industry would be around 100 years, 50 years odd. So what do you think the life of an instrument is? There should be life, for example, a human life is, average life is 70, 80. So there should be a life of equipment also. So what could you think a life of particular equipment? Any guess? In years? It will vary, yes, definitely vary, but then also there should be a maximum limit. 3-4 years, I say 30-40 years. But right now somebody is telling that it has started long time back. So it is very definite that the life of that particular equipment has already been passed. So again, what we are using, we are using that material in a very easy way. We are doing by modifications and maintenance, and we are running the equipment. The first issue is that the life of that particular equipment is already compromised. Parallelly, we don't know the properties of chemical which is going inherent. For example, corrosive material should be there. It is corroding for 100 years. So that is very tough for a certain. You can go for NDT testing, agreed that part. But again, we don't know in which particular point it is going to blast, leak or spread. So that is the first thing. That is why storage facility is much required. We have to ascertain which type of properties there, lifespan, properties or the change in the parameters. What had been changes. Parallelly, for the oil gas refineries, again, they process crude oil. It is very much evident in each area. We have this thing and products like gasoline, diesel, jet fuels. Fertilizer manufacturing storage facilities also there. They could also have some issues in the port operations and hazardous waste storage and disposal facilities. This is a big question asked by each and every port, where not port operators, but the users who transport the material and do some business with the chemicals ask for the hazardous waste disposal facilities. Again, it is a very tough thing, how to dispose the chemical. For example, if it is not being used and it is kept in your area and you have to again dispose of. N number of clearance you have to take, and then also there is not a very clear SOP how we have to dispose this area. So again, these issues comes into picture, which we focus upon. And improper disposal, leaks, mishandling of hazardous waste, which can lead chemical spills, contamination, and exposure risks. So we have to focus upon these also parts. Fire, sir has already told, chemical leak, spills, confined space hazard. Again, it's a big hazard that exists in ship holds, warehouses, silos, bins, and container accidents. These are the 4 basic hazards which I suppose is there very much evident in the areas. Talking about the confined space hazard, or rather I could say, I would again give you example, good example, what we've seen in the ground. For example, in the last slide also I have talked about the hazardous waste storage. You have heard about the issue in Delhi, pollution. Suna na aapne? Delhi polluted area pollution. It's not water pollution, basically it's an air pollution. Kyun hota hai? What could be the reason? In the news, what you have heard? Punjab, Haryana, पराली जला देते हैं. यही करते हैं ना? पराली जला देते हैं, धुआं आता है, दिल्ली वाले स्ट्रक हो जाते हैं. यही इशू है, यही कंप्लेन है. ठीक है. So again, government of India come up with a good solution. Thermal power plants, they are generating electricity. Thermal power plant, heat energy converted into electric energy, and they are transporting electric energy. So parali, कुछ थर्मल पावर प्लांट्स ने लिया स्टबल, दे हैव ब्रॉट दिस मटेरियल फ्रॉम पंजाब हरियाणा एंड दे केप्ट इन दैट ओपन एरिया कि भाई वी विल यूज दिस मटेरियल आफ्टर से 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. ठीक है, बढ़िया से रखा. आफ्टर 3-4 months 4-5 वर्कर्स गॉट फेंटेड, बेहोश हो गए. देयर वॉज नो रीजन कि क्यों बेहोश हो गए, क्योंकि पराली रखी है और खुले हवा है, क्या इशू हुआ. तो अगेन वी गॉट द न्यूज दैट when we kept this material in open area, some rain water come into picture. पानी बारिश हुआ, again process start हो गया. Basic formula, किसी भी शुगर का क्या होता है, C6H12O6, ऐसे ही बात रहेंगे. C यही होता है ना, और कुछ होता है फॉर्मूला. ये तो बहुत बेसिक केमिस्ट्री है. तो शुगर को लिया उन्होंने एंड कुछ दिन बाद पानी में मिक्स हुआ, थोड़ी सी छोटी सी गैस निकलना शुरू होगी, दैट इज कॉल्ड CH4 मीथेन. कितनी हुई nobody knows, but it's got started. And pura area, again we have a new hazard that we were storing that material. We want to convert that particular material into a next type of energy, but it again created a new hazard which we never thought of. I am just quoted this example because port area have that material. Aata hai saman, we keep it there. After 15 days, 30 days, 2 months, we never knows what property it is being changed. Okay, 4 workers got affected, 4 officers got affected, then what we do? Our chairman, deputy chairman, our DDG and DG got affected. The issue is that only. Workers got affected. Parallelly for the confined space I am talking about. Confined space also have a big issues. Very big issues in confined space. Why? First thing is the illumination. There is no light in various coal handling units. First issue. Then the issue is that oxygen deficiency is always there. So the issue of asphyxiation always exists. For example, Factories Act, we have a very good mechanism to ascertain or give directions to this thing, but for dog safety part, we have some gaps. We are not able to gather the data where the workers are being faced. So these are the issues in hazards. Then we have structural failures. Failure in port infrastructure, such as cranes, other equipment due to structural deficiencies, or overloading pose significant risks to workers. Parallelly, when you talk about this particular failure, if you correlate this with natural disasters, then also is a big issue. For example, I am sitting in Kolkata. Do we have any issue regarding the snowfall in Kolkata? Snowfall हो सकता है यहाँ पे? नहीं हो सकता है. तो हमें उसकी प्लानिंग करनी चाहिए? नहीं करनी चाहिए. पहले ही दिल्ली की बात करें, वहाँ स्नोफॉल हो सकता है क्या? नहीं हो सकता है. जम्मू कश्मीर स्नोफॉल हो सकता है. द सेम थिंग इज दिस थिंग ओनली. जो हमारी पर्टिकुलर जोन है, वी हैव टू वर्क एज पर आवर जोन इटसेल्फ. जो हमारे पर्टिकुलर हैजार्ड्स हैं, इट कुड बी वेरी इजीली मैप्ड एंड वी कुड से. To Pras refinery in Turkey is a live example. If somebody wants to learn this thing, what a natural disaster or an earthquake can impact on the industries, because to Pras refinery again was placed in the port areas, and when the earthquake came, they have a number of tank farms, everybody got blasted, entire refinery got devastated. So these things is there. Collisions, we have witnessed the collision, the news was there 2 months back. Shipping system failures and malicious threat, that is loss of equipment control, shutdown safety systems, deletion or compromise of critical safety informations. All these things are there. Now, why competence required? First thing, we have the example of Beirut and Tianjin explosions. We have additionally styrene monomer explosion in Ulsan, Korea. These all demonstrated potential risk arising from cargo-related containment losses. Now, these events have prompted countries to enhance safety measures and ensure preparedness, focusing upon regular port inspection, illegal chemical storage and irregularities. Again, मैं आपको example देता हूँ, illegal chemical storage irregularities. Actually, field में रहने पे बहुत issues आ जाते हैं, ऐसे केस आते हैं, it is very tough to us कि भाई ऐसा हो सकता है. Anyway, 2018 again, we got a news that some बढ़िया सा बंदा chemistry जानने वाला, he is sitting in his office and Dr. Saab is there. There is a drug called fentanyl. Fentanyl होता है drug, it is basically an anesthetic drug. उसको use करते हैं थोड़ा सा ऑपरेशन से पहले कि सुन्न हो जाए and then we do. भाई साहब ने उस particular chemical से he has converted the properties and make certain number of pills, about to say, and he has to attack US citizens. So इंदौर में बैठ के कमरे में उसने fentanyl has been used to as a weapon of mass destruction or chemical warfare agent. Fentanyl का यूज किया, प्रॉपर्टी चेंज की, ओपिएट फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट किया एंड अगेन इट कुड बी यूज टू किल. दैट मीन सिंपल सी बात है, आपके ऑफिस में डालना है उसको, ये पिल्स आ रही हैं, यू कैन जस्ट टेस्ट इट, ओपन भी करेंगे तो खत्म हो जाएंगे. और आपको आसान एग्जांपल देता हूँ, यू हैव सीन हार्पिक, रेड ब्लू, देखा है ना, कुछ लोग करते हैं ऐसा, चलिए बता देता हूँ मैं आपको. तो एक किसी के थे, समबडीज वॉज नॉट हैप्पी विथ हिज बॉस, बिकॉज बॉस सुबह 8:45 डेली का काम था बॉस का, भाई रोज आप लेट आते हो, यू आर कमिंग लेट. बॉस खुद लेट आता था बट उसको बोलता था 8:45, भाई 9 बजे का टाइम है यार, क्या है रोज का. तो उसने कहा बड़ा परेशान कर रहा है, कुछ करना पड़ेगा. तो नाउ ही स्टार्टेड यूजिंग हिज माइंड, मैलिशियस थॉट. इंडिया का केस नहीं है, नहीं तो आप लोग ढूंढने लगेंगे गूगल पे, मिलेगा नहीं वैसे. तो व्हाट ही डिड, ही यूज द हार्पिक, मिक्स द हार्पिक विथ मटेरियल, उसका नाम आप लोग जानना चाहेंगे जो नहीं बताऊंगा मैं आपको. और उस मटेरियल को उसने यूज किया. Only what the boss has to do, he has to use the flush in his washroom. He used the flush 7 times, 7 days in his washroom. 8th day he was dead. Dead. Again you will say why? Confined space, chemical reaction, fume generation, inhalation. Inhaled for 7 days. But वो क्वेश्चन आ रहा होगा ना माइंड में, कौन सा केमिकल था, बड़ा बॉस परेशान कर रहा है ना. तो सब लोग बॉस के पीछे पड़ जाएंगे. That is why I will not name the chemical. But it could be a probable hazard जो आपको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. You can assume because single life is lost, you will think nothing happened. Multiple life loss, oh बहुत बड़ी बात होगी. But single life is much important. That is why issue. Simple hazard. Even I was with again NDA में था तो हम लोगों को कई ऐसी काम करने पड़ते थे, CBRN and all this nonsense. आप लोग भी देखा होगा, कभी ट्रेनिंग हुई होगी CBRN की. तो chemical warfare agents are also there. So the property of this particular water bottle इतना काफी है, we have to kill all of us. It is very clear. It is very sufficient and it is already tested. इतना केमिकल खोलना है बॉटल एंड वॉरफेयर में, when we go in the warfare, how the nerve agent activates, ये बहुत आसान है. नाम बता दूंगा, सरीन करके केमिकल होता है, सेरीन. इट इज वेरी क्वाइट एविडेंट, इतना काफी है एंड ऑलरेडी बीन टेस्टेड इन द मेट्रोज इन जापान. कैसे मारना है, क्या करना है. लीथल डोज इज वेरी वेरी मच इंपॉर्टेंट, मच थिंग. पार्डन, भोपाल का स्ट्रेटजी तो तब भी केमिकल था, मैं तो बहुत छोटी सी बात कर रहा हूँ. मिथाइल एसोसिएट था. हाँ हाँ, what pardon? Sarin was basically used for the attack only, but Shinzo Abe था, उसने ट्राई किया था इसको. But again it's a different subject. But ये एक तो केमिकल है, पैरेलली बायोलॉजिकल एजेंट्स बाहर बहुत हैं आपके, मैंने देखा अभी. बायोलॉजिकल भी बहुत ज़्यादा हैं. देयर आर मटेरियल्स विच वी हैव टू यूज, क्रश, मेकअप पाउडर एंड इस एसी डक्ट में डालना है, सफिशिएंट फॉर अस. हैजार्ड्स की बात हो रही, दैट इज वाई आई एम वेरी illegal chemicals and storage regularities. We have to think about these parameters कि कुछ रखा हुआ है and the issue should not be created. Raising awareness, review of laws and practices, chemical inventories and international cooperations. Now these are certain case studies. For example, first would be Port of Aqaba chlorine release, 27 June 2022. Again, the cause of incident was lifting cable snapped due to exceeding weight capacity, improper handling and failure in safety measures. competence failures would be lack of qualified personnel to supervise the operation. चलो एक छोटी सी बात करते हैं. We have port operation areas, port operations. कितने safety officer हमारे पास हैं? आप में से कितने safety वाले हैं? Safety officers, particularly safety का काम करते हैं. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 6, 7 लोग. 100 के आसपास हम लोग 7 इधर सर भी हैं. तो 7% in 100 was concerned safety. The issue is that safety is everybody's subject. But again, जिसने पूछा who all are safety officials, तो हमने 7 लोगों ने उठाया. फिर बताता हूँ, कहानी अच्छी लगती है सुनने में ना, नींद नहीं आएगी इसलिए सुना रहा हूँ कहानी. पढ़ाने के तो सर बैठे हैं, प्रोफेसर साहब हैं, पढ़ाएंगे. Anyway, so when we talk about this particular thing, lack of qualified personnel to supervise the operation, non-compliance with handling procedures, insufficient training and hazard communication. So none of them was able to communicate the hazards. What happened? 13 fatalities, numerous hospitalizations, widespread panic evacuation. Twin Tower attack सुना है? 9/11 न्यूयॉर्क. ध्यान है? क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे? Somebody attacked in towers, World Trade Center in USA. So again, जैसे हम बात कर रहे हैं training and all these things, everybody thinks we are the boss. USA was also thinking nothing will happen. USA nobody can attack और उससे हुआ. वो बात अलग है. वहाँ पे एक बंदा था जिसने उस पर्टिकुलर दिन पे 27 लोगों की जान बचाई. 2 टावर थे. There was 2 towers, South Tower and North Tower. First attack took place at North Tower, and when the North Tower attacked, there was a siren, and the authorities told nobody will evacuate the next tower. So everybody thought that only one attack is there, second attack would not take place. This was the perception. But there was a man who knows that again the attack would be taking place. So he started that particular mock exercise part of thing, again evacuation, rescue and everything he started. His name was Rick Riscorla, ex-veteran US Army. So he used to do the mock exercise regularly. For example, I came to this particular area. I don't know the evacuation route. I know this route only, that I have to take the lift or take the stairs and I have to come inside and go back. This is the only thought process in my mind. I don't know these doors. Anybody knows? I don't know. We never knows what is here, what is there. But when we are coming regularly in our premises, we know each and every area. So Rick Riscorla was a person. He knows very well that in 1993 also there was a threat that attack could take place. So he started doing all the mock exercise, evacuation, singing in his particular language, and people was used to that in case of emergency what we have to do. So again, when the North Tower hit, North Tower was alerted, don't leave the location, it is safe. But he started rescuing all the people. At the time of attack, there were around 2,707 people in that particular tower. The company name was Morgan Stanley. आपने सुना भी होगा, नाम बड़ी कंपनी है. तो उसमें से 2,700 people को मालूम था कि अब दिक्कत होने वाली है. When he started evacuating, in the meantime, again second attack took place. So everybody knows what could be the probable reason of our death. In case of this type of emergencies, the death would be due to smoke, not fire. Because smoke will come into our lungs, we are not able to take proper breath and we will die. So everybody knows the escape route. They know to crawl, they know that they have to use wet cloth and how to go. So 2,700 evacuated, only 7 people died. In 7 people, 6 were the person who are the visitors. That means first time into that particular unit, and the last one was Rick Riscorla. So that is the issue, and he had tried and saved everybody, because it is a job of the safety professional or whoever is there. So you all have to be alive. Don't think on that part that something happens, I will be the last person. Perception has been changed. You have to save yourself also to provide the rescue thing. But the best part is that everybody knows. The visitor was not knowing what to do. So they start panicked and they are not able to evacuate it from that particular location. This is why it is very clear that we have to follow the SOP in regular basis to enhance. So again, Beirut, we know what happened. Lebanon, cargo tank styrene monomer explosion. Styrene leakage. India में भी हुआ था ना styrene leakage? कहाँ हुआ था? ध्यान है कुछ? Styrene got leaked. विशाखापट्टनम. क्या styrene leak हो गया था? पढ़ा होगा हम लोगों ने? थोड़ा यहाँ भी हो सकता है styrene leaked. कुछ we don't know. So again उसमें एक issue आता है. क्या करेंगे लीक होने पे? स्टायरिन लीक हो गया, फॉर एग्जांपल ऑन साइट ऑफ साइट कन्वर्ट हो गया. बताइए सर, कोई माइक पहुंचाएगा? एक और माइक है क्या अपने पास? है माइक? एक और दीजिए प्लीज.
स्टायरिन मोनोमर लीक हुआ है सर,
हाँ।
विशाखापट्टनम में है।
हाँ
और आर वेंकटापुरम प्लांट है, एलजी पॉलीमर का।
यस यस।
ओ नाइट एक्चुअली प्लांट बहुत दिन से बंद है, क्योंकि कोविड की वजह से प्लांट फर्स्ट वेव होने के बाद वो कमिश्निंग कर रहा था, रिकमिश्निंग करने के टाइम में पर्टिकुलरली एसओपीज फॉलो किया नहीं है, प्रिवेंटिव चेक्स किया नहीं है, मेंटेनेंस पार्ट अवॉइड कर दिया। वो तीनों कारण का वजह से वो प्लांट चालू किया है, बट प्रॉब्लम क्या हो गया, और इनसाइड ऑलरेडी स्टायरिन मोनोमर टैंक्स पूरा भरा हुआ है, तो वाटर इनहर हो गया, तो एटमॉस्फेयर का टेम्परेचर हाई होने का वजह से वो पॉलीमराइजेशन हो गया अंदर का। वो पॉलीमराइजेशन हो गया अर्ली मॉर्निंग 2 o'clock को, तो उसका स्प्रेड हुआ है, उसका 3:30-4 बजे मतलब 1.5 hour के बाद वो 2 kilometer रेडियस में वो स्प्रेड हुआ है।
ओके।
उसके बाद मॉर्निंग 5:30-6 o'clock अटैक हुआ है वो सराउंडिंग एरिया।
सो दैट मीन्स अगेन इट बाउंड्रीज को उसने तोड़ दिया है, इट गोज बियॉन्ड द बाउंड्री ऑफ द प्लांट, ऑन साइट गॉट कन्वर्टेड इनटू ऑफ साइट, एंड अगेन इट इज एन ऑफ साइट इमरजेंसी वेयर हमें करना है। एनीवे अगेन एज ए सेफ्टी प्रोफेशनल हमें क्या करना चाहिए उस समय स्टायरिन लीकेज हो गया तो?
एक्चुअली सर वो उससे पहले जब प्लांट ऑपरेट करने से पहले सर प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स लेना चाहिए था।
अग्री, वो ले लिया हमने, बाय चांस लीक कर गया, सी रिस्क कैन नॉट बी मिटिगेटेड 100%। इन
केस लीक कर गया,
हाँ।
लीक का पहले ऑब्जर्वेशन करना है, वो इन हाउस में वो कंट्रोल कर सकता है क्या?
ओके।
नहीं है तो एक्सटर्नल कंट्रोल करना है आपको, एक्सटर्नल रजिस्टर प्लान का वजह से वो आपको मैजिस्ट्रेट को इन्फॉर्म करना है
जी।
तो सराउंडिंग एरिया आपका सराउंडिंग एरिया ऑफिशियल्स को इन्फॉर्म करना है ताकि एवैक्यूएट करने के लिए वो सराउंडिंग एरिया।
तो दैट मीन्स हमें पूरी एसओपी फॉलो करनी है, दैट ही विल इंस्टीट्यूट इन ऑन साइट प्लान प्लस इंटीग्रेशन इनटू द ऑफ साइट प्लान। एग्रीड। बिगेस्ट इशू इज दैट अगर वो हमारी बाउंड्री को क्रॉस कर गया तो किसके पास पहुंचता है, किसके पास पहुंचेगा? नियर बाई पॉपुलेशन आम आदमी के पास पहुंच जाएगा। ये सारी एसओपी हमारी तब फेल हो जाएगी क्योंकि आम आदमी को तो पता ही नहीं क्या हुआ। पोर्ट एरिया के बाहर, डू यू थिंक पोर्ट एरिया के बाहर सब कुछ अपना है? नो, रोड पे बहुत लोग जा रहे हैं। तो सबसे बिगेस्ट चैलेंज आता है क्योंकि स्टायरिन लीकेज की बात हमें पता है एंड वी नो वेरी वेल स्टायरिन लीक हो रहा है। तो अगेन द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन कम्स इनटू द माइंड रिस्पॉन्स में टाइम में, कैसे बचाएं लोगों को, व्हाट वी शुड सप्लाई टू दिस पीपल। सो देयर शुड बी सम एंटीडोट होना चाहिए ना, जो हम दे सकें। हमें मालूम चल गया स्टायरिन गॉट लीक्ड या स्टायरिन फैमिली का कुछ लीक हो गया तो हमें कोई एंटीडोट देना पड़ेगा। क्या एंटीडोट देंगे हम लोग? सॉरी, एनी एंटीडोट होता होगा ना कोई एंटीडोट? भाई हम बाहर हैं बिकॉज दिस हैपन एक्चुअली। फिर वही स्टायरिन गॉट लीक्ड, 11-12 बजे तक कुछ पता नहीं चला, एनडीआरएफ वाज देयर, नॉट एबल टू असर्टेन व्हाट केमिकल वाज। मालूम चला एलजी पॉलीमर में लीक्ड है तो हमें अगेन एंटीडोट पहुंचाना पड़ गया। सो ये बहुत इशू होता है कि हमें एंटीडोट मालूम हो। सो उसका एंटीडोट होता है बेसिकली एक्टिवेटेड चारकोल, बस, और कोई तरीका नहीं होता है और वो इजीली अवेलेबल होता है। छोटी सी इंफॉर्मेशन, एक्टिवेटेड चारकोल। तो छोटी सी जो जानकारी है इफ यू प्रोवाइड तो उससे हम बच जाते हैं। पार्डन? हाँ, वी हैव टू यूज ओनली एज ए लेमैन। अगेन हमें पता तो है नहीं, इमरजेंसी इज देयर, डिजास्टर इज देयर, सो व्हाट वी हैव टू डू, एक गिलास पानी में हमें केवल इसको एक चुटकी भर घोलना है एंड वी हैव टू टेल दीज पीपल कि आप इसको ड्रिंक कीजिए, क्योंकि एवरीबडी विल से द सिम्टोमेटिक ट्रीटमेंट इसके स्टायरिन लीकेज कि मुझे सांस लेने में, ब्रीथिंग में दिक्कत आ रही है। और वही तरीका हमारे पास है क्योंकि फर्स्ट गोल्डन आवर रिस्पॉन्स में हमारे पास कोई तरीका नहीं है पूरे मॉब को बचाने का। इतनी मेडिसिन नहीं होंगी, डॉक्टर्स आर लिमिटेड, पैरामेडिक्स आएंगे, ट्रियाज करेंगे, अब तो बहुत देर हो चुका होगा। मैं इसलिए एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ स्टायरिन का क्योंकि स्टायरिन ऑलरेडी गॉट लीक्ड। एटलीस्ट अभी तक हमें उसके बारे में थोड़ी जानकारी होनी चाहिए। वी डोंट हैव टू वेट कि इस तरह का कोई भी केमिकल लीक दोबारा हो, वी हैव टू सर्च। वाई आई एम कोटिंग दिस? This information was asked by some of the professionals. After 4 hours, we are not able to get antidote of styrene in Visakhapatnam. How to proceed? Everything about the competence, knowledge failed when we know that some chemical in our area and we are not able to respond. इसलिए बता रहा हूँ because we are the port professionals. हम आसपास हैं, एटलीस्ट जो हमारे पास लिस्टेड केमिकल्स हैं, जो भी यूज़ करते हैं, हमें उसका एंटीडोट पता होना चाहिए क्योंकि हमारे MSDS में बहुत क्लियरली मेंशन होता है व्हाट आर द प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ केमिकल, व्हाट कुड इफेक्ट। It is a lung irritant, it is a chest irritant, it is going to infect your abdomen. For example, चारकोल की बात की तो abdomen में वो consumption नहीं होने देता है, blood में घुलने नहीं देता है किसी भी poison को, वो excretion के through हमारे body से निकल जाता है. That is the first part. वो एक तरीके से ब्लॉक बना देता है और उसको निकाल देता है. सिंपल सा है, लेकिन ये पता करने में it took around 3 hours. Why? Never thought कि styrene got leaked in a premises और responders को पता ही नहीं है. Do you think NDRF या normal port official सबको पता होगा? Chemicals हम use कर रहे हैं या material, तो we have to go for that part. That is why I have quoted here. Parallelly, China में again overheated container of dry nitrocellulose triggered a serious explosion due to improper storage. 200 fatalities, hundreds injured, widespread environmental contaminations, severe disruptions to regional and global chains. These are some data. You can see that port rate accidents up to 2022. You can see the figure. Operations are storage, maintenance, process, gas liquefaction plant, and how many fatal, how many non-fatal, and substance could be very common substance that we are using in our port: propane, ethylene, propylene, oil, phosphine, grain, LNG. What could be there? We can see that these are the issues and very common things. Pipeline explosion during leakage repair, 2013 in China. Very common issues that we know when we are repairing and anything could happen. But these are the related fatalities in the plants. It is not working again. काम नहीं कर रही है? हाँ कर, ठीक हो गया. Then we have to focus upon some part. First is the competence in port governance, the role of port authorities, emergency response teams, shipping companies, freight forwards, training programs, monitoring systems, stakeholder collaborations, and environmental measures. We should be very clearly, and we know this slide I have already quoted because we know our job responsibility. But yes, competence in port governance and connection with the properties of chemicals is very much required. It is not about that we are going to do a workshop, then only we have to wake up and listen that chemicals are going to create issue. I am very clear in that 2017 itself, what happened? COVID comes into picture. We have started to follow a protocol. Distance. COVID gone. Nobody is using this particular protocol. Everybody thought everything is gone. It is not like that. Waves comes. CBRN is a different type of mechanism. B has gone. Now it's time for the C part because RN is quite very tightly bind with the rules. For example, we have some regulatory board, AERB. सबने सुना होगा नाम? AERB का, it is Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. Is there any CERB, Chemical Energy Regulatory Board or Chemical Regulatory Board? Not right now. So there is nothing regulations. You go in Gujarat side area, you will see any number of tankers standing right, left. Only petrochemicals, chemicals on the roadside. We don't have any SOP right now for these things. And not only Gujarat, any place in the India. Is there any SOP that tanker should be parked in that designated area? Everybody passes. You just go outside, you will see a number of tankers. What is in the tanker, we never know. So that is why port governance should be there. Land use planning, again, if we are going for that part, again, we have to focus upon infrastructure planning, emergency response planning. What about infrastructure planning? As Sir was quoted in the morning, NTPC has a very good mechanism. In port areas, we have the issue of working at height also, because we have some towers also. So in NTPC, what they do generally, first thing, whenever a worker or any person joins the department to work in the NTPC, they will tell him to go and spend 4 hours in a tower 120 feet above from the ground level. He has to spend 4 hours in that particular area. Before going to that tower, they will check all the vitals, they will check the details. After 4 hours when he spent that area, they will again cross-check the changes if there is any. If the worker is responding properly, then they don't have an issue. They will allow these people. Or if he is showing some type of deviation, then they will not allow worker to work in that plant, particularly at the height. So they will assign some other word, but they are very clear that if you want to work at height, you have to follow that particular SOP. So it is very much required that we have to focus on that part. Then emergency preparedness and response. Here also we have to focus upon first thing, information readiness. At least we should make a SOP. I think on-site plan is port airport. Somebody is from port side. On-site plan is there for the port premises. बना हुआ है. कितने chemicals हैं? कितने chemicals लिए हैं आपने? जितने पोर्ट में आते हैं सारे chemicals लिए हैं. ऐसा नहीं होता है. हमें सर ने सुबह बताया था ना 684 odd chemicals. If the chemicals falls in that particular schedule 2 or 3, and the quantity, if you think उतना क्वांटिटी थ्रेशोल्ड के ऊपर जा रहा है तभी हम ऑन साइट बनाएंगे, एल्स नहीं बनाएंगे. अगेन अगर मैं ऐसा चीज़ है तो यू हैव टू कैन गो एंड क्रॉस चेक ऑन साइट में यू हैव दैट पर्टिकुलर केमिकल्स लिस्टेड इन शेड्यूल 2 and 3 ऑफ MSIC रूल्स 1989 प्लस थ्रेशोल्ड क्वांटिटी. आप ये 2 देखेंगे उसके बाद ही बनाएंगे. सभी केमिकल का ऑन साइट प्लान नहीं बनता. इट इज़ वेरी क्लियरली रिटन इन द लॉ. अगर ऐसा बन रहा है देन अगेन देयर इज अ बिग गैप बिकॉज वी नो द प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ ऑल 684 केमिकल्स ओनली. उसको ही हमने हैजार्डस में डाला है, बाकी सारी केमिकल्स हैजार्डस में नहीं आते हैं. इट कुड हैव डिफरेंट इश्यूज. सो प्लीज गो एंड चेक रिगार्डिंग दिस थिंग बिकॉज फ्रॉम देयर ओनली वी कैन मेक ऑफ साइट प्लान. अगर आप फेल होते हैं तो somebody has to respond ना. दैट शुड बी द डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. सो अगेन आई थिंक disaster plan, yes, for chemicals. But it is very, very clear that on-site plan is made fully as per MSIC rules 1989. First thing, DM plan governs by DM at 2005. Both are different plan, on-site, off-site, and DM. We cannot integrate DM with on-site or off-site. It is very clear. Until unless, see, why we have made the bifurcation on-site, that means the coping capacity of the port area is there, or we can handle on our own. Off-site, that means it is on level 1 or 2, where district administration could have to help. Yes. Agreed on that part. SOP is there. It is your readiness that you are making good emergency plan. But again, as a responder, for example, if you say, district administration, sir, go and respond, we will see only off-site plan. And that is very clearly that that chemical should fall in the MSIC rules 1989 unless we will not respond. I am very clearly on the act part. आप मुझे बताएंगे A, B, C chemical is there. I will see the threshold quantity name in that particular booklet. 684 में it is not there. We will not come to respond. It is your issue. That is the part. You cannot shift your responsibility to the district administration, and they will not take the responsibility even. Parallelly, for the central government, again they will ask, is it declared disaster or not? Until unless it is not like that. Yes, in India, what happens? NDRF is being called regularly basis, but national response forces are not made to come and respond for the state emergencies. Until unless it's a disaster for Bhopal hai ya bahut bada hai, we want the concept of local emergency planning. State SDRF should be there, or state machinery should be there. ये district, yes. Local level पे हमें करना है. We cannot wait for the national bodies ना. Stalin में क्या हुआ? We have to wait. We cannot wait for 4 hours. Do you think? Yes. Okay, great. बहुत बढ़िया. ठीक है. Then training of staff, conducting drills, equipment maintenance, coordination with local authorities, on-site coordination, transboundary cooperation. For example, mutual aid program is a system where we generally calls all the nearby stakeholders to come and participate in our mock exercises. We cross-check our capacity. For example, we are multi-stakeholder body sitting here. Agar 20 odds we hand, we generally share the content even, though in case of emergencies, we can easily coordinate. This is our purpose. Awareness, communication between operators, again, there should be a mechanism. Right now, we have the WhatsApp mechanism, or when it fails, then again we have to think about that part. Right now we can say, mobile is working. In case of emergency, might be mobile could not work. How to respond in that condition? Is there a walkie-talkie mechanism, or we have satellite phone in the district administration? How to respond? Because generally chemical emergency is 100% not 90% converted into a disaster. Leak is there, belief is there, vapor cloud explosion is there. Handle situation is very, very tough. So this is the issue that we have to develop communication mechanism. Who is the nearby person from which we can connect? Shared culture, education, engaging with stakeholders. This is also important thing that we should at least tell something about the hazards, not completely about the issues. But what happened in Gujarat, we have faced this issue. There is a leakage in a chemical plant, and the wind was very, very, very heavy at that time. And it was the IMD gave us the information that you have to vacate around 5 villages in that area. When we approached that local sarpanch and all these people, nobody was ready to leave that place. Why should I evacuate? You change the direction. You just think, how can we change the direction of the air? And they were very adamant, we are not going to evacuate this place, my house is there. And we are telling only for 10-20 minutes they are not ready. So this is why, which is very much important. At least they should know for the coordination part, in case of emergency, everybody should listen. आप कैसे 5 गांव खाली कराओगे, उनके मुखिया ही नहीं मानेगा तो. These are the issue which we face on the ground. ऐसा होता है, केमिकल लीकेज हो, डाउनविंड जा रही है, we know कुछ दिन में कंसंट्रेशन चेंज हो जाएगा, बट एट दैट टाइम दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू रेस्क्यू, और एल्स दे विल से आई विल स्टे हियर ओनली, मरना है तो मुझे यही मरने दो, ठीक है। तो ये इश्यूज आ जाते हैं, वेरी टफ पड़ता है हम लोग को इसको हैंडल करना। नेचुरल हैजार्ड्स ऑलरेडी कोल्ड, नाटक बोलते हैं, नाटक टर्कियों में हो चुका है। अर्थक्वेक की बात करें, अर्थक्वेक कम्स, देन आफ्टर अर्थक्वेक और फ्लैश फ्लड इश्यूज कम इनटू पिक्चर। वेदांता इज ए कंपनी, नाम सुना है आपने, वेदांता। अगेन जनरली बिजनेस का क्या है, एल्यूमिनियम का कुछ करते हैं, एक्सट्रैक्शन, ऑल दिस थिंग्स, इश्यूज होता है। तो अगेन इनके प्लांट में भी इशू आया छोटा सा। जनरली व्हाट दे डिग द मटेरियल, उसको स्टोर करते हैं अप हिल्स पे, स्टार्ट करते हैं मटेरियल अप हिल्स पे स्टोर करते हैं, करते जाते हैं, बहुत साल हो जाता है, ठीक है। 10, 20, 25 साल बाद क्या होता है, व्हेन दे स्टोर्ड मटेरियल्स ड्यू टू रेन समथिंग्स, वो लैंडस्लाइड फॉर्म में सीधा मटेरियल प्लांट में आ जाता है। नाउ अगेन इशू कम्स, जस्ट इमेजिन अगर आपका कोई एरिया है, लैंडफ्लिंग साइड है, आप एक्सट्रैक्ट कर रहे हैं या स्टोर भी कर रहे हैं, एंड वी आर नॉट, सी टाइम इज 25 ईयर्स, इट कुड बी 2 ईयर्स, इट कुड बी 2 मंथ्स, वी नेवर नो। तो उस टाइम में भी वो मटेरियल पीछे आता है, कंटामिनेशन हो जाता है, ग्राउंड कंटामिनेशन, ठीक है, टॉक्सिक मटेरियल पूरा है, एंड सारे साइलोज में हमें काम करना पड़ जाता है, पूरा एरिया कवर अप हो जाता है। तो ऑल दिस इशू कम्स इनटू पिक्चर। ऐसा ही वो वहां पे द स्टोरेज वाज देयर, बारिश हुई, पूरा मटेरियल आ गया, 4 to 5 feet कंप्लीट प्लांट वाज डिस्पर्स्ड विद दैट मटेरियल, दैट्स कॉल्ड रेड मड, लाल, हम उस रेड मड बोलते हैं, टॉक्सिक प्रॉपर्टीज होती हैं, तो सब कुछ उसके अंदर आ गया, एंड इट्स वेरी टफ फॉर अस टू क्लियर दैट थिंग। लॉन्ग टर्म रिपरकेशंस हो जाते हैं अगर आप फैक्ट्री एक्ट में कवर अप होते हैं, एंड वर्कर्स नोटिफाइड डिसीज में बोलता है आप आ गए, तो और आपके लिए इशू बढ़ना शुरू हो जाते हैं, एंड कई बार हमें यूनिट्स बंद भी करनी पड़ जाती हैं। रिपरकेशन है लॉन्ग टर्म, तो वी हैव टू स्टॉप दिस थिंग कि हम उसको बंद कर सकें। देन टाइडल फ्लडिंग, कोस्टल इरोजन, ऐसे एक इशू आया मेरे पास, मैं एक प्लांट में गया ऑडिट करने के लिए। सो इट इज बेसिकली ए ऑटोमेटिक ऑटो इंडस्ट्री इन हरियाणा। सो वहां पे क्या है, दे आर यूजिंग रोबोटिक आर्म्स ओवर देयर, रोबोटिक आर्म्स यूज कर रहे थे, मैनुअल उन्होंने इंटरवेंशन बंद कर दिया। तो वर्कर्स कंप्लेन कर रहे थे कि सर हमें कट इंजरी हो रही है, बहुत बार बार कट इंजरी आ रही है। जब कट इंजरी के बाद कुछ दिन में उनको वो केमिकल पॉइजनिंग की शिकायत आना शुरू हो गई। तो इट इज वेरी टफ फॉर अस कि हम ये केमिकल पॉइजनिंग कैसे हो सकती है ऑटो इंडस्ट्री में, क्योंकि यहाँ आसपास तो कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा इस प्लांट के अंदर में। तो मालूम चला कि आसपास का जो इलाका था वहां कोई केमिकल लीक कर रहा था, परसिस्टेंट केमिकल था, इट गॉट डिपॉजिटेड ऑन द ब्लेड्स ऑफ द आर्म्स। वर्कर जब भी अंदर जा रहा था, माइन्यूट कट इंजरी भी है, बट उसके ब्लड स्ट्रीम में वो केमिकल धीरे धीरे अंदर जाना शुरू हो जाता था। इट इज ए लॉन्ग टाइम थिंग, बट कुछ दिनों के बाद समझ में आया कि केमिकल इसके अंदर हो गया है। नाउ द मेजर्स ऑफ मिटिगेट डिजास्टर्स रिस्क नेचुरल हैजार्ड्स एट पोर्ट, इट शुड बी डीपीपी, डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस प्लान, जो सब बता रहे हैं बना हुआ है आपका। रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इन्वेस्ट इन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। रेगुलर रिस्क असेसमेंट, जनरली हम लोग आरवीएस करते हैं, रैपिड विजुअल सर्वे, ठीक है, जल्दी करके आ जाते हैं कुछ मैकेनिज्म की, बट आई जनरली सजेस्ट कि भाई रेगुलर रिस्क असेसमेंट कीजिए, डोंट टेक इट ऑन लाइटर नोट, सारे जो मैकेनिज्म है इट शुड बी फॉलोड वेरी प्रॉपर्ली। डॉक्यूमेंटेड टू, बिकॉज दोनों पार्ट हैं, एक तो सेफ्टी प्रोविजन है ही है, प्लस लिटिगेशन मेजर्स भी आ जाते हैं, तो वी हैव टू फोकस ऑन दैट पार्ट आल्सो। पोस्ट हैजार्ड इंस्पेक्शंस, सेफ्टी एंड एनवायरमेंटल मैनेजमेंट प्लान एंड कोलैबोरेशन एंड कोऑर्डिनेशंस। Then items of special concern to port areas, handling hazardous chemicals. First is the management of warehouses. Too important है, ये हम लोग का एरिया ग्रे एरिया है, we don't focus upon the management of warehouses. क्या स्टोर्ड है, कितने दिन के स्टोर्ड है, इन्वेंट्री कब की है, और क्या उसमें डिग्रेडेशन हुआ है, we don't focus upon that part. Properties change हो रही हैं, कई बार you have seen, witnessed, the property of that material goes changes by the time. So what color change हुआ है, that means some property could also have been changed. So we don't have any study on that part. पहले मैं बात करूंगा तो बहुत सी इश्यूज हमें आते हैं ऑडिट के टाइम पे कि बहुत दिन का मटेरियल क्यों रखा है, सर वेंडर था उसका पेमेंट नहीं हो पाया, ये कोई इशू है, क्लियरेंस नहीं मिल पाया, सीआईएसएफ ने रोक लिया। ये बहुत बड़ा इशू है सीआईएसएफ के लिए, ये आपको बता रहा हूं मैं। सीआईएसएफ चूंकि बैठी है, अगेन आपके यहाँ नीसा एक इंस्टीट्यूट जानते हैं ना, नीसा सुना, नीसा कहाँ पे है, हैदराबाद, चलो सब ट्रेंड है यहाँ पे। नीसा इज हैदराबाद, इनका ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है, तो मैं कभी ट्रेनिंग जाता था देने उनके यहाँ, सीबीआरएन में उनका ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है। आपके यहाँ बहुत बड़ा इशू आता है, व्हेनेवर यू स्टॉप ए व्हीकल, करते हैं ना स्टॉप, दिखाओ, स्टॉप कर देते हैं, क्या देखते हैं उसका, पेपर, लाइसेंस भी नहीं, पेपर देखते हैं बस, क्लियरेंस नहीं है, क्या करते हैं, साइड में लगा देते हैं, तब तक पेपर नहीं आएगा तब तक वो व्हीकल वहां से मूव नहीं करेगा। यही है एसओपी अपनी, आ जाएगा तो हम ओके कर देंगे। उतने देर में हम में से कोई भी वो प्रॉपर्टी एसेस नहीं करते हैं वहां की कि इसके अंदर है क्या, बोलेगा केमिकल है, बोल सकता है, चाहे आपकी मिट्टी है, चाहे डस्ट है, चाहे कुछ भी बोलेगा वो आपसे, तो यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू क्रॉस चेक, आप आराम से उसके बगल में ही खड़े होके काम करते रहेंगे, करते ना 2 घंटे, कभी 4 घंटे, कभी 2 दिन भी। नोटिस किया होगा आप सबने, अगेन इट्स अ बिग हैजार्ड फॉर अस कि जो प्रॉपर्टीज है वो क्या कर रहा है, उसने तो खड़ा कर देना है ड्राइवर को, सर मैं खाना खा के आता हूँ, और आप लोग आराम से खड़े रहेंगे, यू नेवर नोस कि क्या उसकी प्रॉपर्टीज है या क्या चेंज हो रहा है। तो दिस इज अ वेरी स्पेसिफिक से इंफॉर्मेशन फॉर यू पीपल, जब भी ऐसा खड़ा कीजिए उसको कम से कम 200-300 मीटर दूर खड़ा कीजिए। अगर आपके पास टाइम है, ही हैज टू ब्रिंग पेपर, प्लीज टेल दिस पीपल कि भाई दूर खड़ा करो, डोंट कीप दिस थिंग, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट असेस द रिस्क ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर मटेरियल। आपको पता ही नहीं है कितना रिस्क या हैजार्ड है उस पर्टिकुलर टैंकर के अंदर। आप जाके छूते भी हैं, देखते भी हैं, चढ़ भी जाते हैं। पोर्ट एरिया है ना, ट्रेनिंग होने का कारण ही ये है क्योंकि इस समय जो प्रॉपर्टीज हैं दे आर चेंजिंग वेरी वेरी मच, वेरी क्लियर कंसेप्ट। पढ़न ड्राइवर, हाँ 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 हाँ, नहीं अगर वो केमिकल ले जा रहा है, यस यस, वो तो द इशू कम इज दैट आप जान रहे हैं केमिकल ऑक्यूपायर, ड्राइवर जान रहा है, बट ये लोग नहीं जान रहे हैं। हाँ हाँ, केमिकल इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, नाम बताएंगे, बट प्रॉपर्टीज नहीं बताएंगे इनको। प्रॉपर्टीज बताते हैं आपको, बताइए, आप लोग साथ बैठे हैं, दे नेवर टोल्ड दिस पीपल प्रॉपर्टी। दीजिए माइक दीजिए।
तो उसमें जो MSGS का जो नंबर, केमिकल नंबर, आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर तो रहता है,
हाँ,
और कौन सा लेवल भी रहता है,
बिल्कुल।
सो फ्रॉम दैट दे कैन मेक इट,
they have to train for that part, na? If they know, it is very good. But
when driver is informing,
yes,
when driver is informing that CSA personnel, those CSA personnel also get the stock of the situation, they will inform their higher authority. So वो क्या करना चाहिए?
अगर ड्राइवर, see, there is no ऐसा डायरेक्टिव कि ड्राइवर इनको MSDs के बारे में ब्रीफ करेगा, सबसे बड़ा इशू ये है। Yes, this could be a good suggestion.
I think he should know.
नहीं, this could be a good suggestion जो बता सकते हैं।
It is very impractical for the driver to know.
To know, yes.
Because in most of the ports, if it is being carried in a chemical container, you have these tank containers. The containers move from the port to the CFS.
Yes.
From CFS they go. And between the port and the CFS, you have the drivers of CFS, they bring the lorry, and in one day, first trip they will do a chemical, second trip they may do something else. So they are not dedicated to that chemical industries. So they will not even be knowing what they are carrying. They just know this is the container, kuch hai.
बस ले जाना है, बस ले जाना है. That is the thing.
That is the practical thing.
That is why I am telling this thing. The practical thing is driver is nowhere aware and parallelly he is in threat. And ये भी थ्रेट में आ जाते हैं CSF वाले भी हमारे, दे आर डूइंग द सिक्योरिटी पार्ट, नेवर नोस कितना केमिकल इन्होंने ले लिया है. तो ये इश्यूज आना शुरू हो जाते हैं. ठीक है, चलिए कोई इशू नहीं है, अच्छा है, सेंसिटाइजेशन होना जरूरी है. वी हैव टू कम विद द सिचुएशन पैरेलली. जितना आप लोग सेंसिटाइज होंगे उतना ही आप लोग सोल्यूशन खुद निकालेंगे. इट इज योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. अगर टाइम थोड़ा ज्यादा हो रहा है, मैं थोड़ा इसको जल्दी खींचूंगा.
सर,
यस,
द पॉइंट इज, आप बोल रहे हैं कि गाड़ी को 200 मीटर्स 300 मीटर्स दूर रोकने के लिए, तो मोस्ट ऑफ प्लेसेस में इतना स्पेस नहीं होता है.
एग्रीड, एग्रीड. ये आपको अपने अथॉरिटी से बात करनी पड़ेगी. सर आपने रोकने को कह दिया है, मुझको पेपर नहीं है, मुझे प्रॉपर्टीज पता नहीं है, केमिकल है. क्यों बता रहा हूँ, अगर टैंकर खाली करके भी ला रहा है वो, देन आल्सो उसमें इनकॉम्पेटिबल प्रॉपर्टीज रहती हैं. वो क्या भर के लाया, वी नेवर नोस, क्या फ्यूम्स क्रिएट हो गया है. स्टेक होल्डर इज विल बी यू पीपल हु आर स्टैंडिंग ओवर देयर. दैट इज व्हाई आई एम टेलिंग, ये आपको देखना पड़ेगा, एसेस करना पड़ेगा. यू डिस्कस विद द पोर्ट अथॉरिटीज, यू डिस्कस विद द सेफ्टी ऑफिसर्स ओवर देयर. वो आप पता कीजिए कि अगर इस केस में रोकते हैं आप, हाउ मच टाइम यू आर परमिटिंग दिस पर्टिकुलर टैंकर कंटेनर इन माई एरिया. आई वांट टू सेफगार्ड माई सेल्फ एंड माई पीपल. आप बताइए, मुझे नहीं मालूम है. दिस इज द क्वेश्चन आई एम टेलिंग यू. यू हैव टू आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन टू द अथॉरिटीज. दे विल डेवलप द SOPs, नॉट इशू. उसकी टेंशन नहीं है, एटलीस्ट क्वेश्चन तो मालूम है, पूछना क्या है. हम तो बस चेक करते हैं और रोक देते हैं, साइड में खड़े हो जाओ. यही हमारा SOP है. तो वी हैव टू कम अप विद द सॉल्यूशंस एज वेल एज क्वेश्चंस. चलिए.
When the smaller passenger cars cannot wait there, normally it has to move away.
हाँ.
Otherwise the gate will be jammed. It cannot wait for 5 minutes even.
Okay, this is SOP. We don't allow these people to wait over there.
That is normal at any dock.
See,
Any dock.
okay. We are talking about any. अगर ऐसा कंडीशन होती है तो क्या करेंगे? Okay, it is okay, 5 minutes में है and you have listed chemicals. Then also I'm telling you, टैंकर को खाली करते हैं, वापस लाते हैं, उसके बाद उसके अंदर प्रॉपर्टीज चेंज हो सकती है. या रखा हुआ है बहुत दिन से कोई टैंकर, जैसे स्टायरिन लीकेज में हुआ, यही हुआ. बहुत दिन से बंद पड़ा था, हमने केमिकल डाला और लेके हम आ गए. ठीक है, पेपर है नहीं है, 10, 20, 30 odd minutes भी होते हैं. तो if you know the SOP and you are okay with that, it is a regular practice. Then also I will tell about the risk assessment part. Do the risk assessment, ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है, नहीं हो सकता है. Probabilistic है ना, जब होगा तब होगा. इट इज नॉट कि आज होगा, कल होगा, परसों होगा. ऐसा कुछ सेट तो है नहीं ना, मैं बता सकता हूं ना कोई बता सकता है कब होगा. बट इट इज सर्टेन इफ वी आर नॉट गोइंग विद द एसओपी एंड वी आर नॉट आस्किंग क्वेश्चन ऑन आवरसेल्फ कि क्या क्या हो सकता है, तभी हम करके आ पाएंगे. वी हैव टू यस एवरी सी इट इज वेरी वेरी हेल्दी डिस्कशन. आप सबको सुनिए, सर बोल रहे हैं.
मुझे जो लगता है फिर जो आपका जो कार्गो जो हैजरस कार्गो जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होगा उसका एक रूल फ्रेमवर्क होना चाहिए, जिसमें ये भी बोलना चाहिए कि ड्राइवर शुड बी ब्रीफ्ड अबाउट द केमिकल्स एंड ये एटलीस्ट ये होना चाहिए रूल के अंदर. ये मतलब पॉइंट डाल देना चाहिए.
एसओपी ये कहती है केमिकल्स के बारे में, ये होता है, ऐसा नहीं है. इट इज ऑलरेडी सिस्टम. ठीक है, ठीक है.
H1 is to आशे.
आइए, एज पर द एक्ट आल्सो.
Basically, I was just listening to the questions. It's good that you are involved in discussions. Just two things I wanted to make clear. See, what we are telling is the situation which the standard practice says. Which you are telling is the ground reality. You have to learn from this how to bridge the gap. Gap is there. From the discussion, I can figure out that the gap is there. If my driver is not knowing what he is carrying, he is driving one vehicle and he goes back and drives in with other vehicle, and if he is not aware, then that certifies that we are not aware. We have not made our people aware. If you have heard about the term tram card, I don't know. So our next speaker will be deliberating on that. So the tram card is basically a card that the driver, because driver में भी अनपढ़ हो सकता है, उसको नहीं मालूम. तो tram card छोटा सा कार्ड होता है, he carries in his pocket. And he has got certain emergency numbers and the procedures, containment के लिए क्या करना है या क्या उसके पास दिया हुआ है. If you remember in my slide also I told you regarding the driver training. So अगर आप ऐसा कर रहे हैं, there is a huge gap, sir. I can realize there is a huge gap because accident never comes informed. Anything comparative level issue है. आपने एक टैंकर खाली किया, कुछ खाली करके आप ले गए, टैंकर is never empty. उसकी पर्जिंग करनी पड़ती है नेक्स्ट उसको लोड करने से पहले. मे बी इनर्ट गैस और लिक्विड समथिंग, यू पर्ज इट, देन ओनली यू आर अलाउड. अगर हमने इनकम्पेटेबल केमिकल्स को एक साथ उसमें वापस लोड कर दिया, anything can happen. Okay, so it's good that the gaps are there, and we are fortunate that we are able to discuss with you. At least I think we can figure out the solutions. What is to be done? Maybe we see a better working environment inside the port area. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we will move some forward because my next speaker is clearly. Again, additional challenges would be location, transportation risk, international trade compliance, and emergency response complexities. Then certain parameters, management of hazardous substances in port areas, where we have to focus upon types of hazardous substance, products. Then key management consideration would be notification requirements, safe handling procedures, storage requirements, segregation of incompatible products, emergency response procedures, and management systems. Tank storage, again a big issue of hazardous chemicals in port areas. We are discussing how to go for the maintenance part, design part, what is the life of the tank, either it is in working condition or not, or it could have some issue. All these things are there. Spill prevention, control, fire management type of thing. Pipelines again is a big issues in the port areas. We have focused upon chemical hazards, physical, corrosion, and environmental. We have already discussed that this type of hazards comes into the properties of the instruments whichever we are handling in a long time. Then again we have discussed transport of hazardous chemical cargo during the loading and unloading. Again, safe loading is very much required. If there are certain issues and it is being changed, then also problems comes into the picture. Temporary storage, that focusing about the CSF part, proximity to other activities, limited storage space, environmental impact. So everything has been tried to correct, but again the time is too shortage. But again I will say security concerns against dangerous goods are potential targets for theft or storage. तो उसको यूज कर सकता है एज ए डुअल पर्पस. Chemicals would have taken, permit would be take, but उसके बाद भी if it is being theft कहीं चला गया तो issue is again with us only. Management of non-routine issues, again increased risk of chemical reactions, incomplete information, time constraint for response, again it's a big issue. बहुत line लगी हुई है, we have to clear the material, तो we have time constraints, and in that case we generally invite the risk to us. Time constraint है, फटाफट करो, जैसे मैं अभी कर रहा हूँ. Time constraint है तो हम छोड़ते जाएंगे, आगे बढ़ते जाएंगे, and it will be this thing. बट ओवरऑल बात करें तो सेफ्टी सिनेरियोस पर्टिकुलर CIF CSF ये 4-5 चीजें हैं आपके लिए: केमिकल रिलीज, फायर एक्सप्लोजन, एनवायरमेंटल इंजरीज एंड फर्टिलिटीज एंड लॉस ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस. एग्जांपल देता हूं, अगेन कुछ केस स्टडी होती है, मायापुरी सुना होगा आपने. और दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट एक बार हमें एक ऐसा केस मिला, CISF वाज देयर, तो लाइटर नोट पे है CISF साहब, सुनिएगा आप लोग. तो दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट पे वी गॉट अ न्यूज दैट देयर इज सम रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल. तो CBI ट्रेनिंग तो हम लोग की हो ही रखी है. रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल मीन्स ट्राइफल का साइन होता है. तो कमांडेंट साहब थे वहां पे, ठीक है, साहब गए और किसी ने बोला कुछ है, तो उनके हाथ में डंडा था, उन्होंने ऐसे डंडा मारा. डंडा मारते ही एक बॉक्स था वो नीचे गिर गया. ठीक है, जैसे ही बॉक्स नीचे गिरा तो बॉक्स के ऊपर एक रेडिएशन सिंबल था ट्राइफॉइल का, ऐसे ही था, बॉक्स गिरा और यहाँ पे सिंबल था. सिंबल देखते ही साहब को लगा, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छी ट्रेनिंग हो रखी थी, रिफ्रेशर भी थी, मास्टर ट्रेनर भी हो चुके थे, तो उनको सारे हजार्ड्स पता थे. जैसे ही रेडिएशन हुआ तो जो वेव्स होते हैं उसकी वजह से उनको इश्यू हो गया और उनको सिम्टम्स शुरू हो गए. उनको कन्वर्जन, वॉमिटिंग, नॉजिया सब कुछ शुरू हो गया, क्योंकि वो उस मटेरियल के इंपैक्ट में आ गए. डब्बा जैसे ही गिरा, ढंग से उन्होंने देखा नहीं होगा, ऐसे मारा होगा, डब्बा गिर गया, मटेरियल बाहर आ गया, एंड ही गॉट एक्सपोज्ड दैट विद द रेडियोएक्टिव मटेरियल. अब जैसे ही उनको हुआ, वापस बैरक में आए. जानते ही बैरक में 40 लड़के थे अपने, वो आए बैरक में, खुद तो आई, रेडियोएक्टिव मटेरियल भी साथ में ले आए. तो बैरक में भी सारे सब लोगों को वो इशू एक्सपोजर हो गया. जैसे एक्सपोजर हुआ, हल्ला हुआ, तो ऑब्वियसली BRC को आना पड़ता है पिक्चर में. इमरजेंसी रिस्पॉन्स सेंटर से BRC टीम आएगी. टीम आई, फॉर्चुनेटली मेरे ही कुछ ऑफिसर थे सीनियर उस टीम में थे. टीम आए तो हमारा सिस्टम होता है, वी हैव दैट पर्टिकुलर PP, देन वी टेक द डोजीमीटर, लॉन्ग साइड होता है. अगर मीटिंग किसी ने ट्रेनिंग की होगी आप लोगों ने, रेडिएशन की किया हो ना आप लोगों ने, हाँ, तो 12-15 मीटर का आपने लेते हैं. एंड जब हम वहां गए, क्रॉस चेक किया, तो लोगों ने पाया वहां पे रेडिएशन नहीं था, मिला ही नहीं रेडिएशन हमें. तो बड़ा इश्यू हुआ हमें कि रेडिएशन है नहीं, एंड सिम्टम्स सारे के सारे ये लोग शो कर रहे हैं. तो अगेन टीम गई, डॉक्टर्स गए, सब कोई गए, कमांडर साहब को अलग लेके आए हम. उनसे पूछा गया सिम्टम्स क्या क्या आपको आ रहे हैं, उन्होंने दोबारा बताया सिम्टम यही आ रहे हैं, और वो लिटरली मेडिकल के हिसाब से भी सिम्टम वही आ रहे थे उनको. जैसे ही हमने उनके कान में बताया कि कुछ गड़बड़ हो गई है, वहां रेडियोएक्टिव मटेरियल नहीं था, तो कमांडेंट साहब बिल्कुल ठीक हो गए, बिल्कुल ठीक फिट, या तो कुछ है नहीं. जैसे ही उन 40 बंदों को बताया हमने कि तुम्हें रेडियोएक्टिव मटेरियल नहीं लिखा हुआ है, वो सारे वो भी ठीक हो गए. तो आधे घंटे में सब लोग ठीक एंड ड्यूटी पे दोबारा चले गए. इसको बोलते हैं हम साइको सोशल ट्रीटमेंट, कि हमने दिमाग में बिठा लेना है कि वो डर हमें बैठा है, और 10 घंटे की मेहनत हमारी उन्होंने 5 मिनट ठीक कर दी. जैसे ही मालूम चला कि वो खाली डब्बा था, केवल साइन था उसमें रेडियोएक्टिव मटेरियल का, एवरीथिंग वाज कंट्रोल, सब खड़े हुए, यस सर, सैल्यूट किया और अपने काम पे लग गए. तो ये बहुत जरूरी है हमें पता करना कि हमारा इशू किससे है, टारगेट क्या है. मॉक के बाद तो ज्यादा ट्रेनिंग भी लेना ठीक नहीं ना, ज्यादा ट्रेनिंग कर लेते हैं, मॉक कर लेते हैं, तो वही आदत पड़ जाती है. अभी यहाँ पे कोई वो धूप बत्ती जला दे, केमिकल पड़ रहे हैं, अरे लीकेज हो गया, सब भाग लेंगे बाहर, है ना, तो ज्यादा ट्रेनिंग भी ठीक नहीं होती है. हाँ, ये तो गैप्स हैं ही है, ठीक है. एनीवे, देन दिस सर्टेन पैरामीटर्स, ये आपको ध्यान देना है. मैं आपको लास्ट पे लाता हूँ सीधे, क्योंकि मेरे सर बैठे हैं और वो भी वेट कर रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट कीजिए प्लीज. हाँ, दिस इज अगेन, आप जानते हैं PDCA, प्लान डू चेक एक्ट, बट माई फोकस इज दिस पर्टिकुलर पार्ट. जैसे कि अगर हम देखेंगे इस पर्टिकुलर स्लाइड को, तो कॉम्पिटेंस एनहांसमेंट फ्रेमवर्क फॉर डॉग सेफ्टी ऑफिशियल्स कैसे एनहांस करेंगे. तो अगेन वी हैव टू फोकस अपॉन समथिंग, पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा, मजबूरी है. तो रेगुलेटरी नॉलेज के लिए वी हैव टू लर्न समथिंग अबाउट डॉग वर्कर्स सेफ्टी हेल्थ वेलफेयर रूल्स 1990, IMDG यू नो. MSIC रूल्स बहुत जरूरी है, पैरेलली एड ऑन विद फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट, सेक्शंस ऑन सेफ्टी. इमरजेंसी प्रिपेयर्डनेस के लिए you will go for the CAPPPR, chemical accidents emergency planning, preparedness response 1996, Then parallelly hazardous material handling. YouTube पे link है, they will share to you. तो already recorded है, तो ये PPTs आपको वहाँ से भी मिल जाएंगी. अगर यहाँ से नहीं मिलती है, then also YouTube पे जो link है, take with these people organizers, वो दे देंगे आपको, and you will get. Then worker safety के लिए, incident management के लिए, environmental safety के लिए, we have certain things. ISPS code is there, so you can have something knowledge part में जो आपको required है. Training communications, continuous learning and cultural behavior के लिए part है. And parallelly, this slide is very much important for you. Indian standards, rules and acts, कौन-कौन से हैं जो आपके chemical से directly related होते हैं? Knowledge of hazard classification, risk assessment, use of PPE, training certification, record keeping, documentation. So we have a number of things. You go for the Explosive Act, Petroleum Act, gas cylinder rules. Because अगर आप बात करें gas cylinder again comes into premises, so act could be different acts could be applicable at one location. Gas cylinder भी applicable होगा, petroleum भी हो जाएगा. Explosive rules, पैसों का भी हमें पैरामीटर आ जाएगा. Dock safety is there, environmental ministry is there, but ये सारे आ जाते हैं. Then IS standards for handling equipment 5571, section for electrical equipments for hazardous areas. Why? Because सबने जैसे बताया था starting में fire सबसे बड़ा हमारा hazard है और chemicals में लगने की chances ज़्यादा होती हैं. तो we are there, we can see that. So okay, with this I rest my. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. May I now call upon stage Professor Raj Mohan, National Institute of Technology, to speak with his topic of discussion, cargo handling and storage risks, reactivity and chemical reaction issues during port operations.
So, very good afternoon. I am Professor Raj Mohan from NITK Surathkal. I come from another coastal area, Arabian Sea coast, Mangalore. So if you draw a straight line from Chennai, I belong to Chennai. I am exactly on the other side of the peninsular country. So I'm very happy to be here because I'm coming to Kolkata, basically West Bengal, after many years. I was here for 3 years in IIT Kharagpur. My Guruji is here, Professor Makeup. So we have been working together. In fact, I did my PhD within 3 years and first student to pass out from him. There are many people are registered, but I passed out very quickly. And so our interactions are still now the same, the student and teacher's relationship. So very happy to be here, and actually this is the first time I'm hearing about the port itself, because we were heard about Haldia port. I'm not very sure about this particular port. So I'm lucky to be here with you, that on a particular auspicious day. Today it's a Friday, and a happy Valentine's Day. Okay, so coming to this business. So I'll be just telling about most of the things, maybe a repetition for you guys, because from morning people have been telling this. So I'll also just touch upon certain things which may be a repetitive one. I'll just pass through, okay? So, yeah, safe ports make efficient ports. Efficiency, again, reflected in your economy, right? How profitable you are, okay? And how much goods you attract. And of course, the policies and other things of the state or the center matters, how these regulations have been done. And we are very lucky enough ourselves to say that we are adjacent to New Mangalore Port Authority, which was now one of the all-time port. And most of the time, they are the highest crude importers of this country. And we have a 16 million tons crude processing industry called MRPL, being taken over by ONGC. It's called now OMPL. So they do have a single point mooring system right in the sea, 12 nautical miles away from the shore. And so this is, again, I'm repeating, it's an all-time port. So why this ports which we say about safe ports or efficient ports? Because the throughput says that how much goods and how much hazardous goods they handle actually. You're handling goods, it's fine. You handle weight, you handle sugar, you handle something else. It's all fine. So are you handling cargo, like you can say about coal in large quantities, crude oil in large quantities, and again many other, you can say sulfur and many other components. Basically, you can say about the pharmaceutical industries. They import, export raw materials, they export finished products, many times intermediates, where the intermediates' names have not been declared, you may not know, they simply say a chemical. As I think people have been discussing about our drivers are not BSc chemistry or MSc chemistry people to know at least what is the chemical nature of a substance. They may have some information on them, right, and they may forget because they may be transporting many such kind of goods which they are not aware, okay? So in a lighter way, so you say that this ports basically you can say help our economy and employment. If a new port is coming, it's going to employ minimum, you can say 300 to 400 people directly or indirectly. So the docks industry is said to be a highest, you can say, risk industry because you handle things which are large in quantity, and again, handling sense, you load them or unload them. And when you're doing such kind of things, right, you also need to take care because certain materials, when you handle them in large quantity, they're going to be hazardous. In small quantities, they may not, but in large quantities, they may be definitely pose or give some threat, which is called as hazard. So you may be handling this, work like ship bunkering, storaging, all this, whatever the activities being listed over here, has some of the other hazards, you can say directly or indirectly. So mainly you can say about when you speak about this, now the causes for the accidents, which are basically they say the slip, trips, whatever you say, these are the basic things. And again, falling from elevated places, and you also having moving large objects, and of course, manhandling certain goods, because certain things, we still have ports, we are not much mechanized, or you can say it is not totally automated. Right? There are, you can say ports like Rotterdam and other thing, they handle things in a remote area, use robotics and other kind of AI kind of tools. So here you say about the musculoskeletal injuries, and it can be even leading to something which is very lethal. Right? By falling, people can die. Or sometimes, there were incidents in the New Mangalore port. People who operate the crane, they work in shifts. So person who was supposed to, finish his shift and come down, right? By mistake, he has fallen, right? And the new person who have come, he started the operation. This guy was chopped into pieces by the gears. Okay, so they couldn't even identify who was there in the shift. So that is a situation. So people, they work with, elevated attitude, and if they are not cautious, right? Because sometimes people who do the routine work may even become mad, okay, to such an extent. Right? You're doing the same work for several times, and say for all time, from morning, say 8 hours, if you're doing the same work, right, people will become more of a machine. Sometimes they lose their, consciousness. So they meet with some kind of an accidents which can be even lethal. So you have a high proportion of accidents in port works, basically where the containers have been handled. So in a port, if you see the statistics says, you are handling the type of work, whatever you do, right? Majorly, the container handling job is highly risky, or there's a lot of accidents which have happened. So the ports which you have cranes, right, and you can say the movable equipments which are there in your port, on board or on the docks area, right, can cause injuries. So they have listed some of the hazard work in the docks. They say dock edge protection. Sometimes you may need a protection, sometimes you may not need. Because sometimes the protection which is being given itself will be a hurdle or can cause some kind of an accident. Because so where you need to have this edge and where you're supposed not to have them, right, it matters. So working over water, yes, definitely. So you're working on basically, I think you are working on a river freshwater, right, condition. If you go to the actual ports, the sea ports and ocean ports, they have large, you can say, salinity, a different kind of an environment, right, and you can say even the air which is there will be rich with chlorine, okay. So this is the condition of ports which are being there in the sea or oceans. So you have a planning of lifting, you can say about operations, banksman, right, work, dock lifting equipments, then ships lifting equipments and ship derricks, right, and slings, and you can say lifting of cargoes, work at heights, mooring operations. All these things have some hazard. Yeah. So again, these are some of the things. Cargo handling operations, as we say, hazardous work. Majority they say about on board or on container ships. Most of the accidents which happen related to or which has an hazard is being confined much with the ship rather than on the docks. Okay, so that's what it says. Majority of the accidents are premiered on board ship containers accident, and the hazards are being, can say about board ship arise from condition and also the safety standards. What is the environment is available over there, right? That situation also can be hazard, and you can also say about some of the safety standards which are supposed to be followed may not be followed, and also some of the equipments and other things which may malfunction, right? Which may lead to, you can say, this kind of accidents. So they say the design and even built to operate with specific sectors of maritime transport industries like container, solid bulk, then brake bulk, oil, chemical, gas, then ferry, ro-ro operations, right? All this, you can say, kind of types of ships which you have, right? And their activities. Because certain, if you say ro-ro ships, they're specifically only for that particular kind of, carrier. Okay, so you need to, it's a kind of vehicles which will be loaded on them, right, as it is, and then been taken. So that can be said as your ro-ro kind of passengers, or you can say containers. Then you also have bulk and brake bulk. You may understand it's one stage of bulk, goods you load them. Sometimes you break the bulk substances into smaller compartments or smaller confinements. So you have all this international, ISM ship management code. Then, yeah, so just for a pictorial representation, what these operations are and how the ships have been shown here. So you can see about the bulk cargo containers, and you also see that you can say the ro-ro ships, then general cargo ships. Some of the ships which are specifically, for example, chemical handling ships have been colored bright and red to say that there is a warning, either red or orange being the specific color for these ships which carry hazardous chemicals. So as I said, the hazard can be associated either with the structure or it could be on the management policy or protocol. So here it says the gangways not being rigged safely. It means that it is a condition which is not supposed to be, right? So it has been prevailing over there, which will be a reason for your, you can say, accident. So likewise, I think you have been exposed to all this kind of, structures and also the management hazards. So coming to this, these are ship on-board operations. As I said, there are a lot of operations which is happening on the ship, that is on the board, like are more dangerous or you can say more hazardous than on the docks. And again, this is more with respect to containers than with any other, you can say, shipments. So you have this hatch cover operations of ship cranes, then ships rail mounted, so gantry cranes, then again you have main deck mooring winches. These are some of, you can say, operations on the ship. Then it's been something say about the cargo handling operations in ships. You have roughly around 35% of the injuries occurred in the ships, which interface between during the container handling and also you can say lashing operations. So when you try to handle these containers and do this lashing, means you tie them with some, you can say, a different kind of strings or made up of different material. When they do such kind of work, right, you have always a possibility of getting injured or some accident, which is roughly around 35% being listed here. So some 25% of the accidents will happen due to carriage, you can say about storage yards, when the container will be stored in the yards, right? The trucks, when they'll be moving, when they're carrying, right, the mobile condition, you can see. Many of the trucks, when they move on the road itself with the traffic, they drive fast. I don't know whether it is a mistake of the driver or they can say about the material which need to be shifted in time. So they do drive unsafely. Again, it's a usual practice. I'm not giving any big statement here, but it is being observed, right? Because we have been facing this because our NH66, right, which is a Kochi-Panvel highway, just adjacent to the highway, we have the port. Okay, most of the containers or you can say carriers do ply through this road, and this on either side we do have industries, and again we have residential areas, we have schools, colleges, plenty of them on this highway. Okay, so and it is also being said all-time port, we handle all kind of hazardous goods which are there in the region. So 25% is being said to because of the container which is being shifted or being stored in the yards. Next 25% they say it is on the dock. You can say about whatever the operations being carried on the dock. I think recently when during the elections, Karnataka state elections, I think our Honorable Prime Minister had come 7 times to Karnataka, okay, just before the election. So where BJP lost and Congress had come back. So there, you can say about once we had a very big gathering of more than 6 lakh people, right, in an area. So he was supposed to land, usually he comes in the chopper, right, he is supposed to land in the port. They've decided that all the 3 choppers in line will land in the port. So previously that port, on that, jetties, they have been, they just downloaded a phosphorus-based fertilizer. Okay, phosphorus-based fertilizer they have just, they have unloaded and they have kept in heaps. Okay, so since the Prime Minister is coming, like the country's Prime Minister is coming, they want to clear it off. They urgently cleared everything. And they still had a doubt, this phosphorus, right, material-based fertilizer, right, whether it can create any kind of a dust allergy or a friction or something which can lead to a fire or some kind of an accident. So they have been trying to clean it, they were not able to, so then we heard somebody should come. So they said, okay, from Chemical Engineering Department, NIT Surat, call some professor. Okay, just let him inspect this and say that what should be done, right, to prevent the dust rising up, which may be hazardous if it has been inhaled, a fertilizer, right? Basically, even the sarin, which was been, right, deployed in Tokyo, suburb train, or you can say station, it is also basically a raw material of a pesticide. They started synthesizing a pesticide, and styrene is one of the, you can say what, sarin is one of the common, right? Basically, and now you can say, so they had a doubt, like, since it's a fertilizer, like, whether it, what should be done, like, so we have inspected, they've been sweeping it several times, then we called, then you can say about the safety officer, madam, I think Lakshmi or somebody is there, Smita or somebody. So she was there, and then we told, just bring your fire tenders, right, hit with heavily the water of the ground, wash it out cleanly, right, so that even whatever the fine dust which is there can be moved, because if you use a fire engine, the fire engine, the fire tenders, they hit with a greater pressure, right, sometimes even the gravels which are there may be washed away along with the, so that was being done just a day before to clean up this fertilizer. So you can say about on the docks, what you store, right, what you handle also matters, right, for this. So the container ship loading and unloading operations, you have plenty of them here being listed, so they are also hazardous, or they pose some kind of a hazard when you handle this. So what type of, hazards which have been listed over here, and what is its intensity, and who and all who have been there, like who and all can be exposed to such kind of hazards. So it is being listed over here. They say ship visitors, ship service, port services, general port workers, cargo handlers, shore side, then cargo handlers, ship side, either side. Okay. So these are the people who will be engaged in such kind of work, which has been listed again, right? What could be the hazard? As I listed already, said about slips, trips, fall of person from heights, all those things being listed. So the intensity says, as the color goes from green to red, it says how intense it is or how severe it is. So coming to this manual handling of container ships, usually the heavy lashing bars, right? It springs, or you can say whatever it comes and lashes, it can even kill, right? It can push, or it can make a major, you can say, injury or damage. So these are some of, you can say, work, right? The operations which is being done manually. So working in a restricted area, as I said, in a confined area, right? Or it could be a remote area. So when you're working over there, you need to take utmost care. So often you can say about the cluttered decks and platforms on night, in poor lighting systems, and even sometimes bad weather, right? Because our coastal regions are prone to, you can say, many kind of, now a lot of, storms, or you can say, but cyclones are visiting our country very often because of the climate change people do predict. So that is also one of the, reasons. So the container top working, as we said, proper protections need to be done. I think it may be followed. If you are not following it, these are the instructions says. Persons who work in cages, right, should see to that how safely that cage is also, because you'll be hanged somewhere else, and you need to fetch the door to close, whether it is, you can say you're going to, it is inward side, or it is going to be a rail kind of thing which you're going to run around. So something like this. So it says about the floor coverings, so paddings of kneeling areas, and then doors gets opened inwards, as I said, or it has a self-closing systems, handrails inside the, you can say about the guardrails, all those things comes into picture. So containerized goods, as again and say, are much more dangerous. Like when you see about the other goods which have been handled, why it has been, saying, because what it contains also matters. And again, they are, you can say, heavy containers which have been moved here and there. Even the manual operation of them leads to accidents. So we say that this risk of people, healthy, you can say health, property, or even environment, right, which may be disturbed because of this. And the dangerous goods, you can say about exist in both, you can say in all forms, as I say, solid, liquid, and gases, or either the solid even get converted into liquid, or liquid into gases, or the solid directly into gases or vapors, whatever you say. So all these things, right, which are hazardous to us because they are chemical in nature. So the dangerous goods can exist in solid, liquid, and gases, all the three phases, and they can see we have all this kind of reactive, substances, like it can corrode, maybe deteriorating a material, then it can, maybe in explosive, sometimes batteries, right, carrying some huge charges, right, again the leak of charge again, or it is whatever the kind of explosion even the batteries do have, right, because of the conditional change. And then you have even some daily items what they use, like for example, sprays, perfumes, aftershave, liquor, and then you can say about cigarette lighters. So these are many of the products, because we do import many such kind of goods, right, due to, fancy or luxury living. Perfumes, right, the highly volatile, and even say if it smells good, it is fine. You remember that you are inhaling a volatile organic component, which is again going to be dangerous. Okay, so that is what it means to say. So perfumes which are highly volatile and can easily, say, highly inflammable. Then there are, you can say, 9 dangerous goods. Of course, you would know all of them, but still for this is like, you can say about an awareness brushing course for you guys, but just to remember, that's what we are here. So just for again to tell about you about these things, 9 categories which already mentioned. So coming into this dangerous goods, we need to have some definition for them. Dangerous are always dangerous, they're going to cause some damage. Okay, so it is, the definition says these dangerous goods, or you can say it could be a chemical, may pose some hazard, could be a solid bulk materials. Right? Sometimes you say about when the solids been handled in a bulk nature, they cause hazard. So you call MHBs. You can say about materials handled in bulk. Okay, so they do have, you can say, designated by this IMBC codes. You also have harmful substances which says about in the package form. Of course, it cannot be exposed like that. So you have a package, you can say, substances which are harmful substances. Some of them are dangerous goods. Basically, you can say about hazardous substance which fall under this are not actually going to be a dangerous good, but they are dangerous when you have been exposed to a longer period of time. Or you can say it doesn't immediately show any kind of a danger, but it has a potential to do a damage, right, even at a long run. So you have this dangerous goods or dangerous cargo which says about, usually if even an empty containers, right, vessels which would have carried already a chemical or an hazardous material in them, right, if it's not been cleaned, then it is going to be that even the empty space which has some trace amounts of these original material is going to be a hazardous nature. That's what, when people have been doing some kind of a cleaning, even if they do a cleaning by means of purging with nitrogen, the environment becomes zero oxygen and it's not going to be fit for you, right, when you are going inside, because it creates an asphyxiation, or you can say loss of oxygen, people may die. So you have this, you can say, unclean packages, containers previously contained dangerous goods. Likewise, you can say a situation where you can say it is dangerous. So again, in continuation of them, they say about these dangerous goods are immediate threat, you can say, about to life, and sometimes the very first category we say them as explosives. So we'll see them one after the other. So the dangerous goods are products that are classified as dangerous for both storage, transport, and handling. So the goods commonly carried on board ships listed in your, you can say, International Maritime Dangerous Goods Code. Okay, so being listed in that. So the dangerous goods are actually assigned with a UN number. So this UN number is scaled United Nations number, which carries a 4-digit number. And this 4-digit number starts from 4 to 3,600, right? So this is the range in which all these dangerous goods have been designated. So you also have another one which speaks about the nature. The UN says about the code. You have your PSN number, proper shipping number. This proper shipping number says about what is exactly or accurately the name of the chemical or the goods carries. So you say this because both of them are mandatory when you handle this kind of goods. So according to the hazardous classification, their composition with accompanying class, pack, group, and also you can say subsidiary, you can say risk classification need to be given or need to be done. So where you have an article specifically listed by name, it is identified by the transportation, or you can say transport by means of PSN number, or sorry, PSN, or it is UN number. So the dangerous goods have been listed in volume 2, part 3 of IMDG code book. So the products that do not have specific discrimination, for example, they may be a composition of some hazardous goods with some other things. So it becomes a mixture or a solution of substance. So where one of the component will be dangerous, or you can say toxic or reactive. So that, if it is there, if you are not able to name them properly, you say it as, it is called as NOS, basically called as non-otherwise specific. Of course, they are, right, maybe flammable. And these dangerous goods are assigned to one of the 9 categories, as I already mentioned. So they are here for you. So this is, again, you know, this list, this classification you might be knowing is, the only thing is you need to remember it because you are going to handle them and you are going to be exposed to them. So here, as I said, the very first one is nothing but the explosive ones, basically a highly reactive one. It's going to make a damage, right? It can give a huge explosion, creating some pressure waves, doing a damage to the body, it's the human being and also the buildings or other infrastructures. And it may even cause fire, which may burn later, right? Or it may take away the oxygen in the environment and create a situation which is unsafe, or you can say which says about going to lead to some other kind of problems. So it is class 1, again being classified into 1 to 6. It is 1.1, which says about the substance or articles which have a mass explosion hazard. The one which I already said, they are extremely dangerous. So they are going to, you know, give out, you can say, pressure waves which are going to damage things. Like your Beirut accident says almost the city has been shattered because of these pressure waves later with the fire. So here the substance that are articles which have a projection of hazard but not mass explosion hazard. They don't explode, but they do create a situation. It can burn, right? It can, you know, generate heat and other kind of things, but explosion is not there. So I'd say about 1.2. Under 1.3, you have substance articles which have fire hazard and either minor blast hazard or a minor projection hazard or both, but not a mass explosion. Mass explosion means huge damage. You say about, it impact maybe around 2 square kilometers or 5 square kilometers. For example, if you have an LPG bulletin catches fire and explodes, it is going to create a damage roughly around 2 square kilometers. Right? The evacuation will be done up to 5 square kilometers. Electricity will be switched off. Right? There are a lot of other kind of SOPs for this kind of accidents. So you have something which says there will not be mass explosion, but there may be a little explosion. There could be a little, you can say, about kind of a fire or other kind of things, which is definitely going to create damage, but not a mass damage. So that is around 1.3. Your 1.4 says substance articles which present no significant hazard. They don't pose significant hazard, but still they fall under, you can say, some categories like flammability and other kind of things or reactivity. So next is very insensitive substance which have a mass explosion hazard. They say it's very insensitive, but it has a potential of getting a mass, you can say, explosion. 1.6 says extremely insensitive articles which do not have a mass explosion hazard. So this is how they have been classified from 1 to 1.1 to 1.6. But when you're coming to 2, class 2, it's totally of gases. So we have started with, you can say, explosives. These explosives can be either of the way. We have not said about what form they are, either it's a solid, liquid, or gas. But still, you can say about these are basically substances which are there. When you go for class 2, it is totally pure, you can say about gases, which are flammable. Say, for example, your LPG, right? Your methane. Methane above 4% in the atmospheric environment can catch fire. Right? Above 4% ppm in the atmospheric air, if it is there being accumulated, it can still catch fire and burn. So they are flammable gases. Non-flammable gases, non-toxic, right, which is 2.2, but they make, right, pose some kind of a hazard, so it has been put under dangerous goods. And 2.3 is toxic gases. Toxic gases are nothing but, you can say, as we have been listing out ammonia, sulfur, you can say trioxide, then if you can say about, of course, sulfur trioxide unstable, it becomes sulfuric acid. You have, you can say about H2S, hydrogen sulfide, and so many, you can say, other gases, even chlorine gases. So these gases, right, which are toxic, which are going to do a damage, right, are highly reactive. Basically, they are highly reactive when they have been exposed to the environment or with the others. So some of the gases, they need oxygen, right, to even react. Some of them need water or moisture in the air to react. So this is something like they are reactive, going to cause some damage, so it is being said as toxic. When you say toxic, it is basically related to the living forms where their tissues or organs or even it's going to be lethal for them. So toxic gases are being listed in 2.3. So 3 says about flammable liquids. 4 say about flammable solids, substances like, you can say, spontaneous combustion, right? Immediately they do catch fire. And substances which on contact with water emit flames or gases. So when they come in, contact with gas, right, or water, they start, you can say, giving out some kind of fumes. So you may have solids, when they come in contact with water, right, they do produce fumes, right? So these fumes are again toxic. fumes or vapors. So you have 4, right, class 4, which is the flammable solids. Under that you have 4.1 says flammable solids, self-reactive, right? If they are in certain concentrations, they react, right? So for example, A joins with again A, right? It reacts to give a product, say B. So it is A plus A gives B. It means the same component, right, when it's meeting with a certain concentration with its own species, starts reacting and give you some product. So they are, you can say, about substances which can, right, react by themselves. So you have substances which are liable to, you can say, combustion. They can catch fire, right, as I said, phosphorus itself, right, or you can say about, there are many substances which can catch fire and also can explode. So 4.3 says substances which contact with water emit some flames and gases, I already mentioned. When you come to class 5, it says oxidizing substance or organic peroxides. So what is this oxidizing substance? These substances do, you can say, about react to another component. Basically, oxidation is knocking off an electron from the outermost orbit of a component, right, of an atom. You say it's an oxidation process. When this oxidation process happens, it generates enormous amount of energy in the form of heat. Okay, so many of the times you can say the oxidation process can even lead to a fire. Okay, so this is how it can be classified. So you say the substances which are oxidizing power, right? All of them do have a kind of symbols. So they are, you can say, oxidizing substances. Among them you have organic peroxides, right? They also do, you can say, certain kind of damage when they get oxidized. So coming to this class 6, toxic and infectious substances. Again, as I said, they're reactive. The components may be chemical. You can say about non-chemical, which is biological, right? Say, for example, certain agents which have been secreted or been given out, right, by certain biochemical reactions or secretions of certain enzymes and nothing which are toxic. They are said to be, you can say, about infectious. So you have toxic and infectious substance being listed under 6. And again, there are toxic, infectious again being separated with 6.1 and 6.2. So coming to, you can say about the 7, it is radioactive material you might be knowing about. It doesn't need any medium. It could be able to emit certain kind of radiations which can ionize, you can say about, and damage the tissues or cells. Or it can even damage or alter, you can say about some of the other, you can say, properties or you can say components, which is again undesirable. So you say that the radioactive materials are present which do have certain kind of radiations, or you can say which are having certain power. Your gamma rays, your alpha rays, your beta rays have different, you can say, about ionizing power. So you have class number 8, which is corrosive. So corrosive substances, basically you can say even your, you can say, NaCl, which is present in form of vapors in the air, is going to corrode, right? If you are working on a coastal region, right? I have traveled in many of the, you can say, about dredging ships in our area. They are in a very, very poor conditions where most of their parts are corroded. You cannot even identify the nut and bolts which have been disfigured because of the corrosion. So they still do operate. So you have a corrosive environment or the substance which can corrode and going to give a damage, especially because you are operating over the seas. So the 9th one says about miscellaneous materials which are still, you can say, dangerous, but they may not be classified in either of the above one, but they still do pose or threat hazard. So coming to this, as I said already, the PSN number, which is mandatory for transportation documentation and labeling, and there is no alternatives for this if you want to go for a permit. So they do have, you can say about, for example, they would have designated the name, the chemical name, right? I will say this, for example, in this case, it says about lithium metal battery, okay? So lithium is, you can say about also a component which has been used in your, you can say, fuel cells. There also, you can say, dangerous. They can even have a property of exploding, right? Even they are in the batteries and other thing. So you have lead acid batteries, of course. So there are packaging which have been done from class 1, 2, and 7, and divisions 5.2 to 5.6, and division 4.1, because the other things, right, they fall under different ones. For example, your radioactive falls under a different one. So if you have certain kind of, the classes of materials which are very specific, which need to be, you can say, designated when they've been packed and transported. For example, package 1, it says highly danger. Package 2 is low danger. 3 is low danger, and 2 is in between. So even the severity of the danger, right, has been given in terms of how big, you can say, about the logos or the symbols have been given out. Say, for example, it's danger, high danger, you write it in a very bigger way, highly dangerous or just danger. So that's what is being given here. Again, they have been classified in different colors also, right, as we have seen from orange or white, orange to moving towards red, speaks about how danger it is. This is all you can say, where you can visualize, you can say the intensity of the danger. Next about they also have, we can say the packings, saying low danger, medium danger in green to red. So there are, you can say, solutions or mixtures, as we said, which is non, you can say, otherwise specified. Also maybe here, right, in this category. So this you would have seen, most of you would have seen this, just for your remembrance. Goods, which if it has been a packaged goods, right, if it has been a container, right, could be of any material, right, if you are transporting it, right. So whatever the symbols which are there present over there has some specific meaning, or it tells you what is its contents. So for example, it says, the very first one says about the arrow, it says about what is the orientation which it should be kept. Basically, the physical geometry, you cannot alter it. If you alter it, something else is going to happen, or something undesirable is going to happen. So you are supposed to orient or keep, right, the base of the arrow at the bottom and the arrow pointed up at the top. Okay. So the very, you can say, symbol which anyone can understand says how it need to be placed in a system or in a storage area. So it's the second one says about the hazardous label. So in this case, there is one which shows about the above there is a white and below there is a black. The above one says what in contact with what it is going to react. Basically, it's corrosive. So this symbol represents the corrosiveness of that. And again, the intensity of corrosiveness, there is a number which has been designated at the bottom, which could be from 0 to 4. So you have certain numbers being said over here. The third one says about by what mode it can be transported. Right? There is a symbol which says it can be only transported by means of air. You cannot transport that by some other means. It means that you need to reach a designated place at a very faster thing, because the contents may have some other kind of alterations. So you have a newer number which speaks about, as I said, right, going to speak about what is the, say for example, if it is 1203, you say it is petrol, right? So it says about what are the, you can say about their nature of the component. Next about the proper shipping name, in this case they have given us, you can say, organic one. Again it is NOS, it means it is a mixture of many other components in which one or two components are going to be hazardous. So here you say about, in this case, this is caprylyl chloride, which is again one of the base material being used for, you can say, in a rubber or some other plastic industries, an intermediate. So they have said about what is the net quantity over there, 10 liters being given. So this is the proper, you can say, technical name. Right? Basically, they say the shipping name says it's an acid, or it says organic acid. It also says what is composition under the, you can say, technical name. So you have both been given over here. Again, there are many other, you can say, things which have been given here. What is the net quantity? Then again, name and address of the consignee and name and address of the shipper, right? Who's going to ship? And next about the packaging orientation, everything is being given. So this is some of the basic information on a packaged goods, which you have said about 1, 2, 3 being classified, and what are the, you can say, information it can carry. So this is about the general requirements. Again, I think each and every port will have a terminal manager, or you can say about berth operator. You have an operational procedure for this terminal. You can say handling hazardous, or you can say dangerous goods. And again, it's been specified by your safety management systems. It comprises of identification, assessment, and control of risks. So when you're handling such kind of hazardous materials, you should first identify, right, what kind of risk it is posing. So you need to assess what will be the severity of it. Then you also know to know what would be the control or, you can say, mitigation measures which you need to follow. So these are some of, you can say, about the things which the berth operator, I can say, the safety manager or terminal manager need to look into it. So it also says about the both international practice and particularly International Maritime Association, organizations' recommendations need to be followed. And some of the notifications says about how you are going to handle or manage the traffic of, you can say, the shipments. So anyway, when we come to the class 1 kind of thing, we'll explain in much detail. So the reporting of incidents, if it is an hazardous goods, any incident, even a small spillage, even a wrong orientation, a slight damage of even the container or the confinement, everything need to be reported or need to be recorded. So again, it have to be reported to the proper, you can say, about port authorities, or you can say about some of the other people who are hierarchies in the list. So the packaging and labeling, as I said, all dangerous goods which have been delivered from a port area should have a packaged, you can say, a properly packaged container, then marked with all the labels, placards, and you can say about along with the IG, you can say, International Maritime Dangerous Goods Code. Segregation and safe storage of, you can say, dangerous goods, it's already listed. Some of my earlier speakers also said about this. So how we are going to isolate if goods are dangerous, right, when it comes to the cargo. So if it has been again, what should be the environment that need to be? So for some cases, you need to have a controlled environment to keep these, you can say, chemicals so that they are stable in condition, because the conditions may even make them unstable and lead to some other problems. So the area of damaged goods need to be designated, and you need to have a proper disposal systems. So we do have here been listed here, this is nothing but the material data sheet. You can say about the material safety data sheet, which speaks about what type of material, right? What is the, you can say about the date it is being issued, right? What are the company details, the product specifications, then about its compositions, then what are the hazard identification symbols which it need to be carried. So this is, yeah. So dangerous goods advisor, every port should have a dangerous good advisor. If it's not there, it could be even a part-time, can be on contract, or maybe even called at time off, where you when you handle, you can say dangerous goods. So they say each terminal or berth operator carrying, you can say this transportation, handling and storage of his hazardous materials, right, should have or should be skilled, right, to know certain knowledge about this dangerous goods, can act as an advisor, or the terminal manager can also, if he is enriched with this kind of some experience which he has earlier, right, or undergoing some training, if he have gained certain kind of knowledge on this kind of materials, he can act as a, you can say, the advisor. So the functions of dangerous goods advisors have been given here, it's been listed. So this also we'll discuss when we go with explosives. Emergency preparations, right, written emergency plan should be there, and people who are working in that region or along with this kind of goods should be aware of this, and they should also have a practice, maybe some kind of, trainings or mock drills kind of things need to be arranged. Okay, inspections and audits need to be carried out, right? It need to be evaluated about the conditions or about the goods and their guidelines, whether they have been properly followed. Empty and clean, as I said, cargoes are need to be, again, it's called as the cargo transport units, which are having this empty ones also need to be properly disposed, or you can say about kept in a place or a designated place where it may be taken by somebody else for treatment. So supply of information, as we said, this is very important. The port should be notified if there is a dangerous goods going to come into it or going to be exported from it. So there is, you can say about either by land or sea, whatever it is. So the information need to be reported earlier to the port, you can say our terminal manager, or further you can say the higher authorities. So the notification is very much crucial, because the port need to get ready to handle situations about, or you can say which is associated with hazardous goods. So the goods entry by sea, they say at least 48 hours prior its arrival, you need to inform the port. So it means the port should be aware that such kind of goods is coming into the port, right? Somebody is shipping it, and again, it cannot be, you can say, about stay there for a longer time. Again, they have such kind of times also. They say entry of the goods from the land also, it cannot enter 24 hours before its loading. And again, 48 hours, you can say about its arrival. Then you can say certain accuracy of this information, like whatever you have, the PSN number and other kind of documentations, if they need to be, you can say, provided in a much advanced manner. If there is a delay with this kind of anything, right, it may need to penalty, sometimes even stoppage, or maybe it is left to the port authorities, they may delay or they take some actions. So again, this radio and radar transmitting, you can say, systems, you are not supposed to use when the dangerous goods being handled. Maybe away from 50 meters, if you are using it, then it should be certified, right? It should be known to the people, because they do have, because we've seen that there are electrical based, or you can say about accidents or sparks or whatever, right? As a higher, sensitivity. So in that case, if you're handling it, you see to see that it is something around 50 meters need to be maintained away from the handling of such goods. And again, if you're using some vehicles, the higher priority has been given for electric vehicles, so that there is no much, you can say, hazard. If it is LPG or you can say diesel engines, they need to be appropriately fitted with, you can say, about the spark arresters in their exhaust. And again, it need to be inspected very often, checked, right, again validated. Then attended at all times while the cargo components or the storage systems been there. So as I said about temperature control systems or explosives, for example, there are materials which, if the climate temperature changes, say for example here if it is 27 and somewhere else where it is being unloaded is 35, the huge difference in variation may have some problem on the materials. Again, we can say about the moisture content, right? You have relative humidity here of 87. Somewhere else it is even 92, 94, which may not be, acceptable because there are materials which can absorb moisture and react and convert it to some other products. Okay. So documentations, as I said, all these documentations are compulsory. So it's a sample document, you can say, being provided here, which need to be communicated. And coming to this, some important, documents which used in shipping of dangerous goods includes, as I said, your MSDS, right? Next about the dangerous goods request, if somebody is shipping it, right, they need to first give a request to the person who's going to ship it, right? Request that they need to transport these dangerous goods. So it's called as, next about the shipper's declaration, there's also, you can say, multimodal declaration form, right? If your movement of goods between, various transport modes, for example, from one place to another, it may be through rail, and from there again it goes to ship, and from ship again it may go into rail. So you have different modes of, you can say, transportation of them. So next about the dangerous goods manifestation, right? This also need to be prepared and given. Transport, you can say about your TREM card, transport emergency card. So that should be also there with all the vehicles which are carrying these goods and need to be verified, right? Which is whether it is relevant to such and such a goods which actually they've been transporting. Next about the container package certifications, right? Also need to be done, as we say about the container or the packaging, which need to be, right, providing certain kind of information over that. Coming to this leaking, right, you have the cargo transport units. If they are leaking, then it need to be immediately, conveyed, or you can say informed to the vessel master, or further if it has been there in the, port area, again the concerned, the terminal or the berth operator, to then further to the hierarchies need to be informed. So your MSDS of the product also need to be provided. Again, the manifestation of the CTU is also to be provided. Again, there is a 24-hour contact details on your TEM card, or you can say the transport company, storage facility, and importer. All these informations need to be furnished, right, in case of this situation. So you have time limits for storing, you can say, hazardous goods. So many of you should be aware of this. It's my duty to tell this. So every port has a limitation of storage of goods in all terminals and berths. So your berth has a capacity, how much you can, unload, or how much you can load, right? So based on that, you also speak about when it is dangerous goods, whether you are properly being equipped to handle such kind of situation, and people who are engaged in them, whether they are aware of such kind of activities. So they also applied, you can say, to imports and export transshipments and also transit cargoes that are being restored. So minimizing at the time, you can say, the dangerous goods are held within a port area will contribute towards the minimizing of overall risk, right, and profile of the port. So they say, for example, if you have goods of class 1 and 7, 7 is radioactive, you can say 1 is explosive. So if you're having them, right, then it says that, again, except class 1.4 and class 7 low specific activity, the cargo must be removed from the port within 2 hours of being unloaded from the vessel. Okay? If you are unloading it, the cargo need to be cleared from the port within 2 hours. Okay, how much ever quantity you have, right? Whatever you are unloading, it need to be cleared within 2 hours. Then it also says that not enter a port area more than 2 hours prior to the cargo being loaded onto a vessel. Okay? All dangerous goods CTUs must be removed from the port area within 12 hours of being unloaded from the vessel, and also not enter a port area more than 12 hours prior to the cargo being loaded on the vessel. Okay? So these are mandatory. For your information, the classes of the materials being given. So 5 days maximum, they say all dangerous goods, right, which are the cargo transport units, following in the class of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, or 9, other than those in table 2, as you already showed, the cargoes listed in table 2 not exceeding, you can say, about 500 kg, right, must be removed from the port within 5 days of being unloaded from a vessel, and not enter a port area more than 5 days prior to the cargo being loaded onto the vessel. The time period says the permit time periods of defined above are calculated from the time of the CTU arrives at the berth or the port gate until the time the CTU leaves the port gate or loaded on a vessel. Okay? So the storage of CTU will not normally be permitted in the port area beyond the time limit specific above. All dangerous goods CTU requiring storage must be removed to a suitable facility off-site or suitably, you can say, cleaned places. Okay, you have extensions that is left to the port authorities, and again, maybe with some time concession may be given by the individual port authority who take the risk on their own. Okay, so these are, you can say, pre-checks of your packed dangerous goods and pre-checks of bulk cargoes, again solids and liquids. So I think you might be knowing about this. I just skip this. Then again the classes, hazard groups, we say about the bulk carriers, Group A, Group B and Group C. Coming to this, let us take the example of explosives and do the, you can say, iteration on what you say about what are the requirements. They say that typically you can say commercial blasting type explosives are classified as 1.1. Okay. Compatibility Group D, right, and depicted as 1.1D. Detonators 1.1B or 1.4B. Display fireworks 1.3G and 1.4G. Shop, you can say goods varieties of fireworks at 1.4 is explosives. So the notification for this, you can say class on board should be submitted to the port at least 48 hours before the prior, you can say about the vessel enters, and also not less than 48 hours, right? It should be, right, the terminal manager or operator, right, can take necessary actions. So the explosive quantities, they've been given. You can say about what is the separation distance is being given. Okay, so the NUQ permitted, you can say amount, how much net you can say you can transport, right, in kilograms is also being given. So the berth designations and markings, right, what should be the total quantity, as I said, type, class, explosive to be transported or handled, method of packaging, containment and storage. Then about, you can say, total quantity, type, classification of the other goods on the vessels, geography of the port, location, because that matters a lot, of the berth within the port area. Again, how many ports, you can say, berths you have, how it has been oriented or how it has been designed, right? Because there may be berths which are, you can say, for example, berth number 14 handles LPG, then you have that being much isolated or segregated from the other, you can say, regular or normal goods which has been handled. So likewise, you have, you can say, the proximity to protected areas, you can say, other vessels, other berths, main roads, construction of berths, else, you can say, then immediate availability of adequate firefighting, you can say, equipments, whether you are, you can say, about well equipped to handle such kind of things. Yeah. Yes, sir. So separation distance have been given, defined. So likewise, there are safety requirements also being given in this if you are handling this hazardous goods. So, yeah, most of the things have been repeating here because I've already mentioned in that. So this all also same about what are the safety practices, what is the allowable limits of, you know, cargo which you can handle. Then what are the emergency procedures? Then what are the, you can say, essential, again, non-essential people who are there, right, in this vicinity can be removed. You cannot do any kind of hot work near when you are exploding, when you are, you know, unloading or loading this kind of materials. Then you can say about the road vehicles carrying these explosives, they need to have some 100 meters apart from them. So there are such kind of, you can say, about instructions or constraints when you handle such hazardous goods. So it's being listed over here, I'm leaving to you. Yeah, I said about bunkering of the vessels. Next about emotional precautions. If you have been using this kind of precautions, if they come into vicinity of this explosive, can create a situation which is much more catastrophic. Right? So incompatible cargoes, I think been mentioned. Yeah, about the vehicles, temperatures, damaged packages, then gases too. So these are some of the symbols which you have noticed. And if for your, you can say, remembrance, I can say the flammable gases being classified in 2, and then you can say non-flammable gases, they are seen in green, and you can say about what could be its intensity if anything catches that being designated by the number 2 in both the cases. Then toxic gases, you can see about the skull with the crossbones. Then compressed gases, which can be non-flammable, non-toxic, but still, right, can be hazardous, like say, for example, argon, carbon dioxide, nitrogen. They create an unsafe environment. Next about class 3 flammable liquids, you have this, you can say, designation, right? It has been given a red, you can say, your fire triangle, and then not, you can say about diamond. Then you say about the flammable liquid in what class they belong to, 3, right? Then about how dangerous based on the containers, it's also been given there. Then about flammable solids, you can see them. And if these solids, if they are again 4.1, 4.2, then 4.3, if they can react with water, give out, it is given in, you can say, red color, right? Substances which are liable to, you can say, about spontaneous combustion is being given, you know, half red and half white with the flammability, this thing mark. So these are, you can say, some of the symbols which you need to remember the moment you see them, right? you can say about they are going to, you can identify there whether the oxidizing agent, they can say 5.1. And again, under oxidizing agent also you can see them. Toxic and infectious, you can say gases, or you can say substances. Infectious one, you can see the symbol is quite different from the toxic ones. Okay, usually they put this symbol for biohazards. And you can say about radiation, this is the symbol which has been provided. And again, whether it is an internal or external kind of a radiation which has been given over there, right? What kind of irradiation you have been exposed. Again, the radioactivity, the symbol, right? You can see about the class which is 7 being written over there. Corrosive materials, you can see them, right? This is the symbol for corrosive materials, which will be there on your confinements. Then you also said about miscellaneous. We have genetically modified, you can say, organisms or substances. So that is also been given. U1, 3, 2, 4, 5 has been given for that. Yeah, these are some of the, you can say, about guidelines, or you can say about practices for berth operator, or you can say about a person who works in the port dock area, to ensure that they should be physically and mentally, you can say, sound. And equipment which need to be checked. Again, if it has been contracted, the ship, you can say, but the port authority has the highest responsibility of checking them, right, whether they've been properly functioning or been, you can say, maintained. So styrene tank at NMPT, okay, so NMPA now. So the situation which has happened in Vizag, it has happened much earlier, 20 years before, in our new Mangalore port, you can say, trust. There, you can say about a company was buying, you can say about the styrene through shipment, right, which is to come, and it is going to be stored in IMC, storage tanks, and they used to withdraw. The company used to withdraw it, you can say some time intervals of certain specific quantity, right, which will be used in, you can say, their plant in Chennai. Okay, so they found that this styrene tank, similar way, getting, polymerized. So basically, it's a specialty chemical. Yeah, so you can see this is a styrene carrying vessel. It's colorful, red color, poses the danger. Maybe I don't want to disclose the company's name. I have to say here. Anyway, this all passed. So they have been, carrying around some 900 kiloliters of styrene, which has been pumped into a material which is 1,500 kiloliters IMC storage, which is present or hosted in the port itself. So that stores this. Okay, so the company withdraws. So it's so unfortunate that the tankers have come to withdraw this styrene, right, on a puja holidays. So there's been delay, right, and finally they found that they got all the approval, right. They started withdrawing the styrene. Styrene usually you can say colorless, again you can say a bit odorless, right. Maybe a sweet smelling, you can say liquid, which is totally transferred, just like a water, right. So this, they found that there's a change in its color. It has become slightly dark or brownish, and it also become a bit viscous. Okay, the flow gauge was unstable because it was discharging not a flowing liquid, rather than there is a instability in them because it's been moving up and down. Says there is a difference in the density of the liquid which has been flowing, and there is a viscosity being built in them. Okay, so they found that suddenly the temperature of the tank was shooting up about 200 degrees centigrade, 200 plus. So they understood that the styrene is undergoing a, you can say, chain polymerization reaction, which is a continuous process and is an exothermic process. So the tank which has been holding it is getting heated up, and the heat which is being produced still, you can say, accelerated the rate of the reaction. So the polymerization was happening much faster. Okay, so the temperature was shooting above 200 plus in a much faster manner. So what they have done is they've only just closed the withdrawing section. They only threw water on the container or against the storage vessel, only just to keep the temperature lower and allowed the material completely to get polymerized. Okay, this has not happened in Vizag. Okay, in Vizag it has gone up into the atmosphere, and to inhibit the polymerization reaction, there is, you can say, a catechol, you can say, an inhibitor, which is supposed to be added into it while it was carrying from, from the place where it is originated. So usually ships do add some small quantity of this inhibitor to the styrene liquid so that it doesn't get polymerized. To get this styrene polymerase, even a fine dust is sufficient, right, which can act as a catalyst to convert or to trigger this polymerization reaction. So the problem was solved then and there itself, just by only a simple mechanism, keeping the storage container, or you can say vessels, temperature lower by cooling it continuously, throwing simple water on it, right? So this is about the properties of the chemical, right? And yeah, says about it can get autoignited also, right? Somewhere around 490 degrees centigrade. If it would have caught fire, then it could have been an explosion, because it expands when it gets, exploded. The volume gets expanded. So coming to this, the polystyrene, right? This was what been happened, as you said about the tertiary butyl catechol is the inhibitor. The problem here is this inhibitor is highly carcinogenic. Okay, it's a highly toxic material which had let into, you can say, the atmosphere along with your, you can say, styrene, which would have caused or made the situation worse in Vizag. Okay. So anyway, I think I'm completing it here. Thank you very much. I can answer a few questions if they are. Okay. Let me not stop your tea time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Raj Mohan, for your guided various imparts on cargo handling and storage risks. I request Shri Prashant Kumar sir to kindly honor Professor Raj Mohan with a token of appreciation. We shall now go for a very short break. In exactly 10 minutes at 4:30, we shall begin with the fourth session, Preparedness of Medical Emergencies and Case Studies, with which the closing ceremony will begin. And we request you to kindly stay for your valedictory session as well. You may now move towards the refreshment session. Thank you. I'm requesting all dignitaries and delegates to kindly enter the hall, for the fourth session is about to resume. I'm requesting everybody to please kindly be seated. The fourth session is about to be resumed. With no further delay, I request Dr. Nobarun Bhomik, Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port, to kindly grace the stage and discuss his topic, Medical Management Strategies for Dock Emergencies.
Hello. Thank you. A very good afternoon, warm evening to you all. My dear executives, my dear supervisors, our CISF personnel who have been doing duty round the clock, 24/7, guarding our ports, making our organization run. But one thing, friends, what about if your workers are not healthy? Will they be able to work? There will be a lot of sickness, absenteeism. A healthy worker is a fruitful worker, a productive worker. That is the reason throughout the day we have discussed safety, we have discussed environment. Now, as a last resort, at the last, which is, I feel, the most important, we are discussing health. Let's give health a priority. And in terms of occupation, with respect to occupation, which is occupational health, our guide will be, our motto will be preventive health. That is what occupational health is all about. Much has been done, much has been discussed on safety at the docks. This is mainly the strategy which we take about this occupational health and safety. So our point of discussion, our point of deliberation, we'll be discussing the occupational health hazards, the management strategies for medical emergencies for the dock workers at the docks. As I said earlier, as we discussed, we need to deliberate that health and wellness is a team effort. Every health and wellness center should have some components. Health and wellness here, we have 8 or 7 components of health. This is WHO classification. Previously, it encompassed only physical, mental, and spiritual health. Now it encompasses all these aspects, which is physical, spiritual, emotional, intellectual, environmental, financial, social. This financial health has been brought into the conundrum of occupational health, of entire health and wellness, which is very, very important. A worker needs to be paid his salary at the end of the day. Only then he'll be going back to his home to give them a healthy living. That is a financial support which we need to give them. A financial security is a very, very important security which comes under the health and wellness program. For this chart, this is health and wellness. We have the 3 category age groups of the workers, which will be within 60. The tragedy is, in the formative years, in the 20 to 60 years, as you see in the 20 years, in the formative, we don't have money, we have time and health. Between 20 and 60, we have money, health. But after 60, we have both money and time, but our health takes a beating because we have been working non-stop for our organization. Maybe we have not taken care of that most important aspect of our day-to-day living, that is health. This is very important. So as far as occupational health is concerned, we have been discussing, we have been telling you that it is preventive. It is not therapeutic because occupational diseases hardly have any cure. It must be prevented at all cost. The first point is important. Every human being has an occupation. Everyone. Even our mothers, sisters who are working at home, they are doing their homemaking business work. That is their occupation. So every human being, whether they are working officially or not, has an occupation. Every occupation has its hazards. You just can't deny it. Occupational hazard will be there. It is important that hazard persists and we have to work to maintain business continuity. Occupational diseases, as I just said, they have no cure, and all occupational hazards can be contained or prevented. This is very, very important. The occupational health, the principles which I said, I'll just go to the next slide, this has already been discussed, that we'll discuss what is health and what is health hazard. A health hazard, which is something which may cause, which has a possibility of causing some ill health. As you see, it might be these phenomenon, toxic substances in the organization, in the environment, that may bring us some health issues. And risk is the probability that some hazards might exist. That's important. Because hazard and risk, they have to be correlated. I'll give you an example. Suppose there are two industrial processes. One is a paper cutting process and one is a knife sharpening process. Now both have the probability of causing finger cuts, but risk encompasses the severity of the effect. The knife sharpening has a graver chance of causing grave injury, so it's riskier. The risk is important. So in hazard and risk, they have to be measured in order to promote occupational health and to prevent injuries. This is what is important. For these things have been discussed, these slides have been discussed, that where we count the hazards, where we estimate the hazards. All industries are fraught with hazards, but the hazardous substances have to be contained. So many regulatory bodies, they have worked on it and have brought out some occupational exposure limits, beyond which there will be health hazards. So these are the OELs of all the chemicals, toxins, noises, everything has been brought under control, and they have, after a lot of investigation and studies, brought out these occupational exposure limits, which have to be within the permissible limit in order if you want to save the workers from the health hazards. This is taken from the second schedule of the Factories Act, where the chemicals listed, there are lots of other chemicals. This is only the first chapter, first page, where all the permissible exposure limits, the long stale and the short stale have been given. The exposure limits, as you know, the time weighted average concentration is given in parts per million or milligram per cubic millimeters, where there will be an 8-hour average or a short-term 4-hour average. So this has to be guided, and we have to be within that framework. That's important. Now coming to the hazards in our docks, in fact in industry, they have their own set of hazards. But our organization, they do fall under the broad category of the 4 hazards, which we talk about. If we come to the first hazard, there is a physical hazard. In physical hazard, there are lots of hazards, but our industry, our docks, are really prone to these 4 forms of hazards, which we talk about. The first is the heat, noise, vibration, radiation. This heat hazard, our workers are extremely prone to. We are just coming with the onset of summer. My dear supervisors and the workers, the officials of ports, we work in an outdoor environment, and heat is a big bane for the workers, because we must have a heat conservation program, a very good heat conservation program, for which we need to understand what are the heat hazards. So in heat illness, we have these 3 categories of stress, syncope, and stroke, which might lead to one after the other if we do not contain the worker in the initial stages. So the risk factors are there for the heat illnesses, which is high temperature, heavy physical labor, no recent exposure to workplaces, that lack of acclimatization. Our workers, they work in the outdoor environment, as we have said, but they need to be given frequent rest periods. They need to be given some temporary sheds where they can cool themselves. They can get back to their original thermoregulatory system. That is very, very important. Because of the last column, which is heat stroke, that's, ladies and gentlemen, it's fatal. That should not be there. Because these heat stress, syncope, and stroke, they are they go one after the other. My CISF personnel are sitting right behind. They are they know what heat is. They are very much prone to this heat syncope. They stand for long, long hours. Suddenly, there is pooling of the blood in the legs, and the blood doesn't go to their brain. They feel dizzy and fall down. That's heat syncope. This is very, very important. Do not avoid prolonged standing in the sun. Go to the shed, take rest, sit down, you'll be fine. So that is very, very important. Therefore, with this, you can prevent these heat-related illnesses. Coming to the next, to prevent heat illness, we should have a program, which I've just now talked about, that a heat illness prevention program must be there with us. So our supervisors, our executives should know these following signs, how to protect your workers. You should protect your workers at any cost from heat. Only then will they be able to surmount the working conditions, the hazards with the working conditions, and go on working. If they work, they will be healthy, their family will be healthy, our productivity will go, our production will go. I'm just taking a short break from here to tell you that during the COVID time, ours was one of the few organizations which did not stop working for a single day because our workers were taken care of. Every worker was screened, every ship was screened. That is known as prevention for illnesses. So how to protect your workers? You should know the signs and symptoms of heat illnesses. Use a monitor. You should monitor the workers. Use a buddy system. Buddy system means don't put a single worker in a place to working alone. Keep a person with him so that he or she can understand, be of help, whether if there is any problem with the working condition. That's important. Drink plenty of water. After that, what I say, what is written out is very important. Please don't drink in a outside heat environment. Don't drink when you are thirsty. Continue drinking, even if you are not thirsty. Drink water every 15 minutes. That's how your body's thermoregulatory system stays normal and prevents any mishap. For the clothing, this is important. This is, or we know that we should wear light clothing, light reflective clothing. This is very, very important for our workers. Next, we come to one of the most pervasive occupational hazards, that is industrial noise. It's a silent killer for us. Our dock work works in a noisy environment. There is continuous machinery noise, which is very, very detrimental to our hearing aids. That is, it is just written out here that there are 3 types of noise: continuous, intermittent, impact. The most delicate part is the continuous noise, where if a worker beyond a certain decibel, if exposed over a certain period of hours, his hearing capacity decreases. And my ladies and gentlemen, hearing capacity always gives you a warning that it starts with a temporary hearing loss. And after that, if it is not held, if a worker is not removed from that noisy atmosphere, he will go to a permanent hearing loss, which is permanent. That is known as noise-induced hearing loss. So the early signs of hearing loss, our supervisors and our executives should know that these are the signs where a worker demonstrates some sort of problem in his hearing, whether it's difficulty in understanding spoken words in noisy environment, to look at the first thing which is affected is speech. Understanding speech in a noisy environment, that you should raise the red flag that something is wrong with his hearing. So you should have a very good hearing conservation program. An occupational history, that's what we do. When we go to check a worker, do his examination, we take his occupational history. Not only his occupational history, we take his para-occupational history. A worker in the docks might be in his free time, might be in his free time in the evening, might be playing the drums or playing the dhak. So that is another noise insult, which is adding insult to the injury. Now that is very important. Para-occupational history. Another thing is vibration. Vibration is a thing which all our workers, they are very much, those who work with tools, hand-driven machineries, those who are forklift drivers, they suffer this problem. For the drivers who are working in uneven roads, they are driving for long distances. There are certain vibratory measures, there are vibratory pushes which are being sent down the spine. So there is some intervertebral disc problems, and they get this low back pain, neck pains. These are very important that they suffer from. These are the effects of whole body vibration. And those who are operating with hand drill machines, as it has been depicted, This vibration that goes over their hands affects their nerves and blood vessels, both their blood vessels and nerves. So that is the reason there is a medical terminology known as hand-arm vibration syndrome, where there is a vascular problem as well as a neurological problem, tingling sensation in the hands, whitening of the hands. This is what is important. So we must catch these diseases young. That is what is important. Once they have this, it is very difficult to revert. That is what occupational health is all about. Coming to the next hazard, much has been talked about. This is radiation. We have radiation, that is, we have talked about radiation spillage, but what about the health hazards? Radiation is a double-edged sword. It has brought a lot of advantages to our human society, advantages. But if there is any accident spillage, it has disadvantages, causes health effects. So in radiation, we have the two types of radiation. As we all know, you have known that the ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. The ionizing radiation, as a blessing, we have the X-rays, which have brought a revolution in our diagnostic scenarios. But what about in the non-ionizing radiation, these ultraviolets, visible, infrared, microwave? We haven't talked about the radio frequency waves, which our pilots, they use in the communication system, the lasers. The lasers I'm talking about, I've just got a laser with me. I've got a laser pointer with me. This is a laser. So this has its advantages and this has its disadvantages. Laser, as you all know, there are the 4 classes of laser. This one laser is a class 1 laser, where it causes least problem to the system and to the eyes. So in radiation hazards, the advantages, we have these health effects which we are talking about. With the radiation, when there is a radiation leak, when there is a radiation accident, which one of my speakers very aptly pointed out, that there are some immediate health effects and there are some delayed health effects. In immediate health effects, known as ionizing sickness, it causes a lot of symptoms. It causes a lot of bad symptoms for the patient. They have, in fact, it was given a very light note that it was somehow a commandant felt that he was sick, thinking that it was a radiation hazard, but when he was saying it not radiation, he suddenly felt his symptoms suddenly decreased. But we should not take things lightly. If there is a radiation effect, if one is exposed to radiation, we must monitor them very frequently if they have any immediate or long-term effects. The long-term effects, as you saw, they are very important. They have the delayed, because this radiation, ionizing radiation, they affects majorly all the organs of our body. Important are bone marrow, thyroid, our gonads. They are very detrimental to these. So we need good protective mechanisms for those who work with radiation to shield these organs. That's important. Coming to, we have just given to physical hazards. The chemical hazards, this is what our entire day's discussion is all about. The chemical hazards in our docks. Just to speak about the health issues about the chemical hazards, the first and most important is the dust. Our dock environment is dusty. All said and done is period. Our workers work in extremely dusty atmospheres. So the workers should know what are the health hazard effects. You should know also what are the health effects of dust. Dust, as you all know, they all go into a respiratory system, known as respirable dust. The dust of 2 types, which are respirable and which are non-respirable. The particle size of the dust is very, very important. Sizes which are between 0.5 to 5 microns, 0.5 to 5 microns, those are the most dangerous of the dust particles. They get trapped in our alveoli, the lower lungs. Nothing more than 5 millimeters, they get trapped in the upper respiratory, they can be cleared out. Less than 0.5, they get cleared out by the system. But it is the 0.5 to 5 micron dust, respirable dust size, which are the most dangerous and which cause very adverse health effects. The most important adverse health effect is the occupational lung disease. The dust, they cause diseases which have no cure. That is known as occupational lung disease. To tell you a few, you all have heard about these diseases where silicon dust, asbestos, coal, mixed dust, they cause fibrotic lung lesions. With silica, you've heard about silicosis, silicotic workers, and the problem with this occupational lung disease, they take at least 10 to 15 years to develop. they are mostly chronic illnesses. So an occupational history of the worker is very important. That is the reason why when the worker retires from this work, they start exhibiting symptoms. This is very, very important. So this, when we go do a health control program regarding dust-related occupational diseases, we always ask the worker what about his present occupation and about his past occupation. Because this is very, very important. They are chronic illnesses. They come and get manifest 10 to 15 years after the exposure. Our SMPK is usually a very big coal handler. So that is the reason why our workers who work in coal regions, they should be given the maximum awareness and protection mechanisms. We can't stop working with coal because this will affect our business continuity. But we must have some control measures, dust control measures, which you all know. This is important. Next, coming to the gases, the metal fumes and the solvents. These gases have their own health hazards. They are pulmonary irritants. They are toxic to the lungs. They also cause lung diseases. The metal fumes, as we all know, the workers suffer from this unusual, very temporary metal fume fever. This is important, where a worker who is working with the weldings, he goes to work, and from after working, he comes home and starts feeling feverish, chillish. But at the end of the day, as soon as the next morning comes, he's fine. So this is known as metal fume fever. So we must, a supervisor or an executive should know that if a worker stays sick after going to work and comes back healthy in the morning, so we must have an idea that this might be the cause. A metal fume fever is synonymous with the polymer fume fever, where workers work with polymers, polystyrene, and these similar symptoms happen. Talking about solvents are very, very toxic. In fact, the solvents which are mentioned here is benzene, toluene, styrene. They are organic solvents, but they have great health effects. In fact, benzene is banned now because it causes so much bone marrow toxicity and cancerous toxicity. That is the reason we have now zero tolerance to benzene, followed by toluene and styrene. This is developing a chemical label is very important, because our subject of discussion was the chemical hazards. So developing a chemical label by our supervisors, our executives who are present out here is very, very important, because much has been talked about the safety data sheet. Each and every chemical which is had in the container, the worker should know about their toxic properties, what they are dealing with, this is their right to know. So the very fact there are many chemicals which are similar. For example, benzene is a toxic solvent. Benzene is a liquid hydrocarbon straight chain. Benzene causes, because both have different side effects. Benzene is very toxic. Benzene is not that toxic. Similar with dioxane. They have two similar properties. They have two similar names, but the chemical properties differ. Their toxic effects also differ. Methanol, which is basically an aldehyde, and methanol, which is basically an alcohol. So a chemical labeling is very, very important. You need to know what substance we are dealing with. And the workers should always be given this information down the line. Coming to the next hazards, the mechanical hazards, which is one of the most rampant hazard in our docks, because our dock works with machinery and it has got its own health impacts. So mechanical hazards, basically what we do, we are dealing with tools, and equipments. The mechanical hazards have its own health hazards, that persons who are working with machines, they have a very repetitive movements. Our body is something which has got great recuperative powers. Our body, in fact, when we suffers a strain, it immediately, the time is given to the body to relax, it comes back to its original shape. But the problem is workers who are engaged in repetitive activities, in forceful and awkward postures, their body doesn't get time to recuperate and recover. For that reason, they have these musculoskeletal disorders, which for this reason is known as cumulative trauma disorders or repetitive stress injuries, like muscle strain, sprain, neck pain, back pain, shoulder pain, some tingling sensation in their hands, carpal tunnels. They have these problems. That is the reason we must have a very careful history about the nature of their activities and work, which are dealing with these health issues. As far as accidents are concerned, this accident is something which I'm telling you is very, very important in our docks. An accident, we do not have any control really over the accident because it's unplanned. But accidents, as we have discussed, can be prevented if we request the workers to follow their SOP, and so that there is no provision of any unsafe acts, because 90% of all accidents are caused due to unsafe acts and the rest due to conditions. So our workers must be requested to follow the SOPs of their work, of the work protocol. Not a single step should be missed, because if the acts are safe, accident recurrence will be vastly reduced. That is very, very important, which must tell the workers by yours. The safe and unsafe acts is so very important. It's a life-saving chart, because unsafe worker and a safe worker is depicted out here. If you wear your PPEs, the workers, if they wear their PPEs, they are safe. If they are safe, our organization is safe. So this is very important. Your supervisors and executives, please ensure that your workers follow the protocol, the standard protocols of wearing PPE. The injury, any accidents, I think we should have an injury prevention strategies. For these are important. We must assess what the injury risks are. We must do some safety trainings, which we always do, all the industries do. The PPE, the ergonomics, the SOP health programs, reporting, these are the prevention strategies which our executives and the supervisors should make it a point and bring it to their protocol. As far as ergonomics is concerned, this is a very vital issue. The ergonomics, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, is fitting an equipment to the worker. This is very, very important. People who are working standing for long hours, people who are working sitting for long hours, their sitting and standing positions, their chairs should be redesigned so that there is no musculoskeletal problem. So supervisors, the occupational health specialists, the safety officers should visit the shop floor and see their methodology of working. What is the methodology of their working and what problems they can have. If you talk to them, that is very, very important. If you're saying that, what is their problem in working, whether their equipment, their chairs, everything are in order or not, that will give us an insight of what their problem is. The application of ergonomics to the design of workstations can significantly improve work productivity. So the point here in question is about job content and job context. These two terminologies are important. Where the job content is the work, the task which is stated out for the worker, how he does it, in what way he does it. And job context is the managerial requirement, the managerial climate and requirement. That is very important, because the worker has to strike a balance between what he is to do and what is expected to do. That fine line tuning the worker should come so that he gives a maximum productivity to the organization. For that, the application of ergonomics is so very, very important in any workstation. Just to give you an insight into the ergonomics for people who are working in standing posture, as you can see, they have these problems. They have these people who are standing for prolonged period. They have these knee pains because it gives a direct vertical pressure over the knee joints. The knee joints will at one time always start aching because the force is going through the joint, and the cartilage in the inside, in between the joints, they get eroded, and they'll be prone to early arthritis. So we must give them some sort of support where it is clearly seen where their shoes of their sole are changed, are advised to be changed. People who are a bit short-heighted, they are being given the extra allowance of standing on a stool and working, so that these strains do not develop. People who are having knee pains, especially we must be very, very careful about the aging workforce. The aging workforce, they are very prone to these arthritic pains, so they should be given this support. The ergonomic support is very, very important. People who are working sitting, the sitting postures have to be seen, and modifications in their workstations may be made accordingly so that it suits their postures, so that these musculoskeletal disorders do not happen or can be prevented. This is very important. The next hazard is a biological health hazard, where our workers who are working with biological agents, biomechanical hazards, our sweepers, our cleanest staff, they are very prone to these infection by bacteria, viruses, parasites. They're very, very important. Some diseases who are working with in albatrosses, working with animal excreta, they are prone to these zoonosis, such as anthrax, leptospirosis, you must have heard, but these are very infectious diseases. Not to talk about COVID, which is the virus, and which we really give us a big challenge in formalizing our health protocol for this disease. This coming to the last, one of the final physical hazard, we come to the psychosocial hazard, which is very, very important in our workplace. Every 2 out of 10 workers have these mental issues because they are unable to put their coping mechanism to stressors. Workplace stress is increasing day by day. Manpower is coming down. The work task quantum is remaining the same. So workers are really hard pressed and they are finding it difficult to deliver. So that thing supervisors, our dear supervisors, our executives should keep in mind so that our workers do not face this mental challenge. This is important. So these are the highlights, the main causes of workplace stress. Is high, what we said, the high workload, the interpersonal conflicts, low morale, lack of support. Let's give our fellow workers the adequate support if they're having any mental issues. Mental issues should not be brushed inside the carpet. Any worker who is giving signs of mental support, he might give a cause for physical cause of physical ailment, but we must always check his mental status, whether he is having any mental issues or not. The mental issues which are formally seen in workplace are the depressions and the stressors, which can be seen and which can be identified and measures taken accordingly. This is very important, as we just said, when workers come to us and somatize their illness, which is a medical term. But if you may read this slide, we always try to suppress our emotional conflicts. Because of this, the emotional conflicts they rooted in our unconscious mind. So when these suppressed emotions suddenly come out to the conscious, they come out as physical symptoms. Persons with chronic low back pain, we are doing everything for the workers, but it's not coming down. So that is, they are somatizing. Their mental stresses are being portrayed through these physical symptoms. That is the reason they are known as psychosomatic illnesses. This is what I've just said. This low back pain is one of the very common psychosomatic illnesses which we encounter among the workers. This chart is your Bible. You know very well this chart, the hierarchy of controls of hazards, where it comes down in that order, where elimination, substitution, these controls, engineering, administrative, and PPE. So which we know elimination is very difficult for an organization. The organization's core activity will take a beating. So elimination has this usually a removal of the hazard. In substitution, as you all know, we replace something with a non-hazardous with important non-hazardous toxins. The engineering controls, administrative controls, and PPE, the control measures should always be put in by you, because engineering control is something where you can give a protection to the worker by giving him the support and just altering the engineering facility of that task. In administrative controls, which we always try to do, we try to protect the workers by giving them adequate rest periods, by twiggling their shifts, by acclimatizing them if they are posted in a hazardous job. These are the administrative controls. Last but most important, it always comes last, but it's always the lifesaver. That's PPE. It's very, very important. So as we just said, please ensure that our workers we might not be able to give them, to regularize all the other controls, but PPE will be a lifesaver for the workers. If the workers' lives are saved, our organization is safe. So it's very, very important. Next, we come to a very important topic, which is first aid, the emergency management, the basic emergency management, which, my dear executives and our officials should know, that first aid is something which we give before our technical help arrives. So, and first aid is life-saving. So first, the principles of first aid, we should know that first aid is a life-saving management till the ambulance or doctor arrives. So the aims of first aid are mainly four: that we preserve the life, we promote recovery, we prevent condition from worsening, and we arrange transport to hospital if we give the first aid. So first aid should be given at the right time and at the right moment. That's very, very important. And we have the ABCs of first aid. What is the ABC of first aid? A is the airway. An unconscious worker, airway should be clear. That's very, very important. An unconscious worker, breathing should be checked, whether he's breathing or not. And his circulation should be checked. Circulation, this is very technical, but when our worker falls unconscious, his pulse, his wrist pulse may or may not be palpable. For that, we check the neck pulse. The neck pulse, the central pulse, this is very, very important, where you can ensure that there is sign of life. In first aid is a big chapter. We are giving trainings on first aid and CPR almost quarterly, every first or second month, to all our workers. This is a vast subject. I'll just give you a nutshell what the basic principles of first aid is. One thing which we are very concerned about is bleeding. My dear ladies and gentlemen, bleeding should not give rise to panic, because whatever problem workers is bleeding is panic. The reassurance is very, very important in case of bleeding. 99% of bleeding stop with these maneuvers, where you elevate the bleeding part above the heart level, you give a direct pressure on the bleeding part for about 5 minutes, and then bandage the area. Even if it needs a repair, the bleeding is capillary, it will stop with these maneuvers before you take the worker to the hospital if he or she needs further management. So this is the bleeding first aid. Coming to this CPR, the cardiopulmonary resuscitation is absolute life-saving. The CPR can be administered, it's a Supreme Court ruling. Please do not hesitate to give CPR, that you are not a trained personnel. Every person, every bystander, if he feels it's a Supreme Court ruling, has a right to give a CPR, even if that CPR is not a success. So, ladies and gentlemen, in whatever training we have received in CPR, or you have received in CPR, please ensure that it is done to the affected victim. This is just a brief video I'd just like to play, where the basics of CPR will be just shown to you with the help of a mannequin. We have been giving this formal training in our training institutes.
Resuscitation is an emergency life-saving procedure that can double or triple the chances of survival after cardiac arrest. Let us learn how to do CPR in adults. For checking the responsiveness of the person, tap on the shoulder and ask the person, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" If unresponsive, tell someone to call for an ambulance. After that, place the person carefully on their back on a flat and hard surface. Open the airway by lifting the chin up and tilting the head down. Observe for the breathing by placing your ear and cheek near to the mouth and nose of the person. Look for chest movement, feel for the breathing on your cheek and listen to the sound of the breathing. Check for pulse. Do not take more than 10 seconds to check for the breathing and to check for the pulse. Once you realize that the person is unconscious, is not breathing, he does not have pulse, start giving him CPR immediately, starting with chest compressions. Perform the chest compression by placing the heel of your one hand on the lower 1/3 of the breastbone. Place your other hand on the first hand and entangle your fingers. Position your body exactly over your hands. Give 30 compressions at the rate of 100 to 120 per minute to the depth of 2 inches into the chest. Open the airway, pinch the nose, cover the mouth of the person with your mouth. Give 2 breaths. Each breath should take about a second. Make sure that the chest rises and falls. Continue CPR in the ratio of 30:2 of compression to breathing until the person shows any sign of life or medical help arrives.
This is just a brief presentation of this very important life-saving measure, which anyone should not hesitate if he feels that it is required. So the simplified adult basic life support, which you have just now said, that if anyone is unresponsive, you activate the emergency response by using CPR, or now we have these automatic external defibrillators, which lot of our police personnel, police centers, they have installed. This requires another specialized training, which we have not been able to start in our organization. So this is one important start of adult basic life support. Once the victim starts breathing normally, this position is very, very important. This is a recovery position, because if you place him flat on the surface, his secretions will again choke the lungs, and his breathing will be compromised. So this is a recovery position after, if we manage to revive our unconscious patient. This is very, very important, the position of recovery. Coming to the first aid kit, which is so very important in every dock, it is absolutely under regulation that in every working place within 200 meters, we should have a basic first aid kit. This is as per our regulation. And the basic first aid kit should be under the charge of a person trained in first aid. And it is his or her sole responsibility to take care of the first aid contents, to see that everything is in order, the expiry of the medicine is in order. So first aid box inspection is very, very important. It should be routinely carried out by the supervisors or who are in charge. The contents of the first aid kit, they are the very basic contents where each and every direction is given to you all for which problem, what is to be applied. So because for that we have a first aid leaflet by DGFASLI, which we keep in every first aid box. So these are the standard contents of a first aid box that we know is normally given. Coming to next is very important, which occupational health is all about. That is a medical examination of dock workers. Not only regulatory, it is life-saving for the worker. This pre-employment, the types of medical examination that we carried out in our occupational health centers. There is a pre-employment medical examination where a worker who is being inducted into our organization, he is being examined to see if he is right for the job or not. What was his previous occupation, what is his social history, what is his family history. We do some basic investigation, either a general examination or a hazard-related examination, and we keep it on records for his future. Next is a periodic medical examination. The periodic medical examination is carried out for all workers, and periodic medical examination, as we said, are always of two types, a general examination and a hazard-related examination. General examination will be taking care whether he has developed any non-communicable diseases, that means hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol. They are being unearthed every single day for the workers. It is because of the periodic medical examination that we conduct every year for the workers that a lot of non-communicable diseases are being unearthed, and the workers are getting to know that they're having these illnesses. It is so very important. The next is a hazard-related examination. We conduct the hazard-related examination according to the hazardous jobs they are in. For example, people working in brass foundries, we have to do a lead estimation. People working in forge shops, we have to do an audiometry. People who are working with chlorinated hydrocarbons, we have to do a liver enzyme study. And people who are working in dusty environments, we do pulmonary function tests. So these are hazard-related examinations which we conduct in the periodic medical examination. This pre-placement medical examination is important, where a worker who is working in one hazardous job is being shifted to another hazardous job. So that is very important. Pre-placement medical examination, where a worker who was working in a hazardous job, he is examined whether he has got any health effects due to that hazardous process and whether he is fit to be put in another hazardous job or not. That is important. That is known as pre-placement medical examination. A special medical examination, my dear executives, is very important for the long absentees. A person who is absent for long, a worker, for whatever the reason, for genuine cause, ingenuine cause, he has to be medically examined before joining work. You must send them to us for work. For if they have you should have their full health examination done before they are put back to work. A terminal medical examination. Terminal is not terminal. Terminal is according to the work. A worker giving 30, 35, 40 years of service to our organization demands a thorough medical examination, whether during service to the organization, whether he is healthy or not, whether he has contracted an occupational disease or not. Because in my previous discussion with the lung disease, I've told you that people working in hazardous, dusty environments, they take about 10 to 15 years for certain occupational lung diseases to develop. That is the mantra of doing a terminal medical examination. Before the retirement, a health examination is mandatory and it should be done. So the occupational health service for dock workers, these are the 6 points which we do for the dock workers. The first aid emergency management, the conducting the medical examination, which I have just now elaborated. Training is so very important for the first aid personnel. Without training and giving awareness, occupational health service has got no value. Surveillance and rendering advice on conditions at workplaces. Promotion of health education, not only about the workers, but also with their families. This is so very important. And cooperation, getting to know the management, keeping management in the loop about the health work and the health condition of the worker is very, very important. That's which is important because you know the worker is the person who knows everything about the work, the task. Management is not very acquainted with the intricacies of the task. So if you have a very good communication with the worker, you can bring out the subtle health hazards, the certain hazards to the task which he is in. That can be communicated to the management. So this is one of the most important, this is one of the duties of the occupational health personnel in the dock. The hazards, the major hazards in our ports, these have been discussed. The slips and falls, the falls from heights. The solutions are very clear. Solutions are very, very clear and preventive. The moving vehicles, equipment, manual handling, injury, lifting operations, these are the inherent works the inherent work of our ports, which we have to do in spite of all the disadvantages and the health hazards involved. But we must catch the diseases young, if at all. The additional health concerns are the noise, extreme temperature, fatigue, which should be taken care of and which should be at least be discussed with the worker, whether having these symptoms or not. We at SMPK, we have been conducting regular on-job trainings, which our chairperson in the morning has kindly indicated that we have been visiting the docks and giving them on-job health training. We have been doing health camps, quarterly health camps for our workers, for our dear private dock workers who are not enlisted in our hospital. We go to them and we do their health examination, general health examination, and we make them aware of the illnesses they might be suffering from, what they are prone to. This is the purpose of the health camp, which you do at the docks. The on-job safety training, safety and health training, which is being given at the sheds to the workers, where our safety officers are also involved. Thanks to IDS for conducting this so smoothly in our these monthly on-job safety trainings. The first aid training which we give to the workers, the on-job and practical training which you give in giving, so that one worker is trained, he can give that training to his buddy for these first aid trainings. In any performance, we have these KPIs, the key performance indicators. In occupational health, these are the key performance indicators which we need to record so that the system, the health service, the occupational health and safety service is maintained and has a mode of constant improvement. These are the things which our safety officers, our on-job officers should get into account. They are the KPIs which will promote occupational health. This is one very important slide, which you should keep a note of, because in the Factories Act we have 29 such diseases. In our regulation we have 11 such diseases, but these diseases, if diagnosed, must be notified to the Inspectorate of Dock Safety. So diseases are really, they are life-threatening diseases. For this reason, we do these preventive and the periodic health checkups, so that these diseases do not have any effect on the worker, if at all contracted. For the workplace health promotion, my dear supervisors, my dear executives, these are the things which you must be very careful and you must keep in mind. These are things which you must tell to the workers. The smoking cessation, cessation of drinking, wise use classes, counseling lines, hypertension control, nutrition program, physical fitness. For these you can prevent a lot of health issues. This, first of all, smoking cessation is very, very important in our docks, especially in the transit sheds. In the sheds, you please install no smoking signages, so that will act as a deterrent. Other activities which can be counseled, can be sent to us for counseling, which will prevent, which will cause a deterrent to these diseases. They are very, very important. So for this, I'll just give you a summary and take-home messages for our supervisors. The occupational health safety is an important component of any industry, including docks. Every worker should follow its basic principle for their own safety. Every worker should be trained in first aid management to save life. All supervisors should guide and train the workers on occupational health and safety. Please reduce unsafe acts and conditions to a minimum to prevent accidents and loss of life. This is very, very important. And then let me say that in occupational health, let me reiterate once again, that occupational health is preventive. And before examining a worker, it is so very important to inquire thoroughly about his occupation. Let me remind you of the father of occupational medicine. In the 17th century, he was an Italian physician, Dr. Bernardo Ramazzini, who used to visit a worker at his home, not his workplace, but at his home, sit on a three-legged stool. And besides asking the mandatory questions, health examination, he first used to ask, "Sir, what is your occupation?" That would clinch many of his diagnoses. So with that, I come to an end of my presentation. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Bhomik, for your valuable lesson on medical management strategies. With no further ado, I request Shri Prashant Kumar to kindly honor Dr. Nabaran Bhomik with a token of appreciation. Now I request Shri Vipul Kumar Mishra, Director Safety, DGFASLI, to kindly grace the stage and to share his topic of discussion, analysis of transport accidents in major ports of India.
धन्यवाद. आप लोग कैसे हैं अभी? अब Are you safe? एक्चुअली टाइम काफ़ी हो चुका है, मुझे काफ़ी कुछ कहना था, और ये मेरा एक प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, मेरा एक कैंपेन है टूवर्ड्स रोड सेफ्टी. और ये स्टडी जो है ये मेरी खुद की है. मैंने खुद 1 साल से जब ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री से यहाँ आया DGFASLI में, तो 1 साल से मैं डॉक सेफ्टी में यही देख रहा था कि जो हमारे रोड सेफ्टी के ऊपर थोड़ा ध्यान दिया जाए तो काफ़ी कुछ काम कर सकते हैं, और हम बहुत सेफ लॉस जो ह्यूमन लाइफ है उनको काफ़ी सेव कर सकते हैं. तो आइए हम देखते हैं हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन. जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि जो एनालिसिस ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट है, एक्सीडेंट है मेजर पोर्ट्स में, ये मेरी स्टडी खुद की है. और जो ये केस स्टडी और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में साल भर किया हूँ, उसके बेस पे आधारित है, उसके बेस पे है। तो आइए हम सबसे पहले स्टार्ट करते हैं। सेकंड मेरे पास है कुछ, ये कर सकता हूँ। दिस वन जो भी एक्सीडेंट हुए हैं अभी साल भर में, हमने जब उनको इन्वेस्टिगेट किया तो उसमें करीब करीब 38% एक्सीडेंट जो हैं रोड सेफ्टी पे ज्यादा हैं। मींस रोड एक्सीडेंट रेशियो ऑफ रोड एक्सीडेंट टू द टोटल एक्सीडेंट। हम आपको एक फिगर दिखाते हैं, ये देखिए आप। दिस इज द टोटल फिगर फॉर 10 years डेटा। मैं यहां से आपको दिखाता हूं। 2014 एक एग्जांपल है। 2014 मींस ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन से जो एक्सीडेंट हुए हैं वो 32 एक्सीडेंट हुए हैं। फैटालिटी 2 थी, टोटल 76। परसेंटेज ऑफ जो ट्रांसपोर्ट एक्सीडेंट थे वर्सेस टोटल एक्सीडेंट 42.1। जो फैटालिटी हुई वो 40%। आप मेरी बात समझ गए ना? क्लियर हो रहा है ये फिगर? आप लोगों को क्लियर है? मींस 2014 में टोटल जो मींस ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट से एक्सीडेंट हुए हैं दैट इज 32, और जो उसमें फैटेलिटी हुई वो 2 हुई। टोटल एक्सीडेंट 76 थे एंड फैटेलिटी 5। तो आप निकालेंगे तो परसेंटेज ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट एक्सीडेंट वर्सेस टोटल एक्सीडेंट इज 42.1 एंड फैटेलिटी 40%। सिमिलर वे हम जब 23 की बात करते हैं, इन द ईयर ऑफ 23 टोटल मींस ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एक्सीडेंट इज 15, फैटेलिटी 14 एंड टोटल एक्सीडेंट 28 एंड फैटेलिटी 26। मींस 53.57 is the transport accident versus total accident, and fatality is 53.84%. So on an average, total 163 transport accident are there, and fatality is 81, and total accident is 420 and fatality is 146. So you can see the average of 38.8% is the transport accident over the total accident, and the fatality is 55.47%. So you can see the seriousness of road transport, road accident. So when I gone through the various case study and investigation during my job from last 1 year, so main 4 factors are responsible. One, human factor, जैसा आपने देखा होगा फटीग एक ऐसा चीज है, अभी डॉक्टर साहब बात ही कर रहे थे। फटीग एक ऐसा चीज है, इसको हम कोई नाप नहीं सकते, इसको नापना बड़ा मुश्किल है। कितना थक गया, कौन थक गया, कैसे थक गया, इसको आप पहचान। डॉक्टर साहब से हम बात करेंगे कि ऐसा कोई मीटर है सर फटीग नापने का? कोई मीटर नहीं है, केवल व्यक्ति ही बता सकता है कि मैं थक गया हूं। केवल तो जो मेजर कॉजेज ऑफ रोड एक्सीडेंट हैं, सबसे पहला उसमें ह्यूमन फैक्टर आता है, फटीग। और नंबर 2, हमारे भारत में कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल जो जब व्हीकल का ड्राइवर है उसका जो क्लियर रहता है, कई बार वो बोलता है साहब थोड़ा हम चलाने गाड़ी को, ट्रेनिंग दी थी नहीं, उसने अपनी ट्रेनिंग चला ली और हमारा क्या हो गया, लाइसेंस बन गया, गाड़ी चलाना शुरू कर दिया। तो प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग उसकी नहीं हो पाती है, खासतौर से ड्राइवर्स की। व्हीकल्स फैक्टर्स की बात करते हैं हम, पुअर मेंटेनेंस है। आए दिन हमारी भारत में हम खुद ही देखते हैं हम अपनी गाड़ी को कितना मेंटेन करते हैं। आप लोग अपने आप यदि देखें, यदि आप कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जो अपनी गाड़ी में एयर रोज देखते हैं या वीकली देखते हैं? कितने लोग हैं ऐसे? कुछ एक लोग होंगे। बाकी हमें वीकली अपने गाड़ी का जो एयर है, एयर प्रेशर है, वो देखना है। बाकी कार्बोरेटर वगैरह हम वीकली जाएं देखें, मंथली हम चेकअप कराएं, ये हम खुद ही नहीं करते हैं। जब हम खुद नहीं करते तो ड्राइवर्स के भी यही प्रॉब्लम है। एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर्स, इल्यूमिनेशन आप देख ही चुके हैं, जो वेदर कंडीशन वो काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो इसके बाद इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हम मेन जो अपनी बात करेंगे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करेंगे। ये जहां भी मैं जिस पोर्ट में भी गया हूं, ये प्रॉब्लम इसमें आ रही है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में। नैरो रोड, ब्लाइंड स्पॉट मिल जाते हैं और लेक ऑफ साइनेजेस हैं। अदर कॉजेज, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट कॉज है, एंड दिस इज कमिंग इन दिस मंथ एंड आफ्टर दिस मंथ। दिस इज द मंथ ऑफ March. A lot of pressure of target is there. Lot of pressure. अभी आप देखिएगा, और एक स्टडी मैंने, और चूंकि बीइंग ए रिसर्च स्कॉलर मैं थोड़ा डेटा को देखता रहता हूं, तो मैंने एक चीज और देखी ड्यूरिंग माय इन्वेस्टिगेशन एंड एनालिसिस कि जो एक्सीडेंट का जो रेशियो है, जो फिगर है, वो मार्च में हमेशा बढ़ता है। तो प्रेशर ऑफ टारगेट भी सबसे बड़ा एक इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है जो इसमें। इसके बाद दूसरे आप जो पेडिस्ट्रियन है, ये नवनीत, ये आप देखते हैं, ये आपके यहाँ होते हैं ऐसे, ये शायद एक हुआ भी है। तो एक पेडिस्ट्रियन जो है, पेडिस्ट्रियन का एक रूट अलग होना चाहिए, एक पाथवे अलग होना चाहिए, और हमारा जो लॉरीज के लिए अलग होना चाहिए। इल्यूमिनेशन इज द मेन फैक्टर। रेस्ट शेल्टर, रेस्ट शेल्टर एक एग्जांपल मैं आपको दे रहा हूं। रेस्ट शेल्टर से पहले एक पोर्ट का नाम नहीं बताऊंगा, और हम भारत में रहते हैं, और नेचुरली जो हमारे नेचुरल कॉल्स हैं वो आते हैं, और हमारे यहाँ पे इतने ज्यादा खासतौर से जो यूनिवर्स हैं वो नहीं हैं। तो किसी एक पोर्ट में एक वर्कर, ये रियल, जो भी आपसे डिस्कस कर रहा हूं, ये सब रियल इंसिडेंट हैं, ये केस स्टडी है मेरी खुद की, और ये जो हमने इन्वेस्टिगेशन किए हैं ड्यूरिंग लास्ट ईयर, ये उसका रिजल्ट है। तो उसमें क्या होता है, वो वर्कर एक अपने रोड के साइड में खड़े होकर एक नेचुरल कॉल क्लियर करता है, और चूंकि वहां पे लाइटिंग थोड़ा कम रहता है, इल्यूमिनेशन मैंने जस्ट इसके पहले आपको बताया एक फैक्टर, तो वहां लाइट भी कम थी। एक लॉरी, एक ट्रक ड्राइवर आता है, उसको वहां पे कुछ दिखता नहीं है, और वहीं पे वो डैश करते हुए निकल जाता है, और उसका जो इंफॉर्मेशन है, सुबह लोगों को मालूम चलता है कि यहाँ कोई व्यक्ति आया था, और ड्यूरिंग दिस वर्क ही लॉस्ट हिज लाइफ। बेचारे की क्या गलती उसमें? तो ये रेस्ट शेल्टर भी एक होना चाहिए। ये रेस्ट शेल्टर की भी है, लोग रेस्ट रात भर काम करते हैं, और उसके बाद में फिर उनको आराम चाहिए तो कहीं भी सो जाते हैं, तो लोगों ने गाड़ी चला दी इसके ऊपर, तो रेस्ट शेल्टर भी होना चाहिए। अदर कॉज, अनस्किल्ड ड्राइवर्स एंड हेल्पर्स, ये आपने देख रहे होंगे, ये पिक्चर मैंने यहां बनाई है, ये पिक्चर कुछ शो करती है। आप कुछ समझते हैं इस पिक्चर से? Actually, this is the importance of training. This is the importance of training. Why this workshop is necessary? For awareness. This is, हम देख रहे हैं आपकी कितने सारे एनिमल्स हैं, उसमें जब हम उनको ट्रेन कर सकते हैं, तो हम तो इंसान हैं, इंसान को ट्रेन करना कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। डॉक्टर साहब ने हमारा काम हल्का कर दिया। डॉक्टर साहब दिखा चुके हैं प्रिवेंशन ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स को, एलिमिनेशन ऑफ हमारा जो है उनको करना सबसे पहले, सब्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं कर सकते, इंजरिंग कंट्रोल करना है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कंट्रोल। मान लो वन पर्सन इज हैविंग सम प्रॉब्लम समवेयर, देन ही कैन बी ट्रांसफर्ड, ही कैन बी मूव अदर प्लेस। पीपी इज द लास्ट ऑप्शन। प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स, थोड़ी सी बात हम इस पर ज्यादा करेंगे, मैंने इसलिए, चूंकि टाइम भी मैं देख रहा था काफी फास्ट में जा रहा था, क्योंकि आप 5:30 से ऊपर शायद हो गया है, तो अब इस पे मैं थोड़ा सा बात करना चाहूंगा, जो मैं हर पोर्ट में जाके देखता हूं। प्रिवेंटिव मेजर, प्रिवेंटिव मेजर में हर पोर्ट में ये प्रॉब्लम है कि जो रोड डिजाइन है वो पुरानी है, खासतौर से जो पुराने पोर्ट हैं उसकी जो रोड डिजाइन है वो थोड़ा ठीक नहीं है, और जो हमारी रोड है बहुत छोटी है। तो हमें इसको इंप्रूव करना है फॉर प्रिवेंशन ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स। प्रॉपर लाइटिंग साइनेज हमें हर उसमें चाहिए, जो अभी नहीं है, कई पोर्ट में नहीं है। इसके बाद डेडिकेटेड लेन्स चाहिए हमें, लॉरीज अलग जाएं, फोर व्हीलर्स अलग जाएं, पेडेस्ट्रियन अलग जाएं। इसके बाद जो हमारा इंस्पेक्शन पोर्शन है हमारे व्हीकल्स का, वो होना चाहिए टाइम से। यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी लाइक सेंसर्स, ABS, रियर व्यूज, इस पे काम होना चाहिए। इस पे थोड़ा सा काम हम कहीं कहीं स्टार्ट करवाया है। टेक्नोलॉजी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में AI बेस्ड चीजें होना चाहिए। इमरजेंसी रिस्पॉन्स कई जगह है, ये कई पोर्ट में ये हम देखते हैं, ये अवेलेबल है ऑलरेडी। ड्राइवर ट्रेनिंग एंड अवेयरनेस, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। जितने भी मैंने इन्वेस्टिगेशन देखे उसमें से 50% ड्राइवर की ही गलती थी। आप सोचें, यदि मैं सबसे पहली स्लाइड पे जाऊं, आप देखें 2023, यदि इसको ही देखते हैं तो टोटल जो मीन्स ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट से जो एक्सीडेंट हुए 15 हुए, फैटेलिटी 14 हुई। यदि ड्राइवर, जब इसमें देखा गया तो इसमें 50% सर जो गलती थी ड्राइवर्स की थी, ड्यू टू हमने रेगुलेशन 11 लगाया उसमें ट्रेनिंग का। तो ये प्रॉब्लम आना नहीं चाहिए यदि हम ड्राइवर्स को प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। अदर कंट्रोल, इंजीनियरिंग कंट्रोल भी हमने लिखे हुए हैं, जो यहाँ पे डिस्क्राइब किए थे हमने आपको। स्पीड गवर्नर्स के बारे में बात करते हैं, ये सब आप जानते ही हैं। इसके बाद डेजिग्नेटेड पार्किंग कई जगह नहीं है, वो होना चाहिए। इसके बाद जो कैमरेज की बात, अभी रियर व्यू कैमरा, ऑडियो विजुअल कैमरेज, ये हमारे एक नवनीत जी हैं, हमारे साथ में काम करते हैं। ही इज आल्सो लोकल इंस्पेक्टर हियर, ही विल टेल समथिंग। रेस्ट शेल्टर, यूरिनल्स होना चाहिए। हाँ, यूरिनल्स की जो मैंने बात इसलिए जानबूझ के करी है, जो मैंने एक इंसिडेंट आपको बताया यूरिनल्स वाला, तो ये आगे जाके प्रॉब्लम नहीं करेगा। तो इसलिए यूरिनल्स की जितनी भी कमी हमारे इंडिया में है वो कहीं भी नहीं है। यूरिनल्स प्रॉपर होना ही अपने आप में एक्सीडेंट को कम कर देगा। यदि प्रॉपर नंबर्स, प्रॉपर क्वांटिटी यूरिनल्स की है तो आप काफी कुछ एक्सीडेंट को कम कर सकते हैं। सोचो, यदि हमें यूरिनल्स बनाने से ही यदि 5% एक्सीडेंट भी कम होते हैं तो हम सक्सेसफुल हैं उसमें। जो हमारी, यदि हम रेगुलेशंस की बात करें तो रेगुलेशन नंबर 57 हमारे जो जितने भी एक्सीडेंट्स हैं, रोड एक्सीडेंट, उसको कवर करता है। पावर ट्रक्स के बारे में बात करता है। इसके बाद 63 जो ट्रांसपोर्ट इक्विपमेंट्स हैं उनको कवर करता है। कंक्लूजन पे हम इसलिए अपनी बात कहना चाहेंगे, अब मेन बात अब मेरी स्टार्ट होगी यहां से, कि केवल हमें इन रोड एक्सीडेंट को, कितने मैंने आपको बताया था, कितने लोग 38% जो एक्सीडेंट होते हैं वो केवल रोड एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, जिनको हम बहुत अच्छे से बचा सकते हैं। केवल हर पोर्ट को करना क्या है, नंबर 1 सिग्नल्स। ट्रांसपोर्ट, हम किसी भी पोर्ट में जाते हैं, जो ट्रैफिक सिग्नल्स हैं वो मैंने बहुत कम देखे हैं। नवनीत, सही है? ट्रैफिक सिग्नल्स की कमी है। रोड की कंडीशन ठीक है? कंडीशन ठीक है रोड की? ठीक नहीं है। इसके बाद जो नंबर ऑफ यूरिनल्स होना चाहिए, नंबर ऑफ शेल्टर्स होना चाहिए आराम करने की जगह, जहां हमारे जो वर्कर्स हैं वो आराम कर सकें, वो भी काफी कम है। यदि हम ये 4 चीजें हैं, नंबर 1 सिग्नल्स, ट्रैफिक सिग्नल्स, नंबर 2 रोड कंडीशन, नंबर 3 यूरिनल्स, नंबर 4 रेस्ट रूम, यदि ये 4 ही हम काम कर लें तो मेरा ये स्टडी कहता है, माई स्टडी टेल्स दैट यू कैन सेव अप्रॉक्स 20% एक्सीडेंट इमीडिएटली। ठीक है? सो अब जो हमने आपको स्टैंडर्ड, जो भी हमको फिगर्स दिखाए हैं, ये हमारे DGFASLI के स्टैंडर्ड रेफरेंस नोट में हैं और बाकायदा आप इसमें जाके देख सकते हैं। कुछ डिस्कशन मेरा नवनीत से भी हुआ था, नवनीत भी अपनी बात कहना चाहेंगे, तो मैं चाहता हूं नवनीत जी आएँ। और रोड सेफ्टी पे भी उन्होंने कुछ काम किया है, वो भी अपना एक जनरल इन्फॉर्मेशन, एक छोटा सा वीडियो शायद उनका है, और वो आप सभी के काफ़ी काम आएगा। आइए नवनीत जी।
थैंक यू सर। टाइम कंस्टेंट है, काफ़ी लोगों को हल्दिया तक जाना है, 140-150 किलोमीटर 3-4 घंटे लगने वाले हैं, इसीलिए बहुत टाइम नहीं लेंगे, थोड़ा टाइम में ही हम कंक्लूड करना चाहेंगे। देखिए हमारे पास क्या हो रहा है, रोड सेफ्टी जो है उसमें बेसिकली एक्सीडेंट्स बढ़ रहे हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे तो कोई ऐसा डिजास्टर नहीं है जिसमें इतना एक्सीडेंट हो रहा है। उसके थोड़ा स्टैटिक्स पे हम लोग बात करेंगे कि कितना एक्सीडेंट्स किस रेशियो में बढ़ रहा है। तो अगर हम बात करेंगे ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड ग्लोबली, तो WHO की रिपोर्ट है 11.90 लाख डेथ हर साल हो रहा है। 11.90 लाख डेथ हर साल हो रहा है। इसके बाद जिसमें से कि 12th लीडिंग काज ऑफ डेथ है ये फॉर द ऑल एज, और फर्स्ट लीडिंग काज ऑफ डेथ है फॉर द 5 to 19 ईयर्स के लिए, जस्ट चाइल्ड्स एडल्ट्स के लिए फर्स्ट लीडिंग कार्ड ऑफ डेथ है ये। तो हमें ये समझना है कि रोड एक्सीडेंट जो है, इसमें जितनी ज्यादा डेथ्स हो रही हैं वो किसी प्रकार का एक्सीडेंट, चाहे डिजास्टर हो या कोई कोविड हो या कोई मॉब में कोई भगदड़ हो गई हो, उससे नहीं हो रही हैं। सबसे ज्यादा एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, सबसे ज्यादा डेथ हो रहे हैं सिर्फ रोड एक्सीडेंट से। लगभग 50% एक्सीडेंट जो हो रहे हैं, जो 11.90 लाख डेथ हैं, उसका 50% वनरेबल रोड यूजर्स हैं, चाहे वो साइकिलिंग हो, चाहे वो पेडेस्ट्रियन वाले हो, मोटरसाइकिल्स वाले हो, क्या है बेसिकली 50% एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं जस्ट ऑफ ओवर स्पीडिंग। जैसे सर ने बताया मैक्सिमम ड्राइवर की गलती है, ये सही भी है, काफी हद तक सही भी है, क्योंकि आप देखेंगे 50% एक्सीडेंट्स जस्ट है ओवर स्पीडिंग। ओवर स्पीडिंग से ही वो चाहे पेडेस्ट्रियन हो, देखा नहीं, या ओवरहीट करके चला गया, टॉयलेट स्टेशन में टॉयलेट करने जा रहे हैं तो उससे पास ऑन होकर चला गया। दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मेजर काज क्या हो रहा है कि जो आउटसाइडर ट्रक्स हैं, लगभग पोर्ट में देखेंगे तो 800-900 लगभग ट्रक्स डेली का मूवमेंट हो रहा है। उसमें अदर स्टेट से ट्रक्स आ रहे हैं, अदर स्टेट जा रहे हैं। जो आउटसाइडर ट्रक्स हैं उनके ड्राइवर को उनको पता नहीं है, उनको अवेयरनेस नहीं है कि कहां पॉसिबल हैजार्ड्स क्या क्या है डॉक में, कैसे कहां टर्निंग पॉइंट है, कहां ब्लाइंड स्पॉट है, कहां हमें स्लो करना है, कहां हमें फास्ट चलना है। वो बेसिकली डॉक का जो इन्वायरमेंट है उससे वो अवेयर नहीं है, जिससे एक्सीडेंट्स इंक्रीजेस हो रहे हैं। जैसे भी सुबह चेयरमैन साहब ने बताया था कि उन्होंने एक एग्जांपल दिया कि हम लोग जो है किसी इंडस्ट्री में जाते हैं तो एक सेफ्टी रूम से होकर गुजरते हैं। सेफ्टी रूम्स क्या, बेसिकली कि हमारे फैक्ट्री में ये हैजार्ड्स हैं, हमें इसी पॉइंट पे थोड़ा सा अलर्ट होकर काम करना है। वो चीजें जैसे हमारे जो आउटसाइडर ट्रक्स हैं उनको हम स्टार्टिंग में, अभी कुछ टर्मिनल ने स्टार्ट किया है, एक छोटा सा हम लोग एक कार्ड दे रहे हैं, कुछ टर्मिनल में स्टार्ट भी हुआ है कि कार्ड दे रहे हैं। कार्ड में लिखा हुआ कि टर्मिनल में इंटर करते समय ट्रक ड्राइवर को हमने कार्ड दे दिया, वो उसके इंस्ट्रक्शंस हैं उसने पढ़ लिया, फिर जब वो टर्मिनल से बाहर जाएगा तो हमने वो कार्ड को उसको ले लिया, फिर वापस जो ड्राइवर्स आ रहे हैं कर रहे हैं। ऐसे हम अगर थोड़ा सा जहां पे वेट ब्रिजेस हैं, जहां पे वेइंग का हो रहा है, जहां पे ड्राइवर्स को वेट करने का, जहां पे ड्राइवर के पास टाइम मिल रहा है, वहां पे एक छोटा सा कंटेनर बिठा दें, कंटेनर में एक टीवी लगा दें, उसमें बोल दें कि उस टीवी में कंटिन्यू डिस्प्ले होता रहे कि हाँ पॉसिबल हैजार्ड्स ये है डॉक में, एक छोटा सा वीडियो डॉक के पॉसिबल हैजार्ड्स के बारे में कि यहाँ एक्सीडेंट होने के चांसेस ज्यादा है, यहाँ एक्सीडेंट होने के चांसेस कम है, इस पॉइंट पे आप थोड़ा अलर्ट होकर चलिए, इस पॉइंट पे आप स्लो हो जाइए। उससे क्या होगा, कहीं ना कहीं जो बाहर के जो आउटसाइडर ट्रक्स हैं, टेलर्स हैं, उनके ड्राइवर्स जो हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं कंट्रोल में रहेंगे। नेक्स्ट हम लोग बात करते हैं इंडिया उस पे अपने देश में कि क्या ट्रेंडिंग है एक्सीडेंट्स की। सर वन स्लाइड इज मिसिंग सर। सेकंड इज वन सर कि अप्रोक्सीमेट 33% एक्सीडेंट, जितने टोटल एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं अप्रोक्सीमेट 33% जो हो रहे हैं वो डेथ हो रहे हैं टोटल एक्सीडेंट्स का। लगभग आप देखेंगे कि 400 प्लस लोग पर डे रोड एक्सीडेंट्स में जो है डेथ हो रहा है, लगभग 400 लोगों का डेली एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहा है। बेसिकली क्या है कि अगर आप देखेंगे कि हमारे पास रोड में टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है, जैसे सर ने कहा रोड इंजीनियरिंग से हम लोग रोड को बेहतर बना रहे हैं। हर जगह आप देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ ये हाईवे इनोग्रेट हो रहा है, ये NH हाईवे इनोग्रेट हो रहा है। फिर हम लोग दूसरी तरफ देख रहे हैं कि जो हमारी व्हीकल्स हैं उसमें एक से एक अच्छी अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजीज इंप्लीमेंट हो रही हैं, ड्राइवर आइज या अदर टेक्नोलॉजीज इंप्लीमेंट हो रही हैं, जिसमें ड्राइवर कितना फटीक है या ड्राइवर की आई ब्लिंक नहीं कर रही है, स्टीयरिंग उसने छोड़ दिया या जो है वो यार्निंग कर रहा है, तो कहीं ना कहीं अलार्म जनरेट हो रहा है। मीन्स हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी भी काम कर रहे हैं। बेसिकली क्या, हमारा रोड अच्छा हो रहा है, हमारी व्हीकल कंडीशन अच्छी हो रही है और हमारा ड्राइवर की हम लोग ट्रेनिंग भी कर रहे हैं, फिर भी हमारे एक्सीडेंट्स रेट बढ़ रहे हैं, रोड एक्सीडेंट्स रेट बढ़ रहे हैं। अभी लास्ट ईयर लगभग 1,60,000 एक्सीडेंट्स इंडिया में हुए हैं, अभी वो 1,78,000 हो रहे हैं। मीन्स कहीं ना कहीं जैसे सर ने बताया कि ह्यूमन एरर, वो ड्राइवर की जो गलती हो रही है, ओवर स्पीडिंग जो हो रही है कि हाँ जो है हम ऐसे करते हुए आए हैं, ऐसे करते हुए रहेंगे। ऐसे एक छोटा सा केस स्टडी है अपना पोर्ट में ही। बेसिकली डॉक के अंदर ट्रक, आउटसाइडर ट्रक आया, इंटर किया, इंटर करने के बाद हेल्पर उतर के पंच किया, पंच करने के बाद वो ट्रक में चढ़ने का प्रयास किया और उस टाइम जब वो चढ़ने का प्रयास किया तो वो ट्रक लेफ्ट टर्न ले रहा था, लेफ्ट टर्न लेके जेटी की तरफ, बर्थ की तरफ जा रहा था। तो अब आप देखेंगे कि जब वो लेफ्ट टर्न लेके आगे बढ़ रहा था, उसी समय हेल्पर पंच करके RFID रनिंग ट्रक में चढ़ने का प्रयास किया। रनिंग ट्रक में चढ़ने का प्रयास किया, उसका पैर स्लिप कर गया और वहीं पे वो गिर गया। लेफ्ट टर्न ट्रक ले रहा था, उसके ऊपर से रन ओवर हो गया, हेल्पर के ऊपर से। बेसिकली क्या, ऐसा नहीं है, हेल्पर फर्स्ट टाइम नहीं ऐसा कर रहा होगा, पता नहीं कितनी बार वो जो है रनिंग ट्रक में चढ़ चुका होगा, लेकिन क्या हम लोग की हैबिट हो गई, हम ऐसा करते हुए सर आ रहे हैं, आज तक कुछ नहीं हुआ, आगे भी कुछ नहीं होगा। ये जो हैबिट है, यही मेन काज ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं। अनसेफ एक्ट, पता है हमें गलत है ये, फिर भी हम वही कर रहे हैं, अनसेफ एक्ट। यही अगर इसको हम एलिमिनेट कर लेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं एक्सीडेंट को हम बचा ले जाएंगे। जैसे सर ने कहा, वैसे छोटा सा एक स्टैटिक्स है पोर्ट के, अपना कोलकाता एंड हल्दिया पोर्ट में लगभग 50% एक्सीडेंट्स रोड एक्सीडेंट्स ही हैं। टोटल एक्सीडेंट से लगभग 50% एक्सीडेंट्स रोड एक्सीडेंट्स ही हो रहे हैं। वो भी कुछ आउटसाइड व्हीकल्स हैं, कुछ इंटरनल व्हीकल्स हैं, वो हमें थोड़ा सा देखना है। क्या क्या रिस्क इन्वॉल्व हैं एक्सीडेंट्स में, ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑपरेशन में क्या क्या रिस्क इन्वॉल्व हैं, लगभग सर ने कवर कर दिया है, इसको हम लोग स्किप ही करेंगे। हाँ सीधा सर, टेक्नोलॉजीज क्या क्या इन्वॉल्व हैं, लगभग सर ने कवर ही कर दिया है कि ये हमारी टेक्नोलॉजीज इन्वॉल्व हो गई हैं। और हमारा थोड़ा बात करना है इस पे बेसिकली कि हमें ड्राइवर को कैसे एजुकेशन में लाया जाए। अगर देखा जाए आप कि हमारा देश जो है लगभग सीट बेल्ट पे बहुत काम कर रहा है, सीट बेल्ट लगाना चाहिए, लेकिन हम लोग किस पे काम कर रहे हैं, पैसेंजर कार पे। कभी आपने नोटिस किया है कि कोई लॉरी ड्राइवर, ट्रक ड्राइवर, बस ड्राइवर सीट बेल्ट लगा के चल रहा हो? दैट्स व्हाई वी आर लूजिंग लाइफ्स। तो हमें कहीं ना कहीं इसमें काम करने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि ड्राइवर्स आर कैरिंग द नेशन, कैरिंग द कार्गो, कैरिंग द कंपनी, कनेक्टिंग द नेशंस। तो कहीं ना कहीं उनको हमें साथ में मिलके एजुकेट करना है। जो मेन प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है एजुकेशन, स्किल, उनकी स्किल को कहीं ना कहीं हमें इंप्रूव करना है। अगर उनकी स्किल इंप्रूव हो गई तो एक्सीडेंट होने के चांसेस डिक्रीज हो जाएंगे। हम लोग सीधा एक छोटा सा वीडियो है, जो जनरल वीडियोज है, ये कोलकाता ट्रैफिक पुलिस द्वारा बनाया हुआ है, सम ऑफ देम आपने देखा भी होगा मे बी, वो हम लोग इस पे प्ले करते हैं। सर
ये जो आप वीडियो अभी दिखाएंगे हमारे नवनीत जी, ये केवल पोर्ट में ही काम नहीं आएगा, ये आपके डेली लाइफ में भी काम आएगा। तो ये हम लोगों की तरफ से आप लोगों के लिए एक छोटा सा गिफ्ट है और आपके ही यहाँ का बना हुआ है। प्लीज सो धन्यवाद। ये जो भी प्रेजेंटेशन आज का मेरा था, साथ में मेरे साथी ने दिया, ये टोटली रियल टाइम बेसिस पे बनाया गया था। रियल स्टोरीज हैं, रियल डेटा है, और ये कोशिश ये रहेगी कि आप इन पे ध्यान दें। और अगली बार हम जब कभी भी कहीं जाते हैं पोर्ट में, तो हम ज़रूर इस बात को देखेंगे वहाँ की रोड अच्छी हो, वहाँ ट्रैफिक सिग्नल हो, और काफ़ी कुछ ट्रेनिंग के लिए जो एग्जीबिशन सेंटर आपने बात करी, या हमारे जो नवनीत अभी बात कर रहे थे, एक ड्राइवर्स के लिए एक सेंटर हो ट्रेनिंग के लिए, वो हो, तो हम देखेंगे कि वी कैन रिड्यूस द एक्सीडेंट अप टू 50% एज नवनीत टेल। सो थैंक यू सो मच। यदि आपके कोई क्वेश्चन है तो वैसे कोई पूछेगा नहीं, मुझे पता है 6 बज गए हैं तो फिर भी हम हमारी तरफ से थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much, Shri Mishra sir, and Shri Verma sir, for your excellent analysis of road accidents in major ports of India. And we should all strive to maintain safety in our day-to-day lives. I request once more Shri Prashant Kumar to kindly honor Shri Vipul Kumar Mishra and Shri Navneet Verma with a token of appreciation. Shri Mishra. Shri Navneet Verma, Assistant Director, DGFASLI. We have now come to the closing ceremony. Thank you all for participating in the one-day workshop on dock safety and handling of hazardous chemicals organized by Directorate General Factory Services and Labour Institute in collaboration with Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port, Kolkata. I once again call upon stage Shri Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General, DGFASLI, to kindly summarize some key takeaways.
So good evening, and I think the day-long deliberations has been very fruitful, very interactive, right from the beginning of the day with the address of the Chairman Sahab, where he has raised the logo of safety first, the slogan of safety first. So that was the tone setting for the day, and followed by Deputy Chairman Sir's brief on the various initiatives taken by the Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority towards improving safety within the port. And the message was very well taken from the address of our Joint Secretary and Director General DGFASLI, where he has emphasized that the growing port sector is growing day by day. And the future is bright, but again, we have to see that the port operations does not get hampered because of the safety violations, and the safety standards are held at the highest level. So I think during the day-long deliberations, each and every session has been very insightful, right from the information on the regulatory framework to the various aspects of real-time monitoring, the data-driven risk assessment, the advanced safety technologies, the various risk mitigation strategies that was discussed during the sessions, implementing the systematic hazard assessment that helps in identifying potential risks and ensuring preventive measures are in place for dock safety operations. The session on the medical aspects, that was very insightful from the port authorities, wherein we came to know about the occupational health services that are provided, and the very insightful, I can say a sort of a short training also, that demonstration or the video that was given during the session on the first aid and CPR. During the session also, for the closing of the day, we have learnt about the various case studies, the data that has been, we have compiled in our headquarters. So in conclusion, I can say that such type of workshops, actually it is providing a platform wherein the industry experts, the regulatory bodies, the people from the academia, other stakeholders of port operations, they come together in exchanging the knowledge and developing the safety protocols. I very much hope that all of us, we are going back today very much enlightened, though it's over the schedule, we have short over the schedule time. So I wish all of you very best of your journey way back home, and thank you for all the support to the Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port Authority for organizing this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon stage Shri Prashant Kumar, Senior Deputy Traffic Manager, Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port, Kolkata, to give the vote of thanks.
So finally, for all of us, I can see many tired faces also. Anyway, respected dignitaries, the eminent faculty members, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of extreme privilege and honor for me to be a part of this august gathering today. To be in the midst of such eminent, knowledgeable and knowledgeable persons who are having such a vast knowledge and in-depth knowledge, it's truly amazing. See, handling of chemicals and hazardous cargo is an extremely important subject. As we could understand, it encompasses all of us, especially those who are directly involved in cargo handling in the port on a day-to-day basis. So today's workshop has enlightened us on the various issues and ways of handling chemicals, hazardous cargo, and this knowledge will go a long way in ensuring safety in the cargo operation in the port. I, on behalf of Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port, would like to take this opportunity to thank the eminent dignitaries for taking time out of their busy schedule to grace this event. I would also like to thank the faculties for conducting the workshop and imparting their invaluable knowledge. I would also like to thank the HODs of SMPK, including KDS and SDC, for attending this workshop. I would also like to thank the participants, all the participants who have made this this program a huge success. And last but not the least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to those port users who have also sent their representatives to attend this workshop. They are all operational people, and we understand that it is difficult for them also to depute a large number of persons for a workshop like this. But in any case, we are very much thankful to all of them And cutting short, let me thank you once again on behalf of Syama Prasad Mookerjee Port for making this event a grand success. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Requesting Mir Mustafa, sir, Safety Officer, to kindly honor Shri Prashant Kumar with a token of appreciation. Sir, sir, एक मिनट. I request you all to stand up for the national anthem. I request all participants to please collect their certificates from outside, please, from the outside counter. Thank you very much.